So hey guys, this is your favorite fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was adopted by Artemis goddess. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. It's been 13 years since she has been in the element nation where the gods were given permission from the Shinto god's ruler in the element nations to relax and enjoy what it offers to the gods. They couldn't believe how into nature this nation is where there is no pollution, how untouched the forests and the wildlife were. But what is really surprising them is that how strong the mortal in this world is, they powers that could even rival them in strength and power. She was looking at the village Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves since her husband Minato Namikaze died, protecting the village from the nine-tailed fox also known as the Kyuubi, where he sealed it into their newborn son, Naruto. Zeus had given her permission to break her vows to marry and have a child, but under the condition that when she has a child, she must return to Olympus immediately. She sees most men are pigs and arrogant in her eyes. She sees them only caring about their pride, power, wealth and themselves in general. But yet she has fallen with Minato Namikaze, who was the opposite of what she view men. He was kind, careful, respected and thought of others than himself. The hunters didn't approve of him, but eventually they started to accept him and saw him as a father figure to them, for the Olympians didn't approve of him at first. But when they saw his skills and powers but also his leadership skills, they started to accept him and even befriend him. The years she spends with him was wonderful and magnificent and wouldn't trade it anything in the world. When Minato died by sealing the Kyuubi in their son but also at the cost of giving his soul to the Shinigami god of death and suicide desires and ruler of Yomi. So she couldn't see or visit him in the afterlife. She wanted to take Naruto with her but couldn't due to ancient laws, but she was given 1 hour with her son and asked the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Senju, and Kakashi Hatake look after her son and promised to keep him safe and looked after. After that, she kissed him on the head and muttered how she loved him. And will see him one day, and then she returned to Olympus. Now the woman was known as Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wildness, virginity, childbirth and the moon, where she is currently in her teen form, where she has shoulder-length auburn hair and silver eyes and was described as incredibly beautiful. She is currently walking with 3 of her hunters walking in Konoha heading toward Hokage Mansion. To speak to the current Hokage about Naruto. It's been a while since we were here, right, Artemis, said a hooded woman next to Artemis. Indeed my friend, indeed, responded Artemis. It's different from the last time we were here, milady, said a black-haired hunter. Wonder what happened, said Artemis as she looked around where the village looks like a wreck and like it's been invaded or something. Most likely some fight or something, milady, but that doesn't matter, let's go see your son. I just hoped he isn't like other boys, said a big hooded hunter. I hoped he isn't Phoebe, otherwise I teach that son of mine a lesson, said Artemis, clenching her hand up with fire in her eyes. Okay, calm down Artemis, after all he is Minato's and your son, said the hooded woman. I know, just wish I was there for him, muttered Artemis sadly looking down. Don't worry about it, this is your chance to see him, said the hooded woman trying to reassure her friend. Milady, we're here, said the black-haired hunter, as they look up and indeed had arrived at the Hokage mansion. As they were about to enter the mansion, Artemis looked up at the Hokage monument and more especially at Minato's face on the monument. She sighed sadly and entered the mansion with her hunters. As they went into the mansion and headed to the Hokage office and were given permission to enter the Hokage office, and when they saw who the Hokage was, they were shocked. They were expecting Hiruzen Sarutobi to resume his role as Hokage, but the man in front of them was different. He was a frail old man with black, shaggy hair. And his right eye was bandaged and wore a white shirt, with a black robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. This man was Danzo Shimura. Danzo looked up from his paper to look who entered his office, and his widened seeing who was at his office, he recognized her as Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt and moon. What happened to the village, Danzo, and what happened to Hiruzen? Asked Artemis. We were invaded by Orochimaru, who led Otogakure, especially known as the village hidden in sound, and was allied with Suna, or you know as the village hidden in the sand. Hiruzen went and battled Orochimaru, but he used the Edo Tensei to revive the Lord first and second and gave him quite the battle that was extraordinary, but Hiruzen used the Reaper Death's seal to seal both Lord first and second but unable to seal Orochimaru but managed to seal his home. He then died due to the first condition and as such, I was appointed as the Godime Hokage my lady, explained Danzo. I see, said Artemis as she and her hunters looked down and mourned for the fallen Hokage, but then she looked up and looked Danzo in the eye and said, "Where is my son, Danzo? I want to see him." Then Danzo eyes widened but then looked serious at her and then said, "I'm afraid I cannot do that my lady." Her eyes narrowed and said dangerously, "And why not?" "Because he is needed here. He is a Jinchuriki, a weapon and asset to our village," said Danzo calmly. "He is my son and I am his mother and I have every right to see him so I won't ask again." Danzo, "Where is my son?" Arte. Ms. growled and is losing her patience and her hunters were too as they had their bows on hand and ready to use it. Danzo looked around for any escape route or a way to find the upper hand on the moon goddess and her hunters. But in the current situation and position he is in, he knows that the chance of success for either of the two scenarios are slim and then sighed and said, "Very well, all sent so. Me one in to get him but he isn't what you will be expecting." And ask he ordered his secretary to get Kitsune Fox for him. "And what makes you say that Danzo?" asked Artemis calmly but also in a dangerous voice. "Because I trained him to be my weapon and tool with no emotion. In a few more years he'll be the perfect weapon for this village but I see now that plan is gone," replied Danzo. And the atmosphere got intense. Killer Intent was released from the hunters but no more intense than Artemis as her eyes darkened and gave Danzo a death glare so intense that would make Chaos wet himself not anting to face the wrath of the almighty moon goddess. She then said, "Danzo, you promised me you would look after him. You swore to me that you and the others would look after him." "But I did my lady. I raised him and cared for him in the last 7 years. I taught him to fight, survive, and to kill, but you didn't say anything about giving him a childhood or a happy life. How did Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi allow this? They promised they would look after him." "That is true, but they didn't know. They all thought that Naruto had died," replied Danzo as he looked Artemis in the eyes and then continued. "When he was 6 the village came and attack him and blow up his apartment with him still inside but fortunately when root agents came in time and got him out in time while he was unconscious. That convinced them of Naruto's death and believed that they failed you. And with them out of the way, I trained him to be the emotionless weapon I see him today." Artemis' anger has just risen and was about to express her anger when suddenly the door opened, revealing an Anbu agent. He looked around about 12 to 13 years old, tan skin and spiky sun-kissed blonde with auburn streaks all over his hair similar to her hair. And he was wearing the standard Anbu gear with katana strapped on his back also wearing a fox mask with patterns on it. He walked past the hunters and kneels in front of Danzo and said, "You called for me Danzo-sama." "Yes Kitsune. The woman behind you is your mother and she is here to take you with. I ask you to remove your mask and look at her," said Danzo as Kitsune turned, looking at the women. He took off his mask to reveal a handsome young man with 3 whiskers on each side of his cheek. He is wearing a Konoha headband on his forehead and revealing 2 sapphire blue eyes. As the hunters stared, they couldn't help but stare in shock at the boy in front of them. He looked exactly like Minato but his hair was in a different style not to mention the auburn streaks. The black-haired hunter couldn't help but blush at him and thinking how handsome he is but shake it off. But no one was more shocked than Artemis since she is looking at her son, her baby boy. She couldn't help but have her eyes tears and pouring down her cheeks. Her baby boy had grown up. Before anyone could say anything, Danzo made a hand sign and placed his hand on the back on Naruto's head. His eyes widened and pass out. Artemis caught him before he hit the ground. This alerted the hunters and seeing their anger had risen. "Danzo, what did you do to my son?" roared Artemis, while holding Naruto. "I simply removed the cursed mark one placed and any roots secret from him. Now take him if you want but be warned. The minute you leave with him, I am labeling him as a missing nin. He'll be hunted down and bring back to this village as its Jinchuriki of Konoha. We will find a way to enter the Greek world," said Danzo. Before Artemis could say anything, the hooded hunters walked up and said, "And when that time comes, he will be ready and prepared, and so will we." Danzo raised his eyebrows and asked, and who the hell are you? The hunter simply put her hood down, making Danzo widen his eyes. The women in front of him had slender, but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes and fiery red hair. This was Konoha former Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. You're supposed to be dead. How the hell are you still alive? Danzo muttered in shock. I don't have to tell anything, Danzo. You turned my godson into one of your weapons, and that has put you on our shit list and others soon enough. I want nothing more than to kill you, and most likely the same with Artemis, but I think that pressure belongs to someone else. Now Danzo, we will be taking our leave, said Kushina as she turned around to Artemis, who was still holding Naruto, and nodded to her and began to shine. Danzo knew what was going on, so he unwrapped his bandage to reveal his Sharingan to negate the effect of the bright light, like when the Greek gods used to teleport or transform to their divine form. As the light brightens and engulfed the entire office, the hunters are gone along with Naruto. As Danzo looked at the empty space, he wrapped his bandage back and started writing reports and began listing Naruto a missing nin. At the hunters' camp, the hunters were talking among themselves, but then a light shined in front of them, and when the light disappeared, it revealed their lady with the other 3 hunters, but their lady was holding a boy that looked similar to their father figure and can only presume as her son. My lady, is this him? Is this your son? Said a blonde 12-year-old hunter as she and others couldn't help but look at him, since this is their mistress' son and how much he resembled one of the only men in this world they respect. Yes, my fellow hunters, this is my son Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I would like us to welcome him when he wakes up, said Artemis, and her hunters nodded. She looked down and smiled to Naruto, who looked peaceful right now, as she removed his leaf headband and then kissed him on his forehead. My son, when you wake up, I would like to welcome you to this brand new world. Flashback. Lord Danzo, why do we fight? Why is there always conflict? Because Naruto, it is because of emotions. Emotions lead one to hate, and hate leads one to conflict and war. All these wars, tension, prejudice, and conflict we are facing right now is because of this simple thing, emotions. These emotions we have, it prevents us from achieving a dream of peace and unity. It distracts from accomplishing this dream, and as a result it leads to something catastrophic. But I believe if we remove these emotions, then we achieve this dream of peace and unity. Do you understand, Naruto? Yes, Lord Danzo. Good, now you may leave, Naruto. Present at the hunter's camp. As Naruto groaned while his eyes began to open, and he found himself staring at a ceiling that seemed to be in fabric. As he looks around, he finds himself in a place he does not recognize. It looks like he was inside a tent, but what surprises him is that there was a red-headed woman looking at him. He swore he saw her somewhere before but waved it off, but couldn't help but be cautious around this woman. Who are you and where am I? As Naruto asked in a bored tone with an emotionless face but preparing to attack if necessary. The woman just smiled at him and said, before I answer that, tell me what the last thing you remember was. Well, I was called into Lord Danzo's office for some unknown reason, and then told me the auburn-haired woman was my mother, and then everything went black. Is she really my mother? Replied Naruto with still an emotionless face. Yes, Naruto, she is your mother. And she will see you soon, but she has to go to a meeting first. Anyway, to answer your question, Naruto, I'm your godmother, Datbane. As she said cheerfully and raised her right arm on that last sentence. Naruto didn't expected that, and that was surprised for him and couldn't help but mutter, you're my. Yes, silly, I'm your godmother, the sexy, ass-kicking and most of all, the red-hot Habanner Kushina Uzumaki Datbane. As she announced cheerfully in a dramatic pose. Naruto then had this deadpanned look on his face at Kushina pose, but then realized something. This was Kushina fucking Uzumaki, the red-hot Habanner, one of the greatest Kenjutsu master in history, and not to mention the former Kyuubi Jinchuriki before him. You're Kushina Uzumaki, right? He asked, and she nodded. How are you alive? I thought every Buji extraction kills the host. Okay, for 2 reasons. One is that Uzumakis have incredible strong life force which can both endure and survive most grievous injuries, plus incredible longevity, so I managed to survive the extraction, but that puts me in a near-death state, in which it brings me to the second reason, is that your mother found me and gave the blessing of being a hunter of Artemis, in which it heals all injuries and saved my life, and now here I am, answered Kushina. Hunters of Artemis, I thought they were myths, so does that means the Greek gods are real? I ask her that later, thought Naruto. One thing I need to ask, how did the Kyuubi escaped in the first place? Asked Naruto. That's a story for another time, Naruto. Okay, you said that the auburn hair lady was my mum, right? Asked Naruto as Kushina nodded. So where is she right now? After she left you here, she had to go to a meeting that concerns you. But enough about that, tell me about yourself, Naruto. On Olympus. When Artemis has brought Naruto to this realm, she is instantly called to Olympics. All the Olympians were there excluding Hades, and Zeus demanded why Artemis had brought her son here. She explained the situation with Naruto, Konoha, and Danzo about him turning Naruto treatment by the villagers, and which led Danzo getting his hands on Naruto and turning to what he is now. As to say, all of them were disgusted on the treatment of Naruto, and no one can blame Artemis for what she did, even Zeus. Okay daughter, he can stay, but we might have to get permission for Izanami since he belonged in her realm, said Zeus. That won't be necessary, Zeus, a powerful feminine voice speaks out. As the Olympians look at the direction of the voice, and what they saw was Izanami, the Shinto primordial goddess of creation and death. She had long black hair in a traditional Japanese style, she has pure blue eyes, and she is wearing a pure white kimono with blue patterns on it with a yellow obi with accessories on her. She is slender and feminine build and is so beautiful that she was considered more beautiful than Aphrodite herself. She was also a very kind and generous goddess and had an overall good personality. But don't let her looks deceive you, she has the power to defeat the Olympians, Titans and even primordial gods together in less than 5 minutes. She was even said that she could rival Chaos in powers and skills, which is why everyone respect and fear her at the same time. You have my permission to have Naruto here. I have seen what the village and Danzo did to him, and it disgusted me to no end. Due to ancient laws I couldn't interfere my world, and the fact he was a Shinto dissident, but you could since he is a Greek demigod, and since you weren't from my realm, Temis could interfere with that, so I thank you for taking young Naruto, said Izanami with a gentle smile on her face. I have seen in the future that he make bonds and friends with, he continues the Athu led and one day be the savior of both worlds with another, and don't worry, he isn't your child of propensy but of another. You seem to be interested in the boy Izanami, why? Asked Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom. He has an ability that interests me, he has the ability to defy his and others' fate, in other words he can fight the sisters of fate and denied them, as Izanami stated. Why? Caused the Olympians to shock but quickly waved it off. Well, thank you Lady Izanami. You are forever in my debt, said Artemis. Don't worry about it, Artemis, we are friends, so don't worry too much about it. Now if you excuse me, I have to go back to my realm. Well, goodbye, said Izanami as she left in a bright light. As soon as Izanami left, the meeting continued on. Okay, now that's out of the way. Daughter, I will give you permission to spend 1 month with him to teach about our world and culture, but after that, he's on his own, and show him the way to Camp Half-Blood. Okay daughter, as said to his favorite daughter, and with that she nodded and left back to the hunter's camp. So that was Minato's brat. He seems strong and I don't mind fighting him in the near future, said Ares, the Greek god of war. He's interesting enough. Can't wait for him to come to camp and entertain me, said Dionysus, the Greek god of wine and madness. I can't wait to meet him. I can teach many things and tell him about his awesome uncle, said Apollo with a strange pose which caused everyone to sweat drop. Yes, but until then dismissed, said Zeus in a dramatic voice, and with that, the Olympians left. Meanwhile back at the hunter's camp. And then I wake up to see you. That's pretty much my life, as Naruto finished explaining his story to Kushina, and as she was about to say something, a bright light appeared out of the tent. It seems your mother is back. Well, come on, let's go meet her, as Kushina left the tent and Naruto followed. When he got outside he saw a bunch of girls staring at him, but in front of them was a woman about in her early 20s and has shoulder-length auburn hair and sliver eyes, and was described as incredibly beautiful in his opinion. As the women came up to him and suddenly hugged him while he stood there showing no emotion. My boy, my baby boy, I so sorry on what happened to you, I so sorry, as Artemis held Naruto for a while with tears coming down her eyes. As he looked at the other girls who were either smiling or crying at the scene. So your mother, right? As Artemis let go off him and sobbed, Abita but nodded. Who are you? Well, Naruto, I am Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt, wildness, virginity, childbirth and the moon, Artemis answered Naruto's question. So gods do exist, right? Asked Naruto, and she nodded. Does this make me a half-god or something? Well, you're half right. You're actually 75% god and 25% human. Your dad was actually a demigod himself, answered Artemis as she looked at Naruto. She saw him a bit surprised, but hid it well with an emotionless face. So who is dad and grandpa anyway? Your grandpa, I can't tell you now, but you will find out later, but your father is someone you might know well. He's the yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. Wait, you're saying my dad was the fourth Hokage himself? Yes, Naruto, but enough about that. I want to know, what do you think of me, Naruto? Are you upset that I wasn't there in your life? Asked Artemis, and was nervous about Naruto's answer. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't if I should be happy or mad. I can't really feel anything, and I will understand if you didn't wanted me as your son or even love me, said Naruto in an emotionless tone. Artemis soon held him again and started kissing him on his head, showing that she indeed loves him. Naruto, I would never hate you. If I got the chance, I would raised you as my own son and be there for you. Naruto, no matter what the situation is, I will always love you because you are my pride and joy, said Artemis as she held Naruto tighter, and Naruto couldn't help but hug her back, even though he couldn't feel the love back, but he had the urge to do it. They stood there for a few minutes, and unknown to the both of them, Kushina took a photo of this sweet moment between the mother and son, but also couldn't help but smile at this sweet scene. 1 month later. During the 1 month he spent with the hunters and his mother, he learned a lot of things in this world, like English, technology, and about Greek mythology, and it was different from in this world in many different ways, like advanced technology, no alliances, and certainly not everyone around is a trained killer. While he was there, Artemis and Kushina discovered that his nature chakra was wind, water and lighting, and also has a Keke Genkai, which was storm, and didn't surprise them because of who his grandpa was. He was also good with kenjutsu techniques and hand-to-hand combat. While he was there, he learnt about Arki Rai from his mother and the hunters at the camp, but from his mother she also taught him the Rasengan. When she demonstrated to him, she told him that his father taught her how to use it, and it was the highest form of shape manipulation. She informed him that it was an incomplete jutsu because his father was about to add an element to it, but he died before he could do it. When she showed him how it was done, she was surprised that Naruto has mastered it in a week's time, and it took Minato 3 years to develop it and her about a month to master it. He was also given the wolf summoning contract from his mum, but told him to sign the contract when the time is right. His relationship with the hunters were decent at first, not because he was male but because of his emotionless personality, but eventually LLY has a positive relationship with him because even though he doesn't feel the emotion, but he came to care and protect them, and doesn't why but feels like he needed to it. But one hunter he was close to was Zoe Nightshade, who had long, silky black hair, coppery-like skin, a silver circlet around her head, a slightly upturned nose, and black eyes. She was the lieutenant of the hunt. During the Nay month they've bonded during the month like a sibling relationship, but it feels like more than that. He wonders sometime why Zoe blushes every time she is with him. And now it's time for him to leave the hunters and his journey to Camp Half-Blood. He was got some supplies with on his way to Camp Half-Blood. He got food and water that could last a week, some spare. As he stood there wearing some new clothing provided by his mother. He was currently wearing a black hoodie with dark blue jeans on and was wearing fighting gloves on with blue sneakers on. As he stood at the entrance of the hunter's camp, he sees his mother, his godmother, and the hunters there saying goodbye to him and wished him luck on his journey ahead, but his mother is currently babying him about his journey. Now remember, son, don't be like later men. Don't talk to strangers, eat healthy, stay away from drugs, make friends, don't get too depressed. Remember that everyone has strength and weaknesses, but Naruto interrupted her. Okay mum, I get it. You don't need to baby me anymore, said Naruto, but was bonked on the head for interrupting her. Shut up and let me be a mother. That's letting go off his son, said a irritated Artemis, but later hugged her son, saying how much she's going to miss him. But also remember this, those who break the rules are trash, those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I learned that from your father. said Artemis while still holding the life out of Naruto, and he nodded. As she let go of him, he said how grateful he was and thankful that he spent every single second with his mother but still doesn't have the emotion for it, but was still thankful for it. As he was about to leave, Zoe came up to him and hugged him. This surprised everyone including Artemis, since Zoe was one of the biggest man-hater in the world, but couldn't help but smile at her and hope her son and Zoe would get together even if Zoe had to leave the hunt. Good luck on your journey, Naruto T. O Camp Half-Blood, and I hope we see each other again, said Zoe with a blush on her face. I do too, Zoe, I do too. And with that, Naruto left and headed to Camp Half-Blood on the road ahead. On the road. Naruto has been walking for an hour now and was told that he would reach Camp Half-Blood in 3 days if he walked on foot. He saw a store a few steps away and went in to get a few stuff, but what he brought was a box of cigarettes. That's right, folks, Naruto is a smoker. During his time en route, he developed a habit of smoking. He did because it was a way to relieve stress and was a way for him to ask Lord Danzo if he could smoke, and he didn't really care what his root agents do in their spare time, like Sai was painting and Torun was collecting venom beetles. He had to go 1 month without smoking with his mother, and Hunter were there and do anything to get him to stop smoking, and he didn't wanted that. As he left the store and cigarettes out and put one of his mouth, and lit on fire with his lighter, and started smoking while walking to his destination and started to blow smoke out. After walking for 3 days, he was nearly there at Camp Half-Blood. He saw the camp at a distance, but what he also saw in front of him was a boy around 12 years old and another boy who has curly brown hair, brown eyes, small horns, Caucasian skin, chin wispy beard and hairy brown goat legs. And sees he is a satyr and was being attacked by a creature with a bull head and has a muscular body of a man but with fur covering him and seems to have one of his horns cut off. This creature seems to be the Minotaur from his lesson in Greek mythology. The 2 boys seems to be in trouble and Naruto decided to help. He unsealed his katana from his scrolls and headed to their direction. Is this it? Is this the end? Thought the black-haired boy as the Minotaur brought his fist down to him, but the impact didn't happen. He looked to see a boy with blood hair with auburn streaks on his hair stop the Minotaur's fist with his sword. He then jumped up and kicked the Minotaur in the foot and pushing him back a good distance, and with that everything went black. Naruto just stood there emotionlessly, and he saw a couple of more people coming to them and just stood there staring at him, and as they were about to say something, they heard Minotaur roared and rushed to Naruto, as others told to get out off the way or run to camp, but he just stood there in a stance waiting for him to come. As the Minotaur got close to Naruto, he raised his katana and shouted, Fuden wind style, slash of the dragon, as he slashed the Minotaur vertically with the wind-coated katana. As the Minotaur simply walked past Naruto, he unsheathed his katana and the Minotaur was cut in half, resulting to 2 cut peaks of the Minotaur's body to fall in 2 opposite directions, leaving golden blood splattered everywhere, and then the 2 body parts turned to gold dust. All of the people around just watched the scene shocked on what happened and was staring at Naruto wearily. He just walked up to them and they were scared on what he's going to do. Is this Camp Half-Blood? He asked the people in front of them and they nodded. Well, my mother told me to come here and live at this camp from now on. Wait, you're a half-blood? Asked a half-man and half-horse, which he can tell was a centaur, and nodded. Well, help me with this boy and let's head to camp. As Naruto nodded and carried the boy on his shoulder. As they walked to camp, the centaur decided to ask him something. You said your mother told you to come, right? As Naruto nodded. Who is your mother exactly? You look familiar somewhere. Well, my mother is, but was interrupted by a light that hit him and that woke everyone up and went out of their cabins to see what was going on. He's being claimed. I wonder who his Olympian parent is, said a blonde girl with a Yankees hat on. And on his forehead appeared 2 symbols. One was bow and arrow with a crescent moon behind it and a Chinese dragon with what seems to be the sea on the bottom and storms on top, in which that shocked everyone. There has to be some kind of mistake. He couldn't be hers. She wouldn't, would she? Asked the blonde girl in shock. She has, and I didn't expect her son to be here, said the centaur. Wait, you know she had a son? As the blonde girl asked the centaur, who nodded. But who's the other symbol off? Before anyone could ask, a man with a chubby face, a red nose and curly hair so black, it looks purple and was wearing a tiger striped Hawaiian shirts and RPLE running shoes. Went up to Naruto and bowed down, and soon everyone did the same thing and saw nymphs, and other nature spirits appeared and bowed as well. The man then shouted across the area where everyone can hear. All hail Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and descendant of Susanoo, Shinto god of the sea and storms. At Camp Half-Blood. Naruto, who was just claimed a minute ago, who was the son of Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt and descendant of Susanoo, Shinto god of the sea and storms. Naru. Just looked around and seeing different reactions on people's faces, like their faces show that they were either in shock or disbelief. They couldn't believe that Artemis, who was the virgin goddess, but also a man-hating virgin goddess, and let she had a child and a son no less. But not only that, he was also a descendant of a Shinto deity, not just any Shinto deity but one of the three major deities. Izanami, the Shinto god of the sea and storms, and now confirming that the Shinto deities are real. As Naruto just looked around, seeing everyone is still shocked, and he didn't know why but really didn't give a crap. The centaur spoke up, gaining everyone's attention, and then said, "Look, I know you all have a lot of questions, but it's really late and we can discuss it in the morning." And as everybody nodded and headed back to their cabins, and the centaur walked up to him. He was a middle-aged white centaur from the waist down, with thinning brown hair, bushy eyebrows, intense brown eyes, and a scruffy beard. "Hello, young demigod. My name's Chiron and I'm the director of this camp. I know you have some question, but I happily answer those questions tomorrow. It is pretty late and I think you should rest after traveling here," said Chiron as Naruto nodded. "So where do I stay?" asked Naruto as Chiron pointed to a silver building or cabin with silver curtains, similar to the outfit of the hunters when he was staying at the hunter's camp. But what is significant about this cabin is that it's glowing silver during night time, as if reflecting the moon. As Naruto heads to the cabin, he notices that every camper in their cabins is watching him at the window for some reasons and just waved it off. He reached there and opened the cabin and again saw the shocked or surprised face of everyone. But once again he waved it off and headed inside. As he went inside, he saw that the inside looks as the aura of nature, similar to Kohona's forest. The walls were dark olive green with sliver vines and shape patterns on them. He saw many rooms from downstairs and upstairs, but he also saw names on the doors, so he began to look for the door with his name, and he found it upstairs and headed in. He saw the same patterns and vines on the walls as downstairs. The room is a good size that has a master bed with olive green duvet, and the pillows were sliver, a trophy case, a closet, a personal bathroom. And it also comes with desk with some stationery and what seems to be a computer, since he was told about it during his time at the hunter's camp on what the hell it is and how it works, and came with an office chair. But he also noticed there was a letter on the desk and began to read it. "Dear Naruto, if you're writing this, then you made it to Camp Half-Blood. And if you're wondering why I didn't tell you that your grandfather was a Shinto god, and yes, they do exist, well, it's because your grandfather wants to surprise you in Camp Half-Blood and make it shocking, since he also a trickster god and wanted to see everyone's reaction. But anyway, I'm here to inform you that the hunters will sometime come here, and when they do, listen to them and be mindful. Knock before you enter the cabin, and evening leaving. Well, that's all I got to tell you, and good luck, my son, and please don't do anything stupid and make some friends, please. Love, your mother." Naruto just sighed. He didn't need his mother to baby him. He can take care of himself, but couldn't help but be having this positive feeling he has inside of him that makes him want to smile, but clearly he didn't. So he just went to bed and get some shut-eye. Flashback. Hiruzen was a fool. He was so naive that he could protect you and keep you safe, and he couldn't even prevent villagers from attacking you and setting your apartment on fire. My root agents came in time to save you out of that burning apartment. I'll take care of you and raise you. In exchange, you become my weapon. You are still Naruto Uzumaki, but when you put on that mask, you are known as Kitsune. Do you understand me, boy? Yes, Danzo-sama. Good. Now your training begins. But I do not care how much you beg or cry during this training, do understand, as Naruto nodded at that. Good. Let the session begin. End of flashback. As Naruto woke up and sat straight up and thought about that particular memory. Am I still Lord Danzo's weapon? but I'm no longer en route. Do I have a purpose now? I guess this is a new start for me then, thought Naruto about the time when he began as a Root Anbu agent. He got up, set his bed up and went to get a shower. After that he got dressed and got outside his cabin and again saw everyone was looking at him, and now he was curious on why the hell are they looking at him, as he saw Chiron coming towards him with a smile on his face. Hello Naruto, as you already know, I'm Chiron and I'm the director of this camp, and so I have decided to show you around the camp, said Chiron. Can I ask something? Asked Naruto as Chiron nodded. Why was everyone staring at me and looking at me so shocked? Well, it's because you were the first son of Artemis and no one believed it since she was a virgin goddess, not to mention a man-hating virgin goddess. But not to mention you were the Shinto descendant, confirming to the campers that they are real, and not to mention, you're the first Shinto descendant to ever come to Camp Half-Blood, said Chiron as Naruto nodded. But why were they still shocked when I was going in and out of my cabin? Oh, that's because whenever a boy ever touch or go near the Artemis cabin, they turn into jackalope for some time before they change back into a person, answered Chiron. Satisfied with the answer, my boy, as Naruto nodded. Good, now follow me, I'm giving you a tour off the camp. As Chiron was giving Naruto a tour around the camp, he noticed didn't have an expression or emotion for that matter, but he waved it off and continued with the tour, and he decided to have a conversation with him. You know Naruto, as Naruto looked at him. When I first saw you, I thought you look familiar somewhere, and I was right, you look a lot like your father. You knew my father Chiron? Asked Naruto in an emotionless tone, but was curious. Of course, everybody in Olympus and me of course knew who your father was. There was a battle between your father and Zeus to see if he was worthy enough for your mother, and was an incredible battle. Your father was very powerful and I was there to see that battle, and he earned everyone's respect. I was there for the wedding as well, and I had the honor of meeting some Shinto gods and some primordials as well in that wedding, as Chiron remembered those memories of Minato. You said you met some Shinto gods, right? As Chiron nodded. What was my grandpa like? Susanoo was a trickster god and he was laid back and joke around a lot, but he was good man and honest as well, but not to mention a very powerful god that could rival the primordials, as Chiron answered that question about Susanoo for Naruto. Before they could continue, a demigod came up to them. She had curly golden blonde hair and is tall, fit, and athletic. Her eyes are intense shade of gray and always have a distracted look as if she were thinking of a million things at once, and natural tan. She is wearing a orange shirt with a Pegasus on it, wearing shish orts and with a necklace with a couple of beads of them. Sorry, was I interrupting something? Said the blonde girl. No Annabeth, you weren't interrupting, said Chiron as he turned to Naruto. Naruto. Oh, this Annabeth Chase, a daughter of Athena the goddess of wisdom, as Chiron introduced Naruto to Annabeth. Oh, nice to meet you Annabeth, said Naruto in a polite tone but shown no emotion. Hello, your name's Naruto, right? As Naruto nodded. Wow, a son of Artemis and Susanoo, I can't wait to know more about you, and I hope we can be friends, said Annabeth a bit cheerfully. Annabeth, I giving Naruto a tour. You want to help me with this tour? As she nodded. Before they continue the tour, Naruto noticed a pine tree on top off a hill and feels that as if there was like a living person and showing a spiritual aura around it. Excuse me Chiron, as Chiron and Annabeth looked at him. That tree over there, as Naruto pointed at the pine tree. Why do I feel that there's a soul in that tree, like if it was a living person? This surprised both Annabeth and Chiron thought of something. Since he the son of Artemis, maybe he can sense Thalia presence in the tree. There's only one way to find out, thought Chiron. Naruto, can you come with me? Asked Chiron as Naruto and Annabeth walked towards the pine tree and were now in front of it. Naruto, I want you to place your hand on the tree and close your eyes, instructed Chiron, and as Naruto placed his hand on the tree and closed his eyes, he feels that his mind is traveling somewhere, like how the Yamanaka's mind transfer jutsu. In Limbo. As Naruto opened his eyes and found him in a black room and clouds and lighting design on them. It looked like an apartment room with a bed, small kitchen and a TV of some kind. As he looked around, he saw a girl, shoulder-length black spiky hair, with electric blue eyes with freckles across her nose, and is wearing punk-style clothing. And she was looking at him in shocked. How Are in here, muttered the black-haired girl, but couldn't help but blush on how handsome he is. I don't know, but I have a theory. But first, what's your name? Asked Naruto. I'm Thalia Grace, daughter of Zeus, answered Thalia. So who are you? My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Artemis and descendant of Susanoo, answered Naruto with an emotionless face. And like that, Thalia's face shows a facial expression of pure shock and disbelief. This boy in front of her was the son of the man-hatting goddess, and not to mention a descendant of one of the three major Shinto gods. So let me get this straight. You're the son of the man-hatting goddess and a descendant of the Shinto god of the seas and storms, right? As Naruto nodded to her answer. Okay. So how did you get here, Naruto? Asked Thalia. Well, I was asked by a centaur named Chiron with a girl named Annabeth, but was interrupted by Thalia. Annabeth. Yeah, she was with me giving me a tour with Chiron, answered Naruto. I take it that you know Annabeth. Yeah, me and another demigod named Luke were very good friends and was together traveling to Camp Half-Blood with a satyr named Grover. But anyway, continue, explained Thalia. Anyway, as I was saying, Chiron asked me to place my hand on this tree and I didn't know why, but I guess I see why he asked me to do it. So anyway, how long you were here for and why are you inside a tree? Asked Naruto politely. Well, that explains how you got here. So anyway, I was in this tree for 5 years, and to why I'm here because Hades found out about my existence and sent the worst kind of monsters after me. I stayed and fight them, but I was heavy wounded and at near death, so my father took pity on me and turned me to a tree, and this tree is used to protect Camp Half-Blood, and so here I am, in Limbo. Explained Thalia. Thalia, I do not know if this was the right thing for you to do, but you were very brave to do for your friends, said Naruto, which made Thalia smile and blush a bit. Naruto, can you tell me about yourself? Asked Thalia hopefully to get to more Naruto more. Maybe another time. I have to go back to Annabeth and Chiron and explain the situation to them, said Naruto as he saw the sad expression on Thalia's face. Can you at least visit me once in a while? It gets lonely in here, and will you tell me about yourself? Asked Thalia. Naruto was to say something, but Thalia had this pleading look, making her look adorable, and Naruto just sighed. Okay, I visit you once a day, said Naruto with a defeated look. Thalia just smiled brightly and hugged Naruto, and he just hugged her back a little and pat her on the back. Thank you, Naruto. I hope I see you soon, and can you say hello to Annabeth and the others for me and tell them I'm doing fine in this hellhole? Yeah, I will. Till next time then, said Naruto as he took a few steps back and disappeared. Yeah, till next time, whispered Thalia sadly with a blush on her face. Camp Half-Blood. As Naruto opened his eyes and turned to Chiron and Annabeth, but there was 2 other people there as well. One was a tall young man around his late teens or early 20s with short cropped sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, an athletic and muscular build, and a sneaky look with a deep pale scar that runs from the bottom of his eye down to his chin. And there was the same satyr, curly brown hair, brown eyes, small horns, Caucasian skin, chin, wispy beard, and hairy brown goat legs he saved yesterday, so this must be Grover. So Naruto, what did you see? Said Chiron, hoping his theory was right. I meet a girl named Thalia when I was in there, said Naruto as it surprised Annabeth, Grover, and the blonde man. Really? How is she? Is she okay? And is she doing fine? Said Annabeth, excited and worried at the same time. Annie, let him speak, so continue, Naruto, said the blonde man. Yeah, she's doing fine, and she wants me to tell you and a guy named Luke and a satyr named Grover that she's doing fine in Limbo, said Naruto, and he just looked at the satyr. And I guessing you're Grover, as Grover nodded. Likewise, Naruto. Oh, and thanks for saving me and Percy from the Minotaur yesterday. Oh, and Luke is the guy next to me, said Grover, and as Luke just waved at him. And Grover just realized something. Annabeth, Luke, maybe you guys should check on Percy. He's walking up right now. Can you go and give Percy the tour and show him around? I want to get to know Naruto a lot more, asked Annabeth as Luke nodded and left with Grover. So my theory was right. You can communicate with Thalia since you have your mother's sense in nature, but enough about that, let's continue with the tour, said Chiron as they walked again and see some of the stuff in Camp Half-Blood. At the tour they saw other cabins, the climbing wall, the stables, armory, and even the beach in Camp Half-Blood. Alright, that's it for the tour and you may do whatever you want now, said Chiron as left Annabeth and Naruto. So Naruto, can you tell about yourself a bit, asked Annabeth curiously. Well, I from a place called the Element Nations, but was interrupted by Annabeth. The Element Nation, can you tell me about that place and the powers they have there please, said an excited Annabeth with her eyes going wide. As Naruto explained the 5 major nations, he described that each one was different in landscape, like the land of wind and the sand village known as Suna was hidden in the sand, the land of water and the village was Kiri and was hidden in the mist, the land of lighting and its village Kumo was hidden in the clouds, the land of earth and its village is the Iwa hidden in the rocks. And his home was the land of fire hidden and its village was Konoha and is hidden in the leaves or a big forest. And then he explained to Annabeth that the power they use is Charka, which is spiritual and physical energy combined. He explained further that Charka can use for anything like walking on water and trees, using for combat and healing as well. He then went further on explaining that they can manipulate the 5 elements and make it in any shape they like. He gave her the basic details of taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and kinjutsu. So that's basically it, said Naruto as he finished explaining to Annabeth. So Naruto, what's your Charka nature if you mind me asking, asked Annabeth curiously. Well, my nature chakra is wind, water, lighting and storm. I thought there were only 5 chakra natures, asked Annabeth. Oh right, I forgot to explain Kekkei Genkei to you, responded Naruto. As he explained that Kekkei Genkei is a bloodline to certain clans or individuals that passed down genetically. They can be anything from dojutsu, which are eye techniques, they can manipulate their bodies to do something unique ability, or combine 2 elements to form a sub-element like his storm release that combines water and lighting. Can you show me your storm release please, I want to see it, asked Annabeth hopefully to see Naruto's Kekkei Genkei. Okay, you might want to take a few steps back, said Naruto as Annabeth took a few steps back but still keeping her eye on Naruto. As Naruto did a few hand signs and pointed to the sky. Ranton, storm release, laser circus, as several beams of lighting flowing like water was shot up in the air and was so bright that all the camp saw and awesome it is, and then the beams died down, and as Naruto looked at Annabeth, he saw this excited or cheerful look on her face. That was awesome Naruto, really awesome. So that was storm release. So that was your bloodline, and I'm going to guess that you inherited that from your grandpa, said Annabeth, who looked that she wanted to know more. Naruto just shrugged, not knowing how he go that particular bloodline, and that just made Annabeth pouted. But Annabeth noticed Naruto that he didn't show any emotion or expression for that matter in the entire tour but just waved it off. So they walked together and talked about a few things. They notice a boy with black hair and bright sea green eyes being harassed by a big, tall girl with long, stringy light brown hair, brown eyes and strong-looking wearing CBH shirt with a cameo vest on her, along with 3 other girls similar to her who big and tall as well. Annabeth decided to intervene and not get the black-haired boy killed or something. Clarice. Annabeth sighed, also noticing the looks. Why don't you go polish your spear or something? Sure, Miss Princess, the big girl said. So I can run you through with it Friday night. Eres Korakas, Annabeth said, which was Greek for go to the crows. Though he had a feeling it was a worse curse than it sounded. You don't stand a chance. We'll pulverize you, Clarice said. He then looked at Naruto. You're the guy that destroyed the Minotaur, right, and saved this whipper boy here? As Naruto nodded. Cool, whoever can do that has mine and the Ares cabin's respect, as the other 3 girls nodded at that. I have a name and it's Percy Jackson. Yes, and guys, this is Clarice, daughter of Ares, god of war. Annabeth mumbled. The war god, Percy said with both eyebrows raised. Clarice sneered and held up Percy by the collar. You got a problem with that? No, Percy said, recovering his wits. It explains the bad smell. Naruto and Annabeth just had this look at their faces at Percy. Basically saying, are you an idiot? Or, that mouth is going to get you killed one day, Clarice growled. We got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Percy, whatever. Come on, I'll show you, Clarice said as he dragged the boy to the bathrooms. Clarice, Annabeth tried to say. Stay out of it, wise girl. Clarice growled as she and the others walked away. Naruto. Annabeth rounded on her fellow blonde. You have to help him. Naruto then replied, it's his battles, not mine. He then grabbed the horn Percy dropped. They walked to the door. Annabeth and Naruto watched at the door as Clarice and her friends mocked Percy. As they began to push Percy's head toward the toilet, Naruto felt a powerful aura around Percy. What power? That boy there is really powerful. Huh? Annabeth asked. Then, one of the toilets shot out water at Clarice, and as her friends tried to help her, the other toilets exploded, blasting water all over the place and on XCEPT Annabeth and Naruto as Naruto grabbed Annabeth and jumped a few distance back before the water can hit them. Percy walked over to them with a shocked expression, but he was laughing in the inside. At how funny Clarice and her friends were. Annabeth said, how did you? I don't know. Percy shrugged. They walked to the door. Outside, Clarice and her friends were sprawled in the mud, and a bunch of other campers had gathered around to gawk. Clarice's hair was flattened across her face. Her camouflage jacket was sopping and she smelled like sewage. She gave me a look of absolute hatred. You are dead, new boy. You are totally dead, as she and her friends just stormed off. As Percy just looked at Naruto and Annabeth. Hey, you're that guy that saved me and Grover yesterday from the Minotaur, right? Asked Percy and Naruto nodded. Well, thank you for saving me and Grover for that. I'm Percy Jackson, by the way. Naruto Uzumaki Namazake, responded Naruto in an emotionless tone with a blank look. Then Percy just looked at Annabeth and blushed a bit on how pretty she is and was looking at him. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, she said, that I want the two of you on my team for capture the flag. The next few days both Naruto and Percy settled into a routine that felt almost normal. They were getting lessons from satyrs, nymphs, and a centaur, well, mostly Chiron, but Naruto was already informed by his mother and was excused and did whatever the hell he does, but does it anyway since he was basically ordered to. Each morning Percy took ancient Greek from Annabeth. Ey talked about the gods and goddesses in the present tense, which was kind of weird to Percy. Percy discovered Annabeth was right about his dyslexia. Ancient Greek wasn't that hard for him to read. At least, it was not harder than English. The rest of the day, they rotate through outdoor activities, looking for something they were good at. Chiron tried to teach Percy archery, but he found out pretty quick that he wasn't any good with a bow and arrow. Foot racing, no good either. The wood nymph instructors left him in the dust. They told him not to worry about it. They'd had centuries of practice running away from lovesick gods and whatever the hell that was chasing or trying to kill them. But still, it was a little humiliating to be slower than a tree. And wrestling, forget it. Every time he got on the mat, Clarice would always pulverize him. The only thing he really excelled at was canoeing, and that wasn't the kind of heroic skill people expected to see from the kid who had fought with the Minotaur. And Naruto was just the opposite of Percy. He can shoot bullseye if every arrow he shot, not that surprising for a child of Artemis and not to mention a shinobi. He was extremely fast and seemed that he didn't even sweat. Wrestling, Let just saw that all his opponent was humiliated and destroyed, even though Naruto was good at canoeing and swimming, for some reason unknown. RCY always seemed to beat him, but Naruto really didn't care. They both soon later met the camp director Mr. D, who was that man with the chubby face and wearing the tiger-striped Hawaiian shirts and purple running shoes. But here's the thing, he was really Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, parties, ecstasy, and as well as theater. He didn't like Percy due to the fact that Percy due to him being a he. And the fact Percy unintentionally pissed him off. But for Naruto, they seemed to be neutral, and the fact Naruto was willing to share his cigarettes as long as he doesn't tell his mother about his smoking addiction. And needless to say, they got along just fine, and even to the fact that Dionysus respects him. Then there was the horn that went throughout the camp, and Chiron voice was announced through the camp. Okay everyone, time for lunch, please go to the mass hall please. As everyone was heading except for Naruto, and he just stopped Mr. D before going. Mr. D, you mind if I can just skip lunch and go for a smoke and I just be by Thalia's tree, said Naruto. Go ahead boy, do what you like, said Mr. D with a bored tone. Okay thanks, but by the way, is my mother watching us now? Asked Naruto. Well, she can, but right now. I think it's the time that she and her hunters are going hunting, so if you want to smoke, I suggest you smoke now if you don't want her to find out, said Mr. D. And just like that they went to their respective destination as Mr. D headed towards the mass hall while Naruto headed to Thalia's tree. To smoke and chat with her as he promised Thalia to come by once in a while. Mass hall. As Percy enters the mass hall and notice a few campers staring at him like they did when they all saw him and Naruto. They heard that Percy managed to survive and wound the Minotaur while Naruto came and saved both him and Grover from the Minotaur and killed with a single sword slash. He got a box with the Minotaur horn in it and was told that every time a monster is destroyed, it leaves something behind as a spoil of war, and got looks of respect and admiration from campers and looks of gel by using Anansi from big and burly kids. During the past few days, Percy managed to make a few friends like the Luke, Annabeth, the Strolls, Katie Gardiner, Selena Beauregard, Lee Fletcher, Michael Yu, and Charles Beckendorf. But Naruto managed to get alone with them, and they all had this feeling that Naruto doesn't seem that social or even that interactive, and didn't show any type of emotion at all and just remained like a mindless boy. They wanted to know what is with Naruto and going to get it. Excuse me, Chiron, said Annabeth, and Chiron looked at her. Do know what's going with Naruto and why he seemed to be so emotionless? And everyone in the mass hall just eyed quiet and looked at Chiron if he's going to answer, and every camper was curious about the son of Artemis, which was still weird to them. Chiron and Mr. D looked at one another, and Mr. D nodded and Chiron sighed and started to explain. Did Naruto told you any of you of his worlds? Asked Chiron, and Annabeth put up her hand and everyone just looked at her. Yeah, he told me that he was from our world where there are ninjas or shinobi, as he described, have unimaginable power by using an energy source known as charka, which is the mix of physical and spiritual energy, answered Annabeth. Why? CH left a lot of stunned look from the campers, a fascinated look from the Athena campers, and excited look from the Ares campers, since now they have someone to fight that is strong and worthy to them. Well, you're half right, Annabeth. The world he came from is also ruled as well as Japan in this world by Izanami and Shinto gods, replied Chiron, into which it got more shocked looks from the campers, except for Percy, who had no idea who Izanami and who the Shinto gods are, and asked Chiron, who is Izanami and who are the Shinto gods? Asked a confused Percy, and a few campers were curious themselves. Let's see. The Shinto gods are basically the gods of Japanese culture and mythology or history. They are said to be more powerful than the gods and titans themselves and could rival the primordial, said Chiron as he said, which got an even more shocked look from everyone. Something is more stronger than the gods and titans and could rival the primordial, that's unheard of, and Chiron just continue. But I will now explain who are the Shinto deities are. First there is Izanami, the primordial goddess of creation and death, and her powers are equal to Chaos, the creator of our universe, and she is also known as Kami, or God in general, and former ruler of Yomi and passed it down to Susanoo. Next is Izanagi, the Shinto primordial of creation and life and former ruler of heaven. And then came the big three in the Shinto religion, Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe, but also the ruler of heaven, who is the current queen of the Shinto religion after the throne was passed down from Izanagi. Next is Tsukuyomi, the Shinto god of the moon and night, who was Amaterasu brother and ex-husband after she annulled their marriage, and the youngest brother one and also Naruto's grandfather. Susanoo, the trickster god and also the god of the seas and storm and former ruler of Yomi when he passed the throne to Yomi, to the Shinigami, who was the current ruler of Yomi and is the god of death and suicidal desire, are basically the equivalent of Hades, explained Chiron. But wait, why did Izanami pass the throne over, and why was Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu marriage was annulled? Asked Ed Percy as he and others want to find out. Well, the Shinto gods believed that the throne should be passed down to generation like Chaos passed the throne to Erebus and Nyx and passed it down to Oranos. She believed that if you continue to be in the throne and not pass it down, then it would change you to something obnoxious and arrogant like Oranos, Kronos, and sadly Lord Zeus, when they would do anything to keep their throne, even if they have to kill innocents to do it, and Lady Izanami doesn't want that to happen to her. And to answer your question on why Lady Amaterasu married E was annulled as because Tsukuyomi killed the food goddess Uke Mochi out of disgust on how she served Tsukuyomi, and when Lady Amaterasu learned what happened, she was so angry that she refused to ever look at Tsukuyomi again and deeming him an evil god, forever moving to another part of heaven and their marriage annulled. And that is the reason that day and night are never together. Does that satisfy your answer, Percy? As Percy nodded, and a few campers as well agreeing with Izanami's choice on passing the throne like Chaos and Erebus did, and as well as agreeing with Amaterasu annulling her marriage with Tsukuyomi, and had every right to do that. Anyway, back to Naruto's situation. They are actually shinobi or ninjas who are there to fight and kill if they are ordered to. They are extremely dangerous, and some could rival the Olympians or Titans, and they are S-rank ninjas are over like the leaders of each village, but some can be more powerful than the Olympians or even the big three, and they are SSS rank shinobi, and one particular is Naruto's father Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage who bet Zeus, explained Chiron, and received a lot of disbelief from the campers, and they all thought impossible, or no way, and some would have, wow. That is truly amazing. A mortal or demigod has defeated the king of Olympus. To answer why Naruto is the way he is, it's because he was a member of the root Anbu of Konohagakure. Chiron said with a dark look, and Mr. D couldn't help but also have a dark look as well while drinking a diet soda. The campers were confused on who were this root Anbus and why both Chiron and Mr. D did had that look, and it couldn't be pretty, so Annabeth decided to ask. Who exactly are these root Anbu, and are they connected to way Naruto is? Root Anbu is led by the current Hokage of Konoha, Danzo Shimura. Chiron said his name with venom. The root Anbu carries out missions that Danzo believes will benefit Konoha, but to us, it was something that would benefit him. The root Anbu were trained to have no emotion or any sense of humanity or take it away in them. They would carry out missions like murder, assassination, torture, and even kidnapping. Lady Artemis didn't like on what happened to Naruto and decided to take him here, hoping that we would regain his emotion and gain some friends. Chiron finished explaining as he looked around the mass hall. He saw everyone had a look of anger and rage, even the Ares campers. How could they do that to Naruto? And if they ever meet this Danzo Shimura, then he would be sorry. Why did this Danzo do this into Naruto? Why him? Roared a very angry and disgusted Annabeth. Because Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which got the campers confused again, and he sighed and explained. They are humans have tailed beasts sealed within them. They exhibit extraordinary powers due to the immense chakra reserves they possess. Jinchuriki are typically lonely and miserable people, as they are often nned and discriminated by their fellow villagers, who view them as the tailed beasts themselves and not as the keeper of the beast, and it got some look of fear, but no one didn't believe that Naruto was the Kyuubi itself but as the keeper of it. But overall, no one couldn't believe these villagers and couldn't more disgusted with them. And to why Danzo took Naruto as a member of Root is because Danzo wants Naruto as his weapon and to be his emotionless lapdog, and Naruto could have begun full-on emotionless if Lady Artemis didn't take him. Then you would have become full-on emotionless and just have no mind or sense at all. Now Lady Artemis requested that you all try to befriend him. He might seem interested or really care, but I can tell that he needs a friend, and Lady Artemis hopes you could help him regain his humanity and emotions if you are willing to do it. Said Chiron as he looked around the campers, and they were all nodding and immediately agreeing on being friends. Naruto and Annabeth stood up and looked at Chiron and began to say what the whole camp is thinking. Chiron, we will befriend him. We will promise you and Lady Artemis to help him regain his humanity and emotions and be there for him as friends, and we will continue even if it takes months or years to do, announced Annabeth as she looked around the mass hall and shouted, right guys? And immediately the whole camp cheered with a, hell yeah, or, you got that right. Chiron and Mr. D couldn't help but smile at that response and willing to do that for one suffered soul. Alright everyone, since everyone has finished their lunch, please get an hour break before you head to the field for capture the flag, announced Chiron as all the campers got up and left the mass hall getting ready for capture the flag. And now it's just Chiron and Mr. D alone in the hall, and Chiron faced Mr. D. Do you think they can help Minato's son? Time will tell, Chiron, time will tell. And with that, Chiron Left the hall and Mr. D just stayed there finishing his diet soda before flashing out of the mass hall. Limbo. As Naruto is currently in limbo with Thalia and did promise her to visit at least once a day. He is currently telling her about his world and his life to her. She was fascinated with his world and the power they use. She has learned that the Element Nation contains 5 land and each has on. Village is its capital and learned that Naruto was from Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. She also learned about shinobi or ninjas are the main military power in the Element Nations. He has described to her their roles, rank and power. She learned that they use an energy called chakra where it is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy which allows them to manipulate it to any shape. Nature manipulation where they can use the 5 elements in any way they can. As Naruto was telling her about his story as a root Anbu agent, where he was used as an emotionless tool and weapon to his leader, Danzo Shimura, the current Hokage of Konoha, and also learned that he was something called a Jinchuriki where a person has a tailed beast inside of him and was the container to the Kyuubi. At first, she shocked that Naruto was a Jinchuriki but didn't showed any fear because she sees him as the container and not the beast itself. She was also disgusted and angered towards Danzo on the things he did and to what he did to Naruto, but her anger towards Danzo increased when Naruto said he didn't committing all these acts and didn't show any emotion to it. She was really glad that Lady Artemis took Naruto with her, away from Danzo. And then I came here and was claimed by my mother and grandpa, said Naruto as he finished explaining the story of his past to Thalia and then looked at her in the eyes. Well, that's my story, Thalia. So do you see me differently, Thalia? Naruto, I don't see you as a monster or as a killer. I see you as someone that can be saved. I don't know if I'm the right person for this, but I will support you in any way and I would do on what Lady Artemis would me to do, save you. But that's the thing, am I worthy of being saved? Am I worthy of regaining emotions? I have them inside of me but I can't show or express them in any way. Do you think I deserve to have this second chance for me, Thalia? Yes, Naruto, yes you do. I believe that everyone deserves a second chance, even you, said Thalia with a assuring smile. But let me ask you something, did you ever regret on killing those people? I don't know, personally I never really wanted to kill the people I was assigned to. But they were ruthless killers that seek only things for themselves, and I know that with them dead, innocents from my village or even outside of my village would be safe and live in peace, but it doesn't change the fact that I have blood in my hands, answered Naruto in a calm clear voice but still with an emotionless expression. Thalia just went up to you and hugged for comfort. And Naruto just lowered his head to her shoulder and patted him in the back. Naruto, it's okay. Either it was the right thing or not, it's really up to you on how you see it. I won't judge you, Naruto, and I'll be there for you if you need it. And you know why, Naruto? Asked Thalia, and Naruto shakes his head. It's because I am your friend, Naruto, and that's what friends do for each other, finished Thalia with a kind smile on her face. Even though Naruto couldn't express the emotion, he was glad and relieved that Thalia didn't hate him or condemning him for the things he has done. He couldn't help but hug her back with his head still on her shoulder and then whispered, "Thank you," to her and stayed like that for a few minutes, and Naruto decided to let go of the hug and time to return to reality. Thalia, it's time for me to go. Capture the flag is in an hour, said Naruto, and Thalia responded with a pout but nodded since he can't stay with her forever. But don't worry, I'll visit again tomorrow, okay, Thalia? Said Naruto, and Thalia smiled sadly and nodded again. And with that Naruto faded away. Outside of Limbo. As Naruto wakes up and looks around as back in reality, he look around and still see he is still leaning on Thalia's pine tree and on the hill, as he look around and saw at the bottom chatting with each other and heard that capture the flag is in 1 hour and decided to take a quick nap rest for a bit. Flashback. In a massive forest where it shows couple of Kiri nins screaming in agony, as they were being killed very quickly but was very brutal as well. One Kiri nin was tossed to very far distance and landed in the ground. He has long, brown hair, a long beard which he wears in strands adorned with beads, and his lips are also noticeably dark in color. The top of his head is wrapped in bandages, and he has an eye patch covering his left eye, sprouting from under his Kurigakure forehead protector. This was Jinpachi Munashi, one of the greatest members of the Seven swordsmen of Kiri and greatest wielder of the Shibuki, the explosion blade. As Jinpachi was laying face down on the floor with half off his face is covered in blood and coughing out blood and his sword was out of his reach. As he looked up and saw a fox masked Konoha Anbu, with a kanji on the mask, or in this case Naruto as Kitsune, all covered from his victim's blood, was heading towards Jinpachi B. Oot stopped when he noticed that one Kiri-nin was still breathing. As Naruto headed towards the Kiri-nin, and when Naruto was in front of him, he started to continue stomping on his head multiple times, leaving the Kiri-nin to scream in agony, and then to one final stomp where the Kiri-nin's head splatted everywhere, leaving more blood too. Beyond Naruto and the crushed brain of the Kiri-nin crushed to pieces around the dead nin. As Naruto returned his attention back to Jinpachi and slowly headed until he was in front of Jinpachi and unsheathed his katana. Any last words, Jinpachi Munashi? Yeah, fuck you. You think I gonna beg and plead for my life? Well, you're fucking wrong. Yagura-sama and Kiri will have your head for this. I do not regret anything in my life. In fact, I enjoyed every single bit of it, including killing my brother. So go ahead, kill me, as Jinpachi finished his last words while still coughing out blood. Very well, if that is all, may you find peace. You were the opponent Jinpachi Munashi, but I have orders to do, as Naruto finished and stabbed Jinpachi in his left hand, who just screamed in pain. As Naruto performed a hand sign with his left hand while still holding the katana in his right hand. Raiden lighting style transmission shockwave. As pure electricity was coming from Naruto and headed towards his katana and going through Jinpachi's body and nervous system. As he began to scream in full-on agony and trashing around for a few minutes, then twitched for a few times and then stopped completely. And Naruto took his katana out of Jinpachi and sheathed his katana back and began to walk away from the pile of dead Kiri-nins. Flashback and as Naruto began to walk up, a little bit sweated after revisiting his mission with Jinpachi Munashi and a couple of Kiri-nin. Why did I relive that? Did I regret killing them? No, I do not regret killing him or those nin. They deserve to die after what they did in the Bloodline Civil War. I have 30 minutes left before the game. Better get my gear, thought Naruto as he got up and headed back to his cabin. Playing field 30 minutes later. At last, it was time for capture the flag. When the plates were cleared away, the conch horn sounded and we all stood at each tables. Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and her buddies ran in with another banner, of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Ah, so those must be the flags, Percy stated. Yeah, he heard Luke say. Ares and Athena always lead the teams, Percy asked. Not always, Luke said, but really often. So, if another cabin captures one, what do you do? Repaint the flag? Percy asked. Luke grinned. You'll see. First we have to get one. Whose side are we on? Naruto asked. Luke gave them a sly look that, combined with his scar, made him look evil in the torchlight. We've made a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight, we get the flag from Ares. And you and Naruto are going to help. The teams were announced. Athena had made an alliance with Apollo and Hermes, the two biggest cabins. Apparently, privileges had been traded: shower times, chore schedules, he best slots for activities in order to win support. Ares had allied themselves with everybody else: Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. From what Percy has seen, Dionysus's kids were actually good athletes. But there were only two of them. Demeter's kids had the edge with nature skills and outdoor stuff, but they weren't very aggressive. Aphrodite's sons and daughters they weren't too worried about. They mostly sat out every activity and checked their reflections in the lake and did their hair and gossiped. Hephaestus's kids weren't pretty, and there were only 4 of them, but they were big and burly from working in the metal shop all day. They might be a problem. That, of course, left Ares's cabin. A dozen of the biggest, ugliest, meanest kids on Long Island, or anywhere else on the planet. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment. Helmets, bronze swords, spears, ox-hide shields coated in metal. Whoa, Percy said in surprise. We're really supposed to use these? Luke looked at him as if Percy had gone crazy. Unless you want to get skewered by your friends in cabin 5. Here Chiron thought these would fit. You'll be on border patrol. While Luke was fitting Percy with Greek armor, but didn't know where Naruto was. Hey, where's Naruto? Shouldn't he be here? Asked Percy, but before Luke can, someone interrupted. I'm right here. As they both looked at the direction of the voice and saw who they were looking for. Naruto was standing there wearing a black t-shirt and black cargo pants, his hands and wrist taped with bandage and wearing gray light durable armor on his chest, shins and arm with his katana strapped on his back. While that is an awesome armor you're wearing, Naruto. Before Naruto could answer, Annabeth came over, yelled, Blue team. Forward. The group cheered and shook their swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at them as they headed off toward the north. Percy though wondered why his blonde friend did not take out his weapon, not that he knew that. Naruto was armed to the teeth. Percy made his way to the Annabeth without tripping all over his armor and said, hey. Though she just kept on marching. So what's the plan? He asked. Got any magic items you can loan me? Naruto noticed that her hand was hovering over her pocket when Percy asked that. Quirking an eyebrow, he decided to get in more to eavesdrop. Just watch Clarissa's spear, she said. You don't want that thing touching you. Otherwise, don't worry, we'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you your job? Border patrol, same as Naruto, whatever that means. It's easy. Stand by the creek, keep the Reds away. Leave the rest to me. Athena always has a plan, she said as he pushed ahead, leaving him in the dust. Okay, Percy mumbled. Glad she wanted me on your team. Come on, let's get started, said Naruto as they head to their roles and job. Day had turned to night by now as Naruto and Percy were stationed next to a little creek that gurgled over some rocks, then she and the rest of the team scattered into the trees. The two stood there for a little bit and groaned. Naruto knew he and Percy were going to be left in the dust since they were new, so he made a shadow cone just as a horn sounded and they heard whoops from enemy territory. While he left a copy to watch over Percy, he went into the forest to observe the campers. He was watching campers beating the crap out of each other until his memories of the clone he left with Percy, it dispelled itself right as Clarisse attacked Percy. I wonder what she has against him. He wondered aloud as he shunshed to where Percy was, only behind a tree so he could surprise them. Climbing to a tree branch, he watched as Percy did his best against Clarisse and her friends. Give him a haircut, Clarisse said. Grab his hair. Percy managed to get to his feet. He raised his sword, but Clarisse slammed it aside with her spear as sparks flew. Now both of his arms felt numb. Oh, wow, Clarisse said. I'm scared of this guy. Really scared. The flag is that way, Percy told her. Yeah, one of her siblings said. But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid. You do that without my help, Percy growled out, and he instantly regretted it because it was probably the dumbest thing to say at the moment. Two of them came at Percy. He backed up toward the creek, tried to raise his shield, but Clarisse too fast. Her spear stuck his straight in the ribs. If he hadn't been wearing an armored breastplate, he would have been shish kebabbed. It still hurt like hell because the point got trough and shocked him. One of her cabinmates slashed his sword across his arm, leaving a good size cut. No maiming. Percy got out, feeling dizzy. Now Naruto had enough. He took out something to end this. Oops, the guy said. Guess I lost my dessert privilege. They then pushed Percy into the lake, which was a mistake for them. Before the Ares kid could strike Percy, Naruto jumped down and kneed that Ares kid to the face, knocking him out. What the hell? Another kid yelled as all of them moved back at it, but when they looked up, it was Naruto standing next to Percy. Where were you? He heard Percy, who looked all healed up now, observing every single thing in this game. Naruto said with an emotionless face. Damn it. One the Aries kids said. Charge. Naruto decided to fight them all on hand-to-hand combat. Let's see what they are made of, thought Naruto. Two Aries kids rushed to Naruto, but Naruto just kicked one in the chin, super kick, making him fall to the ground, and he focused back to the other Aries kids and then elbow smashed the running Aries kid to the jaw, knocking a couple of teeth out. As Clarice decided to take Percy and the other Aries kids decided to take on Naruto. Big mistake. One tried to punch behind and Naruto just simply ducked and he hit another Aries kid to the face, knocking him down, and Naruto grabbed that kid from behind and reverse DDT him to the ground. Two more tried to get, but Naruto just combat rolled away from them and then Enzuigiri kick an aware camper from the back of his head, making him fall in front. Naruto got backed up and went back to the two Aries camper and Enzuigiri kick one of them who was charging at him. And the other tried to get Naruto from behind, but he simply got kicked in the stomach, holding it in pain, and Naruto hold him in a 3/4 face lock and jumps backward and performing a backflip in the air. And landing face down, driving him back first down, Skywalker. Naruto saw one of the Aries campers he knocked down early was trying to get up and simply ran up and stomped him in the head, pushing his head to the ground, blackout stomp, knocking him out cold. Well, that was pathetic, thought Naruto as he finished knocking out and beating all his opponents. He saw Percy managed to break Clarice's spear and were still fighting until they heard yelling, elated screams, and they saw Luke racing toward the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by a couple of Hermes guys covering his retreat, and a few Apollos behind them, fighting off the Hephaestus kids. The Aries folks got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. A trick, she shouted. It was a trick. They staggered after Luke, but it was too late. Everybody converged on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. The blue side exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody on the blue team picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. The game was over. They had won. The boys were about to join the celebration when Annabeth's voice, right next to them in the creek, said, "Not bad, heroes." Percy looked around but should not see her. Naruto, however, did. She took of the cap she was wearing and said, "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?" Percy was at first shocked before he pointed to Naruto. "You set us up. You put us here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out." Annabeth shrugged. "I told you, Athena always has a plan. A plan to get me pulverized. I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but," she shrugged. "You didn't need help. Naruto came in pretty quickly and destroyed the Aries campers." Annabeth then looked at Percy's arm. "How did you do that?" "Sword cut," Percy said. "What do you think?" "No, it was a sword cut. Look at it." Naruto noticed it as well since it is already healed up. I don't get it," Percy said, shocked. The blood was gone. Where the huge cut had been, there was a long white scratch, and even that was fading. It turned into a small scar and disappeared. Annabeth was thinking hard. She looked down at his feet, then at Clarice's broken spear, and said, "Step out of the water, Percy." "What? Just do it." Sighing, he got out and looked bone dry. He also looked to have the adrenaline rush gone that he had when fighting. So he fell, but Annabeth quickly supported him. "Oh, sticks," she cursed. "This is not good. I didn't want. I assumed it would be Zeus." Naruto looked at her oddly before he got it as well, but he did not have much time to voice his thoughts because he heard a growl before a loud howl ripped through the forest. The campers, cheering, died instantly. Chiron shouted something in ancient Greek, which he and Percy somehow knew it was, "Stand ready." "My bow." Annabeth drew her sword. The on the rocks just above them was a black hound the size of a rhino, with lava-red eyes and fangs like daggers, and it was looking straight at Percy. Annabeth told him to run, but he was froze in fear at this beast. So she stood in front of him. That didn't do much for him because it just jumped over her and landed right in front of Percy. He fell on his ass as it slashed at him and snarled, "Showing!" its many teeth to the young boy and charging towards him. Naruto opened his palm and a ball of energy formed in his hand and charged at it. Rasengan, and hit the dog, knocking it a good distance back. Jumping away, he cursed as he saw the wound on the beast was healing up. Naruto did a hand sign and sucked some air in and said, "Sweetened water style, severing wave, as high pressure of water cam." Out of Naruto's mouth, piercing the dog through its body, and the dog stopped on its tracks with golden blood coming out of it, and Naruto moved his head vertically up with the high-pressured water unt. The water is no longer in contact with the dog, splitting it in half. "Whoa," said one of the younger Aries campers. There was a murmuring of whispers on how the heck Naruto had done that. So this is the power of a shinobi, and especially of a root Anbu level shinobi. Chiron trotted up next. "Percy. D Immortals," Annabeth said. "That's a hellhound from the Fields of Punishment." They're not supposed to. "Someone summoned it," Chiron said. "Someone inside the camp." Luke came over, the banner in his hand, forgotten, his moment of glory gone. Clarice yelled, "It's all Percy's fault. Percy summoned it." "Be quiet, child," Chiron told her. They watched as what remained of the body of the hellhound melt into shadow, soaking into the ground until it disappeared. "You're wounded," Annabeth told Percy. "Quick, Percy, get in the water." "I'm okay." "No, you're not," she said. "Chiron, watch this." Percy was too tired to argue. He stepped back into the creek, the whole camp gathering around him. He instantly looked a lot better, and the cut on his chest healed up like nothing had happened. "Look, I don't know why," he said, trying to apologize. "I'm sorry, but they were not watching that." He saw that their eyes were above his head. "Percy," Annabeth said, pointing upward. By the time he looked up, the sign was already fading, but he could still make out the hologram of green light. Spinning and gleaming. A three-tipped spear. A trident. "Your father," Annabeth murmured. "This is really not good." "It is determined," Chiron announced. All around Mayhem, campers started kneeling. Even the Ares cabin, though they didn't look happy about it. "My father?" Percy asked, completely bewildered. "Poseidon," said Chiron. "Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." Well, things have just got interesting, thought Naruto. Everyone had moved to the area in the middle of all the cabins. People had been shocked about Percy being the son of Poseidon. Where he, Zeus and Hades swore to the river of Styx, where it is an oath that is powerful that could lead to result worse than death, to swore never to have demigods' children again. And now everyone discovered that Poseidon has also broke their oath along with Zeus. Everyone just looked at the scene in shock, well except for Naruto, since he can't really show emotional expression including shock or surprise. First Zeus, and now Poseidon. Just great, two of the big three broken their oaths. "I swear they really need to keep it in their pants," said Chiron as he put his hand on his head and started shaking a bit. "What oath?" questioned Percy. "Not now, Percy. I'll explain later," said Chiron as he looked at the shocked campers and then shouted around everyone, "Return to your cabins and then go on with your daily life." And with that all the campers headed back to their cabins, and Mr. D just left to do whatever he was doing. Everyone left except for Percy. Naruto and Chiron were left. "Percy, I think you should get all your stuff and head to cabin number 3 since that is father's cabin and stay there from now on," said Chiron, and Percy nodded and head back to the Hermes cabin to get his things and head to the Poseidon cabin. As Chiron was about to leave, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Naruto looking at him. "Chiron, what exactly is this oath?" Does Percy relate to the big three oath they swore?" questioned Naruto, and Chiron just sighed an answer for Naruto. "Okay, the big three swore an oath to the river of Styx, where it is our powerful oath that if you break it, then the consequence would be worse than death. They swore to never have demigod kids again. Zeus was the first to broke it by having Thalia, and now Poseidon has also broke that oath. And you can see why this is a surprise to everyone," explained Chiron, and Naruto just nodded in understanding. "So is that why Hades sent monsters to attack Thalia, because Zeus broke the oath?" Naruto asked, and Chiron nodded. "So what about Percy? Will Hades send something to kill Percy?" "No. Hades and Poseidon have a better relationship, but Hades hates Zeus with passion, and it got worse after what Zeus did to Hades in World War II," said Chiron, as Naruto was going to ask Chiron on what happened between the two in World War II but decided to let it go. Oh right, thanks Chiron for explaining this to me. I going to tell Thalia on what happened moments ago. I see you later Chiron, and with that, Naruto walked away and headed to Thalia's pine tree and Chiron just looked at the back of Naruto walking away. Minato, I just hope your son can regain his humanity and emotion. Chiron thought with a sad smile, and with that, he left the area. Limbo. And then I cut up the hellhound in half with my water technique. As Naruto finished explaining what happened after capture the flag with the hellhound. Okay, so let me get this straight. Thalia yelled, you actually beat a huge hellhound with a water technique. Well, it was my sweetened water style severing wave, where it's kneading chakra in my stomach and converting it into water. Then I'm able to spew it out as a high-pressure stream that is powerful enough to cut cleanly through most objects, rather it's a human being or a large border, and I did cut the hellhound in half, Naruto said. With an emotionless tone and face, and she was smiling sadly. Was that jutsu belong to you? Asked Thalia, and Naruto just shake his head. No, that move was innovated by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and it was passed then to all his students. Had were water users, and I learned that jutsu from one of their descendants. So anyway, anything else I need to know? Yeah, apparently Percy was claimed after that and he was the son of Poseidon, Naruto responded. Making Thalia's eyes widen. Wait, that Percy kid you told me about, are you saying that he is the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, storm, earthquakes and horses, one of the big three who swore to the river of Styx to never have demigod kids again? Said a shocked Thalia with disbelief. Naruto nodded. Thalia doesn't either to laugh at what Naruto said or slap the back of his head for his use of language, but she decided to answer him. Don't know, maybe they realize incest is wrong, but I could be wrong. Thalia giggle a bit, but then look serious. Naruto, things are about to get dangerous now. Percy is now a walking hazard to everyone now, and anything will try to get the opportunity to kill him. I ask you please to protect everyone, including Annabeth, Luke, Grover and E. Then Percy from the danger that is going to happen from now on. Can you do it? Asked Thalia with hopeful eyes to Naruto. Naruto looked at Thalia. She was looking at him with wide pleading eyes and making her look cute. Naruto just sigh and nodded, and Thalia just smile and hugged Naruto. Thank you Naruto, and I know you will protect them with your lives. Thank you. Thalia, can you let go off me? I think it's time for me to return since it's late now, said Naruto, and Thalia responded with a pout but nodded and let go of him. I come back tomorrow, okay? Said Naruto, and she nodded again, and he faded away and returned to reality. Camp Half-Blood Border. As Naruto began to wake up and looked around and shown that it was night time, he got up and headed back to his cabin to go back to sleep. Artemis cabin. Naruto entered his cabin and headed upstairs to his room and headed to his bed and lay down and put his blanket over him. I don't know why, but I got this feeling that I going to be involved in a lot of shit tomorrow, thought Naruto as he let darkness take over him and fell to sleep. Flashback. A very thin and tall in stature, which gave him an overall gangling appearance, was leaning on the back of a boulder. He had long, shaggy, straw-colored blonde hair, and his face was concealed by a white, porcelain mask, with a green-colored triangle on its lower half, slits for eye hole. S and Kurigaku's symbol etched into the top but was cracked, revealing that section was bleeding rapidly. His attire consisted of a sleeveless black shirt, matching pants, complete with a waist guard, and Kurigaku's striped wrist and leg guards, and also wore bandages around his neck. This was Kushimaru Kuriare, another of the greatest generation of the seven swordsmen and the greatest wielder of the Nuibari. The long sword that can pierce everything and sew them together like a needle. He and Jinin Akebino, who wore a dark-colored beard and hair, which he ties into a topknot. His face appears to be rather angular and features a very protuberant nose. He wears a dark-colored poncho cloth over a standard swordsman attire, with a sleeveless dark shirt and matching pants along with a waist guard, pin-striped arm and leg warmers, and the Kiri forehead protector on his head. He also has bandages around his neck. He was also a member of the greatest generation of the seven swordsmen of Kiri and the wielder of the Kabutowari. The blunt sword where the blade can break any defense. They were given a mission by Yagura, the fourth Mizukage to enter Konoha and assassinate the third Hokage. But unfortunately they were intercepted by two Anbu, one was wearing lion mask, the other was wearing a fox mask. They realized that the fox Anbu was the one that killed Jinpachi Munashi stated in the B. Ingo book issued by Kiri to look out for the fox Anbu whose identity was unknown but didn't really care, and they both engaged against the two Anbu to avenge their fallen comrade. Akebiono went to Enga, G'd the lion Anbu, while Kushimaru went on to fight Naruto head-on. They fought in an intense sword fight battle, but in the end Naruto managed to get Nuibari off him by cutting off his hand and kicked him in the head, superkick, knocking him back where he was knocked into a boulder and leaning on it. As he looked up from his position, he saw the fox Anbu or Naruto walking towards him with his katana in hand. He was now in front of Kushimaru. "Any last words?" asked Naruto to Kushimaru. "Yeah, I see you in hell, you piece of shit. I see you there too, but I have orders to do. Goodbye Kushimaru Kuriare," finished Naruto as he grabbed Kushimaru's hair and put him face first on the ground, as Kushimaru was trying to get up. Naruto enhanced his katana with wind and said, "Fuden wind s. Tile slash of the dragon," and swing his katana down to his neck, decapitating his head as his body fell and his head rolled around, leaving a trail of blood everywhere. Naruto then headed towards Jin in Akebino and saw that he was engaged with his partner and headed towards them. As Jinin was about to attack again, he felt a hand on his shoulder and noticed that it was the fox Anbu with blood on his mask. "That means Kushimaru dead," thought Jinin, and before he could react, the fox Anbu said, "Radiant lightning style. Electromagnetic murder." As wave of electricity was power from a small surge to shock an opponent to a powerful stream of lightning capable of ripping through solid rock. Jinin was screaming in pain until he closed his eyes and screamed no more, knowing that he's dead. As Naruto let go of him where the body fell to the ground as the body was toasted and smoke was coming from his body, he looked at his partner and said, "Sai, let's head back and report to Lord Danzo that the mission is complete." Naruto said to the lion Anbu, "What about the body? Leave it, it's no use to us and their body will be used as a message to Kiri." "Roger Naruto. It's Kitsune when I'm in the mask." Sai. Flashback and why am I reliving all these memories? Is my mind starting to get a conscious on killing Kushimaru Kuriare and Jinin Akebino, but they are bloodthirsty killers, but they are only obeying orders, but they did enjoy killing what was in front of them. I don't know anymore, thought Naruto, and then suddenly heard knocking on his door. "Naruto, open the door. I got Percy, we have to get to the big house." Grover's voice came from his door. Naruto got up, put on new clothes on, headed downstairs and opened up the door to reveal Grover. "What does he need us for?" Naruto said, rubbing his eyes. "Just hurry, please." Okay, just fucking wait, let me change first," Naruto said as he walked back in, and a few minutes later, he was in his usual attire. "Okay, let's go." On the way there, Percy looked really nervous for some reason, like he thought he was in trouble for some reason, but Naruto didn't seem to notice, and the son of Poseidon looked at him and asked him, "I don't understand how you can be so calm. I mean, I'm a child that shouldn't have exist. Percy, you're looking at the son of the virgin goddess, well used to be, and you don't see me bitch or act nervous about it. So in my opinion just don't think about and get on with your life," said Naruto, and Percy nodded. Naruto looked up and saw that the sky looked like it was ready to storm and said, "That is one big storm. I wonder it will actually rain." "No," Grover said, "it never rains here unless we want it to." Percy found himself agreeing to this because for as long as they have been here, it never rained. Let alone being overcast at all. "What the heck is that, then?" asked Percy. Grover glanced uneasily at the sky. "It'll pass around us. Bad weather always does. They left it all that, Naruto got the feeling that their half-goat friend was not telling them everything, because to him, that was a massive storm. At the volleyball pit, the kids from Apollo's cabin were playing a morning game against the satyrs. Dionysus's twins were walking around in the strawberry fields, making the plants grow. Everybody was going about their normal business, but they looked tense. They kept their eyes on the storm. Big house. All three walked up to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at the pinnacle table in his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt with his Diet Coke, just as he had on my first day. Chiron sat across the table in his fake wheelchair. They were playing against invisible opponents, 2 sets of cards hovering in the air. Well, Mr. D said without looking up. Our new celebrity. Come closer, Percy. Mr. D said. And don't expect me to bow to you, mortal, just because old Barnacle Beard is your father. He pointed to Percy, even if you were related to those 3. And a net of lightning spread across the clouds above Mr. D, who didn't seem to care. Blah blah blah. Chiron feigned interest in his pinnacle cards. Grover cowered by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. If I had my way, Dionysus said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this LDB against my mission at this cursed camp, to keep you brats safe from harm. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Chiron put in. If it was me, I would just made it look like an accident, but I not actually going to do it, Naruto said, and Percy just looked at him with fear. Too much effort, Dionysus said. Plus Percy wouldn't feel a thing. Nevertheless, I've agreed to restrain myself. I'm thinking of turning you into a dolphin instead, sending you back to your father. Mr. D, Chiron warned, while everyone seemed to be on Percy's case. Oh, all right, Dionysus relented. There's one more option, but it's deadly foolishness. Dionysus rose, and the invisible player's cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If he is still here when I get back, I'll turn Percy into an Atlantic bottlenose. Do you understand, Perseus Jackson? If you're at all smart, you'll see that's a much more sensible choice than what Chiron feels you must do. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became a plastic rectangle. A credit card. No, a security pass. He snapped his fingers. The air seemed to fold and bend around him. He became a hologram, then a wind, then he was gone, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes lingering behind. Chiron smiled and said, I would like you boys to sit down, please. They compiled. Chiron laid his cards on the table, a winning hand he hadn't gotten to use. Tell me, boys, what do you make of the hellhound? It scared me, Percy replied. If Naruto hadn't sliced it in half, I would not be here right now. Heard about them from my mum, and she just told if I see any of those monsters, including the hound, she said I should kill it, Naruto said thoughtfully, making Percy look either grateful or in fear. Trust me, you two will have fought far worse, when you are done. Chiron commented. Done? With what? Asked Percy. Simple. Your blood is very powerful and it repels the weaker monsters, but only the strongest of the monsters will come after you. Chiron explained. Now Percy, what I meant was your joint quest. This kind of quest hasn't been done before, so do you accept it? Depends on what do we have to do, Naruto said with his arms crossed while Percy nodded to his comment. Chiron grimaced. Well, that's the hard part, the details. Thunder rumbled across the valley. The storm's sea clouds had now reached the edge of the beach. The boys looked over and thought it odd that the sea looked to be boiling over. Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus, Percy said. They're fighting over something valuable, something that was stolen. Aren't they? Chiron and Grover exchanged looks. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. How did you know that? Percy looked embarrassed at that for some reason. Quote, the weather since Christmas has been weird, like the sea and the sky are fighting. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. And I've also been having these dreams. I knew it, Grover said. Hush, satyr, Chiron ordered, but it is their quest. Grover's eyes were bright with excitement. It must be, only the oracle can determine. Chiron stroked his bristly beard. Nevertheless, Percy, you correct. Your fathers and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt. Of course Hades is merely egging them on for his own amusement. A what? Percy chuckled nervously. Do not take this lightly, Chiron warned. I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped on both ends with god-level explosives. Thankfully, it has not been used as a sword. Oh, Zeus's master bolt, Chiron said, getting worked up now, the symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are patterned. The first weapon made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans. The bolt that sheared the top off Mount Etna and hurled Kronos from his throne, the master bolt, which packs enough power to make mortal hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers. And it's missing? Asked Percy. Stolen, Chiron said. By who? By you, Percy. And then Percy's jaw dropped. At least, Chiron held up a hand. That's what Zeus thinks. During the winter solstice, at last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon had an argument. The usual nonsense. Mother Rhea always liked you best, air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc. Afterward, Zeus realized his master bolt was missing, taken from the throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Of course he blamed Hades as well. He think it would be useful in the underground, a lot of people know he really couldn't care less about their petty arguments, but he would not stay down if someone accused him of something like that. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power. Eckley, that is forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws. But Zeus believes your father's convinced a human hero to take it. But I didn't. Patience and listen, children, Chiron said. Zeus has good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the master bolt, and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could easily have snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. Okay, so why am I here then? Naruto asked with confusion. I got a Iris message from Uncle Apollo to bring you along with Percy, since it's going to be a benefiting factor with you. Go with Percy on this quest, and there's something waiting for you at this quest. Do not ask. I don't what is waiting ahead for you, Naruto, but it's at the most importance. Okay. Wish I got more info on this matter, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. I never been to Olympus. Is Zeus as crazy? Percy was freaking out. Chiron and Grover glanced nervously at the sky. The clouds didn't seem to be parting around them, as Grover had promised. They were rolling straight over our valley, sealing them in like a coffin lid. Percy, Grover said, we don't use the C word to describe the Lord of the Sky. Perhaps paranoid, Chiron suggested. Then again, Poseidon has tried to unseat Zeus before. I believe that was question 38 on your final exam. He looked at Percy as if he actually expected him to remember question 38. Something about a golden net. I guessed. Poseidon and Hera and a few other gods. They, trapped Zeus and wouldn't let him out until he promised to be a better ruler, right? Correct, Percy, Chiron said. And Zeus has never trusted Poseidon since. Of course, Poseidon denies stealing the master bolt. He took great offense at the accusation. The two have been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war. Hades just said he didn't, not feeling like starting a war, for he already has too much work. And now, you two have come along the proverbial last straw. But I'm a just kid. Percy freaked. Percy, Grover cut in, if you were Zeus, and you already thought your brothers was plotting to overthrow you, then your brothers suddenly admitted that they had broken the sacred oath he took after World War II, that they have fathered a couple of new mortal heroes who might be used as a weapon against you. Wouldn't that put a twist in your toga? But I didn't do anything. Poseidon, my dad, he didn't really have this master bolt stolen, did he? Chiron sighed. Most thinking observers would agree that thievery is not Poseidon's style. But the sea god is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that. Zeus has demanded that they return the bolt by the summer solstice. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date. Just that this matter be solved before he is overloaded. I hope that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the two brothers see sense. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus's temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes, unless the master bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Bad. Percy guessed. Imagine the world in chaos. Nature at war with itself. Olympians forced to choose sides between Zeus and Poseidon. Destruction. Carnage. Millions dead. Western civilization turned into a battleground so big it will make the Trojan War look like a water balloon fight. Bad. Percy repeated. This like Kiri and Yagura all over again, said Naruto as he put his right hand on his head. And you, Percy Jackson, shall be the first to feel Zeus's wrath. Percy had a dumbstruck look on his face. So we have to find the stupid bolt, Percy said, and return it to Zeus. Pretty much, Percy, answered Naruto. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon return Zeus's property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? Percy asked. I believe I know. Chiron's expression was grim. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me, now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell me where the bolt is beforehand? Percy asked. Because if I did, you would be too afraid to accept the challenge. Percy swallowed. Good reason. You agree then? Percy looked to Grover, who nodded, and then to Naruto, who looked ready for anything. They nodded to each other, and at the same time, they said, we accept. Besides, it is better than being turned into a dolphin. Percy stated. Then it's time you two consulted the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs to the attic. When you come back down, assuming you're still sane, we will talk more. Attic. Percy and Naruto went up 4 floors that ended under a green trapdoor. Percy pulled the cord and it swung open to reveal a ladder. The warm air from above smelled like mildew and rotten wood and something else, something that Percy remembered from biology class about snakes. Of course it really smelled bad, so they covered their faces as they went up. The attic was filled with Greek hero junk. Armor stands covered in cobwebs, once bright shields pitted with rust, old leather steamer trunks plastered with stickers saying ITHAKA, Circe's Isle, and Land of the Amazons. One long table was stacked with glass. Jars filled with pickled things, severed hairy claws, huge yellow eyes, various other parts of monsters. A dusty mounted trophy on the wall looked like a giant snake's head, but with horns and a full set of shark's teeth. The plaque read, Hydra Head No. 1, Woodstock, NY, 1969. By the window, sitting on a wooden tripod stool, was the most gruesome memento of all, a mummy. Not the wrapped in cloth kind, but a human female body shriveled to a husk. She wore a tie-dyed sundress, lots of beaded necklaces, and a headband over long black hair. The skin of her face was thin and leathery over her skull, and her eyes were glassy white slits, as if the real eyes had been replaced by marbles. She'd been dead a long, long time. Percy got a freaked-out look on his face while Naruto didn't seem to really care. Then, a green mist poured from the mummy's mouth, coiling over the floor in thick tendrils, hissing like 20,000 snakes. Percy fell over and tried to get out, but the trapdoor was shut tight. Naruto was stone still as he glared at the mist, not liking this. Then they heard a voice in their heads. I am the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Approach, seekers, and ask. Naruto could tell this was freaking out Percy, so he put a hand on his shoulder and it seemed to work some. Looking back at it, he had to admit it was a bit creepy. That green mist was its form of speaking to them, and it did not feel evil like some things they had encountered so far. So he would give it a chance, and it seemed Percy would too. What is my destiny? They asked at the same time. The mist swirled more thickly, collecting right in front of them. And around the table with the pickled monster part jars. Suddenly there were 4 men sitting around the table, playing cards, and a bandaged man standing next to them. Their faces became clearer. It was Smelly Gabe and his buddies, as Percy told Naruto about them, along with his former lord and master, Danzo Shiomara. Danzo turned toward them and spoke in the rasping voice of the oracle and said, 2 Child of the Moon shall meet face to face, said Danzo. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned, said Gabe. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned, one of Gabe's friend. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, said Gabe's other friend. You shall fail to save what matters most, in the end, said Eddie, who was one Gabe's friends. And the two chill. D of the moon shall be train in the city of the whirlpool, and Danzo said again. The figures began to dissolve, and as the mist retreated, coiling into a huge green serpent and slithering back into the mouth of the mummy, Percy cried. Wait, what do you mean? What friend? What will I fail to save? The tail of the mist snake disappeared into the mummy's mouth. She reclined back against the wall. Her mouth closed tight, as if it hadn't been open in 100 years. The attic was silent again, abandoned, nothing but a room full of mementos. Come one, Percy said shakily. Let's get out of here, this place is creeping me out. Tilda downstairs. Tilda. Well, Chiron asked. She said we would retrieve what was stolen. Percy sighed. Grover sat forward, chewing excitedly on the remains of a Diet Coke can. That's great. What did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. She said we would go west and face a god who had turned. We would retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. I knew it, Grover said. Chiron didn't look satisfied. Anything else? Naruto saw that Percy didn't want to speak about the betrayal part, so Naruto decided to talk about his part. To me, she said that two child of the moon shall meet face to face and they both will be trained in the city of the whirlpool, as Naruto told Chiron his part of the prophecy and Chiron told Naruto to go on. I think I have to meet this other child of the moon and train with him in this city of the whirlpool, said Naruto, and Chiron was satisfied with Naruto's answer. Well, if that the case, hope you have a good training trip and hopefully meet this other child of the moon, Chiron said to Naruto and turned back to Percy. Anything particular to add, Percy? No, Percy said. That's about it. I see, Chiron said as he studied Percy's face. Just know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Okay, Percy said, anxious to change topics. So where do we go? Who's this god in the west? Think, Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. The boy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who harbors a grudge, who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions. Someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children, an oath that all three of them have now broken. Hades, Percy said. Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. A scrap of aluminum dribbled out of Grover's mouth. Whoa, wait, what? A fury came after Percy, Chiron reminded him. She watched the Ong men until she was sure of their identity, then tried to kill him. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Yes, but Hades hates all heroes, Grover protested. Especially if he has found out Percy is a son of Poseidon. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a spy here. He must suspect Poseidon will try to use Percy to clear his name. Hades would very much like to kill this young half-blood before he can take on the quest. Great. Two major gods, what to kill me? Percy mumbled. Naruto looked at Percy and said, Percy, things ahead will be complicated from now on and there will be monsters, gods or whatever the fuck is going to come for you, be you. I'll follow to your quest to protect you and finish your quest. I don't know if I doing this as a friend or not, but I will protect your ass and get you to finish this fucking quest. Hey, thanks Naruto, Percy replied with a smile. But a quest too? Grover swallowed. I mean, couldn't the Master Bolt be in some place like Maine? Maine's very nice this time of year. Hades sent a minion to steal the Master Bolt, Chiron insisted. He hid it in the underworld, knowing full well that Zeus would blame Poseidon. I don't pretend to understand the Lord of the Dead's motives perfectly, or why he chose this time to start a war. But one thing is certain. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. Grover started trembling. He'd started eating pinnacle cards like potato chips. The poor guy needed to complete a quest with Percy or Naruto so he could get his searcher's license, whatever that was. You're saying we're being used. Percy stated, irritable about this information. I'm saying it's no accident that your father have claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but they're in desperate situations. They need you. Well, Percy, now we have to save you. Our dad's ass and prove he is innocent of not stealing the bolt. Naruto sighed, realizing you got himself in a shitload of work because of Percy and his uncle, and Grover nodded to that. You've known I was Poseidon's son all along, haven't you? Percy accused. I had my suspicions. As I said, I've spoken to the Oracle, too. Chiron said calmly. So let me get this straight, Percy said. We're PPOSED go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Check, Chiron stated. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Check, Naruto said with a bored tone. And get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice. In 10 days. That's about right, Chiron said. Did I mention that Maine is very nice this time of year? Grover asked weakly as he gulped down an ace of hearts. You don't have to go, Percy told him. I can't ask that of you. He took a deep breath, then stood, brushing the shredded cards and aluminum bits off his t-shirt. You guys saved my life. If you're serious about wanting me along, I won't let you down. That made Percy smile because he wanted another friend with him, and Naruto nodded with respect. All the way, G-man, Percy said, and then turned to Chiron. So where do we go? The Oracle just said to go west. The entrance to the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age, just like Olympus. Right now, of course, it's in America. Where? Naruto asked. Chiron looked surprised. I thought that would be obvious enough. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Oh, Percy said, naturally. So we just get on a plane. No, Grover shrieked. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? Percy shook his head in the negative. Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you in an airplane. You would be in Zeus's domain. You would never come down again alive. Okay, Percy said, determined not to look at the storm. So, we'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. 2 companions may accompany you. Grover is one. The other has already volunteered, if you will accept her help. Gee, Percy said, feigning surprise while smirking to Naruto, who did the same. Who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? The blonde looked behind Chiron to see his fellow blonde behind the man. He just went behind Chiron and took something off, which is a Yankees hat, and Annabeth shimmered into existence for all to see. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, seaweed brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon, but if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. She then turned to Naruto and said, besides, we got the ninja assassin here to protect us if we need it. Naruto, there is one thing I am having trouble understanding. Can you see me even if I am invisible? I heard your footsteps when you came in here, and I also heard your breathing and humming from the spot you were breathing. If you want advice on shelf, don't speak or breath and stay quiet. Oh. Annabeth blushed for trying to be sneaky around a ninja, especially a censor-type ninja. If you do say so yourself, Percy said with a smirk. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl. Her cheeks colored. Do you want my help or not? The 4 of us will work just fine, Percy said in return, happy to be traveling with people he knows and trusts. Excellent, Chiron said. This afternoon, we can take you as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you are on your own. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadows that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. Already done it, Naruto commented as he reached into his back pocket and is now holding a scroll with all the necessary things he need for survival. I got everything I need right in here. You have got to teach me about Fujutsu, Annabeth said with wide eyes. Maybe, after this trip or after my training with the other child of the moon, but see if you have the energy to do it, Naruto said thoughtfully. Thank you, Naruto, I can't wait, said Annabeth with a bright smile on her face. I gonna talk to Thalia and tell her about this my meeting with this child of the moon. And protecting your ass in this quest. With that, Naruto shunshin to the tree. All three just looked at the spot Naruto just disappeared at with shock expression, but then Grover changed his express Scion to a cheerful expression and shouted, "That was freaking awesome." And Percy and Annabeth just nodded at the badass teleporting move Naruto just performed. Limbo. Wait. Thalia cut in, stopping Naruto's explanation. You are telling me that you, Annabeth, Grover, and Percy are going a quest to get my father's lightning bolt before the winter solstice? Pretty much yes, and if it isn't returned to Zeus, then Percy going to be smite by Zeus and world war with Zeus and Poseidon beating the crap out of each other, replied Naruto. You know, I am not surprised. Thalia deadpanned. Ah well, looks like we're going to hell. I always wanted to go there, Naruto shrugged. Why, that's where I'm going, or as Yomi, since I'm also Shinto. Thalia wanted to say something about that but let it slide for now. And let's hope you and the others would make it out in one piece, said a concerned Thalia. Yeah, let's hope. Well anyway, I better get going. I will see you later, Thalia. Naruto said as he started fading away from Limbo. Thalia had an unsure face at first, but just waked forward and planted a kiss on Naruto's fading cheek, shocking the boy greatly. Good luck, Naruto, she said as he disappeared. She then sighed. He probably won't get it. And it's even harder if you don't feel love. Camp Half-Blood Boulder. As they waited Naruto at the camp's boulder, they saw him. Body flickered here, surprising everyone except Krian since he got used to Minato and other nin teleporting around him. Okay guys, let's go, said Naruto, and all nodded and was about to go until Krian stopped Naruto. Naruto, I know this is Percy's quest, but you're the only one with much experience. Can you look after them please? Asked Krian. Naruto nodded, which got him to smile. Thanks Naruto. I know I can count on you, Chiron said. This is Argus. He will drive you into the city, and, well, keep an eye on things. They heard footsteps behind them. They saw Luke came running up the hill, carrying basketball shoes. Hey, Luke said. Glad I caught you. Annabeth blushed, the way she always did when Luke was around. Just wanted to say good luck, he said to Percy. And I thought, maybe you could use these. He handed Percy the sneakers, which looked pretty normal. Luke said, Maya. White bird's wings sprouted out of the heels, startling Percy so much, he dropped them. The hose flapped around on the ground until the wings folded up and disappeared. Awesome, Grover said. Luke smiled. Those served me well when I was on my quest. Gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use much these days, he said with a sad expression. Percy didn't know what to say. Hey, man, he said. Thanks. Listen, Percy, Naruto, Luke looked uncomfortable. A lot of hopes are riding on both of you. So just kill some monsters for me, okay? Don't worry with Percy's luck, we might just run into a few, Naruto said calmly. Hey, Percy shouted. Naruto just ignored him and walked away. Don't waste more time. I see you by the van, he said and disappeared. Percy and Luke shook hands. Luke patted the Grover's head between his horns, and then gave a goodbye hug to Annabeth, who looked like she might pass out. After Luke was gone, Percy said to her, You're hyperventilating. I'm not. You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you? Oh, why'd I want to go anywhere with you, Percy? Annabeth stomped down the other side of the hill, where a white SUV waited on the shoulder of the road. Naruto and Argus were already there. Percy picked up the flying shoes and he had a sudden bad feeling. He looked at Chiron. I won't be able to use these, will I? Chiron shook his head. Luke meant well, Percy. But taking to the air, that would not be wise for you. Percy nodded, disappointed, but then he got an idea. Hey, Grover, you want a magic item? Grover's eyes lit up. Me. Pretty laced the sneakers over his fake feet. Maya, he shouted. He got off the ground. Okay, B.U. He then fell over sideways so his backpack dragged through the grass. The winged shoes kept bucking up and down like tiny broncos. Practice, Chiron called after him. You just need practice. Ah. Grover went flying sideways down the hill like a possessed lawnmower, heading toward the van. Before Percy could follow, Chiron caught his arm. I should have trained you better, Percy, he said. If only I had more time. Hercules. Jason, they all got more training. That's okay. I just wish, Percy said, but stopped himself, not wanting to sound selfish and not getting a magical item to help him on his quest. What am I thinking? Chiron cried. I can't let you get away without this. He pulled a pen from his coat pocket and handed it to Percy. It was an ordinary disposable ballpoint, black ink, removable cap. Probably cost 30 cents. Gee, Percy said. Thanks, Percy. That's a gift from your father. I've kept it for years, not knowing you were who I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the one. Quote. Percy remembered the field trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Chiron had thrown him a pen that turned into a sword. He took off the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier in his hand. In half a second, he held a shimmering bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt riveted with gold studs. It was the first weapon that actually felt balanced in his hand. The sword has a long and tragic history that we need not go into, Chiron told me. Its name is Anaklusmos, Riptide, Percy translated, surprised the ancient Greek came so easily. Use it only for emergencies, Chiron said, and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword wouldn't harm them in any case. Percy looked at the wickedly sharp blade. What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? How could it not? The sword is celestial bronze. Forged by the Cyclops, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, cooled in the river Lethe. It's deadly to monsters, to any creature from the underworld, provided they don't kill you first. But the blade will pass through mortals like an illusion. They, simply are not important enough for the blade to kill. And I should warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by either celestial or normal weapons. You are twice as vulnerable. Good to know. Now recap the pen. Percy touched the pen cap to the sword tip and instantly Riptide shrank to a ballpoint pen again. He tucked it in his pocket, a little nervous, because he was famous for losing pens at school. You can't, Chiron said. Can't what? Percy asked. Lose the pen, Chiron said. It is enchanted. It will always reappear in your pocket. Try it. Percy was wary, but he threw the pen as far as he could down the hill and watched it disappear in the grass. It may take a few moments, Chiron said. Now check your pocket. Percy noticed pen was there. Okay. That's extremely cool, Percy admitted. But what if a mortal sees me pulling out a sword? Chiron smiled. Mist is a powerful thing, Percy. Mist. Yes. Read the Iliad. It's full of references to the stuff. Whenever divine or monstrous elements mix with the mortal world, they generate mist, which obscures the vision of humans. You will see things just as they are, being a half-blood, but humans will interpret things quite differently. Remarkable, really, the lengths to which humans will go to fit things into their version of reality. Percy placed Riptide back in his pocket. Chiron, Percy said, when you say the gods are immortal, I mean, there was a time before them, right? 4 ages before them, actually. The time of the Titans was the 4th age, sometimes called the Golden Age, which is definitely a misnomer. The time of Western civilization and the rule of Zeus, is the 5th age. So what was it like, before the gods? Chiron pursed his lips. Even I am not old enough to remember that, child. But I know it was a time of darkness and savagery for mortals. Kronos, the lord of the Titans, called his reign the Golden Age because men lived innocent and free of all knowledge. But that was mere propaganda. The Titan King cared nothing for your kind except as appetizers or a source of cheap entertainment. It was only in the early reign of Lord Zeus, when Prometheus the good Titan brought fire to humanity, that your species began to progress, and even then Prometheus was branded a radical thinker. Zeus punished him severely, as you may recall. Of course, eventually the gods warmed to humans, and Western civilization was born. But the gods can't die now, right? I mean, as long as Western civilization is alive, they're alive. So, even if we failed, nothing could happen so bad it would mess up everything, right? Chiron gave him a melancholy smile. No one knows how long the age of the West will last, Percy. The gods are immortal, yes. But, then, so were the Titans. They still exist, locked away in their various prisons, forced to endure endless pain and punishment, reduced in power, but still very much alive. May the fates forbid that the gods should ever suffer such a doom, or that we should ever return to the darkness and chaos of the past. All we can do, child, is follow our destiny. Good luck in your quest. Percy and humanities is now in your hand, and good luck, with T. Hat Crean left and Percy headed towards the van. Argus drove them out of the countryside and into western Long Island. Percy felt weird to be on a highway again. Annabeth and Grover sitting next to him. And Naruto was sitting on the front seat, as if they were normal carpoolers. After 2 weeks at Half-Blood Hill, the real world seemed like a fantasy. Naruto noticed Percy was staring at every McDonald's, every kid in the back of his parents' car, every billboard and shopping mall. So far so good, Percy said. 10 miles and not a single monster. Annabeth gave him an irritated look. It's bad luck to talk that way. Seaweed brain. Remind me again, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you. Could have fooled me. Annabeth folded her cap of invisibility. Look, we're just not supposed to get along, okay? Our parents are rivals. Why? She sighed. How many reasons do you want? One time my mom caught Poseidon with his girlfriend in Athena's temple, which is hugely disrespectful. Another time, Athena and Poseidon competed to be the patron god for the city of Athens. Your dad created some stupid saltwater spring for his gift. My mom created the olive tree. The people saw that her gift was better, so they named the city after her. They must really like olives. Oh, forget it. Now, if she'd invented pizza that I could understand. I said, forget it. As Percy and Annabeth continued to agree, Naruto told Grover to wake him up when they got to their destination, and he nodded, and with that Naruto fell asleep. Greyhound Station. Traffic slowed them down in Queens. By the time they got into Manhattan it was sunset and starting to rain. Argus dropped them at the Greyhound Station on the Upper East Side, not far from Percy's mom and Gabe's apartment. Percy saw TYPED to a mailbox was a soggy flyer with his picture on it. Have you seen this boy? He ripped it down before Annabeth and Grover could notice, but Naruto already saw it. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got bus tickets, and then drove away, the eye on the back of his hand opening to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot. Naruto noticed that Percy was looking off into the distance, probably thinking about his home. Grover shouldered Percy's backpack. You want to know why she married him, Percy? He said. Percy stared at him. Were you reading my mind or something? Just your emotions. Grover shrugged. Guess I forgot to tell you satyrs can do that. You were thinking about your mom and your stepdad, right? Percy nodded, wondering what else Grover might have forgotten to tell him. Your mom married Gabe for you, Grover told me. You call him smelly, but you've got no idea. The guy has this aura. Yuck. I can smell him from here. I can smell traces of him on you, and you haven't been near him for a week. Quote, thanks, Percy said. Where's the nearest shower? You should be grateful, Percy. Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside his Camaro, I knew, Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters a long time ago. Your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. She must have loved you a lot to put up with that guy, if that makes you feel any better. It didn't, but Percy forced himself not to show it. I'll see her again, he thought. She isn't gone. Percy stared a little more into the distance until they had to move on. Hey, the bus is here. Come on, let's go, said Naruto and nodded. As they got on the bus that is heading to New Jersey and got on and find a spot to sit in. The bus was filled and their trip to New Jersey has started, and since it might take a while to get there, he decided to rest up a bit. Hey guys, I going to take a nap, so when we get there, wake me up, will? Asked Naruto and all nodded. Thanks. And with that Naruto went darkness take over him and falls asleep. Flashback. A man with spiky, light brown hair, prominent jaw lines and green eyes. He is wearing the standard Iwagakure flak jacket and single-sleeved shirt underneath, leaving the entirety of his right arm exposed except for the presence of his forehead protector, wrapped around the upper portion of the arm. This is Gari of the explosion release. He processed the explosion. Kekkei Genkai, where it utilize explosive chakra in combat, allowing them to cause explosions in objects they come into contact with. He is currently in Valley and trying to get away from the enemy that is chasing him. He was given a simple mission to take down some Konoha nin with 4 other Iwa nin, but was ambushed by Konohas Anbu, about 5 or 6 of them, and has managed to take down all 4 of his comrade. He managed Ed to take 2 of them, but knew he doesn't have a chance and decided to escape. As he looked back and saw no one behind him and sigh and thought that he lost them, but was only later look in front only OC a knee to his face as the knee strike him in the face and knocked him down to the floor, laying face down. As he looked up, he saw a Anbu of a fox-like mask and realized this was the Kitsune of Konoha, the shinobi who managed to kill 3 of Kiri's greatest 7 swordsmen of the current generation. And the fox Anbu looked down at him and simply said, "Any last words? You may kill me, tree hugger, but Iwa and Onoki will have your head for this. I may die today, but I will not be given pity from my enemy, including you Konoha scum. Very well then, may you find peace." As Naruto picked Ri up and hold him in a guillotine choke while standing, he then applied pressure to his neck and proceeded to twist his neck, snapping his neck with a sicking snap sound, and dropped his body on the floor. Naruto then walked away, heading back to his team and head back to Konoha to report to Lord Danzo. Flashback and Naruto suddenly heard a commotion going on that disrupted his sleep and peeked an eye open to see what was going on. What he saw was the bus pretty much empty, except Annabeth and Grover were there with what to be 3 women that have leathery wings like bats, claws, a mouth full of yellow fangs and glowing eyes, speaking to the 2, but there was no sign of Percy, probably wearing Annabeth's cap. Are these the 3 Furies Mom told me about? Thought Naruto as he still continued to look without anyone noticing he's awake. So these are the goddesses of vengeance. Alecto the angry, Megara, the grudging, and Tizaphan the avenger. Seems they are trying to stop us with this quest. Might as well play possum for a while. And with that, Naruto pretended to go back to sleep. As Alecto continued to interrogate Annabeth and Grover on the whereabouts of Percy, and then she noticed Naruto sleeping in the corner. Megara, keep an eye on these brats. Tizaphan, take care of the son of Artemis before he wakes up, and I look for C-spawn, commended Alecto, and all nodded as Alecto bega to go outside the bus to look for Percy, and Tizaphan headed towards Naruto, hoping to strike him down while vulnerable. As she arrived, she looked down at the sleeping form of Naruto. So pathetic for a shinobi, letting himself be defenseless and vulnerable, smirked Tizaphan with arrogance as she grabbed Naruto, and suddenly he proofed out of existence, surprising her, but then felt her presence behind her. Who said I left myself vulnerable? But you just easily made this easy for me. Goodbye, whispered Naruto to her as he formed a Rasengan in his hand and shoved it through her, leaving in pain until she dissolved to gold dust. Tizaphan, screamed Megara, you will pay for that, boy. As she flew towards Naruto in rage and failed to notice Naruto already finished performing a hand sign. Iton, water release, water dragon bullet. As Naruto blew water out of his mouth, forming a Chinese dragon figure out of water as it went towards Megara, opened its mouth and bite Megara and rams her outside the bus, leaving her soak in water, laying down. As Naruto headed towards, she quickly got back up and went straight to Naruto, but he just moved out of the way. As Megara turned back to him, he just simply Enzuigiri kick her to the side of the head, knocking her down face down and slowly tired to get up. As Naruto gathered chakra to his left foot to straighten it and running towards her, ND blackout stomp her to the head, splatting her head everywhere with golden blood everywhere as well, and soon later dissolved into gold dust. As Annabeth and Grover looked on in shock and fear, not only did Naruto bet 2 of the Furies, but he made it look easy. But what scared them was how he killed them. He did it so ruthlessly and shown no mercy. So this is what Korean meant by root Anbu being ruthless and emotionless, thought Annabeth with fear. But Naruto didn't notice their expression but was looking around for Alecto until he saw her and Percy fighting, and Annabeth and Grover noticed as well and headed towards Percy. Perseus Jackson, Alecto said, in an accent that was definitely from somewhere further south than Georgia. You have offended the gods. You shall die. I liked you better as a math teacher, Percy said to her. She growled. Annabeth and Grover moved up behind the Furies cautiously, looking for an opening. Percy took the ballpoint pen out of his pocket and uncapped it. Riptide elongated into a shimmering double-edged sword. she growled. Submit now, she hissed. And you will not suffer eternal torment. Nice try, Percy said to her. Percy, look out, Annabeth cried. Mrs. Dodds lashed her whip around Percy's sword hand while the Furies on the either side lunged at him. Percy felt like his hand wrapped in molten lead, but he managed not to drop Riptide. He stuck the Fury on the left with its hilt, sending her toppling backward into a seat. As he managed to slash her on her shoulder, she was about to rush towards Percy again, but Annabeth got Mrs. Dodd's eye. NA wrestlers hold and yanked her backward while Grover ripped the whip out of her hands. Ow, he yelled. Ow, hot, hot. The Fury Percy had hilt slammed came at him again, talons ready, but he swung. Riptide and she broke open like a piñata. Mrs. Dodds was trying to get Annabeth off her back. She kicked, clawed, hissed and bit, but Annabeth held on while Grover got Mrs. Dodds's legs tied up in her own whip. Finally they both shoved her backward into the aisle. Mrs. Dodds tried to get up, but she didn't have room to flap her bat wings, so she kept falling down. Zeus will destroy you, she promised. Hades will have your soul. Bracchus meas vesamini, Percy yelled, which oddly meant, eat my pants. Alecto somehow managed to get free herself, but before she could attack him. She sudden L.Y. heard. Sweden water release severing wave. As Alecto was pierced Alecto in the chest and looked to see Naruto pouring out the water of his mouth, and he moved his vertically, resulting to her to be split in half and later turned to gold dust. Suddenly, thunder shook the bus. Get away from the bus, Annabeth yelled. Now, they rushed outside and found the other passengers wandering around in a daze, arguing with the driver. Or running around in circles, yelling, "We're going to die." A Hawaiian-shirted tourist with a camera snapped Percy's photograph before he could recap his sword. Our bags, Grover realized. We left our. Boom. The windows of the bus exploded as the passengers ran for cover. Lightning shredded a huge crater in the roof. Let's go, Naruto said. We don't need more problems. Then he disappeared with Annabeth, Percy and Grover from there. Omake. Ika discover. As the Strolls were wandering around the mass hall thinking of a prank to do, but they then Otis on the spot where Naruto usually sit was a bright orange book titled, Ika, Paradise, by Jiraiya the Toad Sage on it. Must be Naruto's, think we should return this to him? Asked Connor. Quote, yeah we should, but I think he wouldn't mind us if we read what's this novel is about, replied Travis, and Connor nodded. As they both opened the book and began to read each page, their face grew a dark blush after reading the first few chapters. Damn, mutter Connor. You got that right, let's show this with the other guys. And with that they left the mass hall and to spread the wonder of Ika to their fellow men. And soon they found Charles, Luke, Lee and Michael talking to one another and headed to them. Hey guys, guess what Naruto had with him all this time, said Connor. What? Asked all four guys. This. Travis revealing the Ika book, which confused them, but then said, come on, come here and read with us and you will find out. As the four got around Connor and Travis and started reading the book. As they read each chapter, they slowly began to grow a dark blush and even darker later until they turned to the next page and slowly read it until they all had nosebleed. Launched out of their nose and hit they ground behind them, knockout with perverted grin on their faces. Approximately 20 minutes tilde. As Krian and Mr. D were walking around camp, they noticed 6 boys were set out with perverted grins on their faces with blood dripping out of their nose. My God, what the hell happened? Said a shocked Krian. I think I know, said Mr. D as he walked towards Travis and took the orange book out of his hand. It seems Artemis' son is a fan of this Jiraiya's series. Can't wait for her to find out about this. As they both laughed and walked away with the book in hand, leaving behind the 6 perverted boys. Okay, chapter 6 is done. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Chapter 7. Damn it, don't you all go die on me. Naruto thought in his mind as he was rushing towards Percy and the others' location. Damn it, I should have left a fucking clone with them. As Naruto reached to his destination, he saw Percy was hiding behind a statue and a snake-like woman who's tall, old with wrinkled, coffee-colored skin and snakes for hair with long, elegant, wrinkled hands. She wore a long black gown, and her face is a shimmering pale circle under her black veil. So that's Medusa. Better not look at her directly in the eyes. Better use sensor sense, thought Naruto as he closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. Now I should go down there and kill her right away, but if I do that, I'll be babying Percy then. I already saved his ass twice, better let him deal with this. Better made sure Annabeth and Grover are alright, thought Naruto as he sensed for their presence and found them to be okay. Good, better find a good spot to enjoy the show, as Naruto went to find a good spot to see how Percy do and decided to go on the roof and look from upside down. Percy and Medusa. Such a pity to destroy a handsome young face, Auntie M said to Percy soothingly. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. Percy fought the urge to obey. Instead he looked to one side and saw one of those glass spheres people put the gardens a gazing ball. He could see Auntie M's dark reflection in the orange glass. Her headdress was gone, revealing her face as a shimmering pale circle. Her hair was moving, writhing like serpents. Auntie M, how could I have been so stupid? He thought. The gray-eyed one did this to me, Percy, Medusa said. And she didn't sound anything like a monster. Annabeth's mother, the cursed Athena, turned me from a beautiful woman into this. Don't listen to her, Annabeth's voice shouted, somewhere in the statuary. Run, Percy. Silence, Medusa snarled. Then her voice modulated back to a comforting purr. You see why I must destroy the girl, Percy. She is my enemy's daughter. I shall crush her statue to dust. But you, dear Percy, you need not suffer. No, Percy muttered. He tried to make his legs move. Do you really want to help the gods? Medusa asked. Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest, Percy? What will happen if you reach the underworld? Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue. Less pain, less pain. Suddenly an invisible force slammed on Medusa and sent her away from Percy. Erg, she yelled, her snake hair hissing and spitting. Percy scrambled away and hid in the statuary. Right next to him, Annabeth's voice said, Percy. Quote, Percy jumped so high his feet nearly cleared a garden gnome. Geez, don't do that. Annabeth took off her Yankees cap and became visible. You have to cut her head off. What, are you crazy? Let Naruto handle her. Percy, you have to do this your own, Naruto said, appeared to be standing upside down from the roof. Percy asked as he looked up to him from the roof, why? Percy, I won't always be there to protect you. You have to learn to defend yourself, so toughen up and kill that bitch of a monster. Percy, you bet Electo remember, Naruto said. But you killed her. Yes, after you defeated her before I killed her. You can do it, you don't need me. Percy. Percy was unsure about that, but Annabeth said, Medusa is a menace. She's evil. I'd kill her myself, but, she swallowed, as if she were about to make a difficult admission. But you've got the better weapon. Besides, I'd never get close to her. She'd slice me to bits because of my mother. You've got a chance. What? I can't. Percy said. Look, do you want her turning more innocent people into statues? She pointed to a pair of statue lovers, a man and a woman with their arms around each other. Turned to stone by the monster. Annabeth grabbed a green gazing ball from a nearby pedestal. A polished shield would be better. She studied the sphere critically. The convexity will cause some distortion. The reflection's size should be off by a factor of, would you speak English? I am, Annabeth said, and she tossed him the glass ball. Just look at her in the glass. Never look at her directly. Hey, guys, Grover yelled somewhere above them. I think she's unconscious. Ruer, maybe not, Grover corrected. Hurry up, Annabeth said. She whipped her Yankees cap onto her head and vanished. Good luck, Percy, Grover said. He went into hiding. Good luck, Naruto said. Use the lessons Chiron taught you back in school, use your brain on this one. As he said from the roof and hang upside down. Easy for you, Percy thought. He took out his pen and uncapped it. The bronze blade of Riptide elongated in his hand. He followed the hissing and spitting sounds of Medusa's hair. He kept his eyes locked on the gazing ball so he would only glimpse a Medusa's reflection, not the real thing. Then, In the green-tinted glass, he saw her. He yelled, "Hey!" Percy advanced on her, which wasn't easy. Holding a sword and a glass ball. She let him approach 20 feet, 10 feet. He saw the reflection of her face. Surely it wasn't really that ugly. The green SWIRLS of the gazing ball must be distorting it, making it look worse, he thought. "You wouldn't harm an old woman, Percy," Medusa said. "I know you wouldn't." Percy hesitated, fascinated by the face he saw reflected in the glass, the eyes that seemed to burn straight through the green tint, making his arms go weak. "Percy, don't listen to her," Grover shouted from his hiding. Medusa cackled. Too late. She lunged at Percy with her talons. Percy slashed up with his sword, and then heard a sickening shock. Then a hiss like wind rushing out of a cavern, the sound of a monster disintegrating. Sommet. Hing fell to the ground next to his foot. It took all his willpower not to look. He could feel the warm ooze soaking into his sock, little dying snake heads tugging at his shoelaces. "Oh, yuck," Grover said. His eyes were still tightly closed. "Mega yuck." Annabeth came up next to him, her eyes fixed on the sky. She was holding Medusa's black veil. She said, "Don't move." Very, very carefully, without looking down. She knelt and draped the monster's head in black cloth, then picked it up. It was still dripping green juice. "Good job, Percy," Naruto said as he fell down from the roof and landed behind them, freaking them out. "Don't do that, Naruto," Annabeth shouted. Naruto ignored her and asked Percy, "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Percy decided, though he felt like throwing up his double cheeseburger. Why didn't the head evaporate?" he asked. "Once you sever it, it becomes a spoil of war," Annabeth said. "Same as your Minotaur's horn. But don't unwrap the head. It can still petrify you." Percy recapped his sword. Together, they stumbled back to the warehouse. They found some old plastic grocery bags behind the snack counter and double-wrapped Medusa's head. They plopped it on the table where they had eaten dinner and sat around it. Percy said, "So we have Athena to thank for this monster." Annabeth flashed him an irritated look. "Your dad, actually. Don't you remember? Medusa was Poseidon's girlfriend. They decided to meet in my mother's temple. That's why Athena turned her into a monster. Medusa and her two sisters who had helped her get into the temple, they became the three Gorgons. That's why Medusa wanted to slice me up, but she wanted to preserve you as a nice statue. She's still sweet on your dad. You probably reminded her of him." Percy's face was burning. "Oh, so now it's my fault we met Medusa." Annabeth straightened. In a bad imitation of Percy's voice, she said, "It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm?" "Forget it," Percy said. "You're impossible. You're insufferable. Hey," Grover interrupted. "You two are giving me a migraine, and satyrs don't even get migraines." "What are you going to do with the head, Percy?" Naruto asked. Percy stared at the thing. One little snake was hanging out of a hole in the plastic. The words printed on the side of the bag said, "We appreciate your business." He was angry, not just with Annabeth or her mom, but with all the gods for this whole quest, for getting them blown off the road and in two major fights the very first day out from camp. At this rate, they had never made it to LA alive. Much less before the summer solstice. What had Medusa said? Percy thought. "Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue." He got up. "I'll be back, Percy," Annabeth called after me. "What are you?" Percy searched the back of the warehouse until he found Medusa's office. Her account book showed her 6 most recent sales, all shipments to the Underworld to decorate Hades and Persephone's garden. According to one freight bill, the Underworld's billing address was DOA Recording Studios, West Hollywood, California. He folded up the bill. "So this is the Underworld's address," Naruto said, who appeared behind him. "Why yes," Percy said and stuffed address in his pocket. In the cash register they found $20, a few golden drachmas, and so me packing slips for the Hermes Overnight Express, each with a little leather bag attached for coins. Percy rummaged around the rest of the office until he found the right size box. They went back to the picnic table, packed up Medusa's head, and filled out a delivery slip. The Gods, Mount Olympus, 600th floor. Empire State Building, New York, New York. With best wishes, Percy Jackson. Percy, they are not going to like that. They will take it as an insult, Grover said, hoping to change Percy's mind about him little gift. Good, then maybe next time they won't lose that stupid bolt, he grumbled as he poured some golden drachmas in the pouch. As soon as he closed it, there was a sound like a cash register. The package floated off the table and disappeared with a pop. Percy, even though that was brave of you but also stupid at the same time. Now Zeus might make this harder for us now, he could be sending something worse than the Furies and Medusa. Are you ready to face what is going to be installed for us? Asked Naruto. I'm ready. I don't care what they sent at us, I'll do anything to get my mum back, even if I have to go through anyone to do it, said a determined Percy. That mouth of yours is really going to get us killed one day, replied Naruto, and Annabeth just nodded at that. She didn't try criticize Percy but was more resigned to the fact that he had a major talent for ticking off the gods and agreeing with Naruto that Percy would get them killed one day. Come on, she muttered. We need a new plan. After the incident with Medusa, they left the warehouse and camp out in the outdoors as Annabeth fell asleep. Percy and Grover were having one of their talk and heard that Grover is aiming to find Pan, who is the god of the wild like all other satyrs, and Naruto just decided to stay up all night to be a lookout all night. As Naruto looked down from his point of view and looked at the trio that now sleeping like babies and thought, they really impress me as human beings, they're not prejudiced, judgmental and self-obsessed. Why do I feel safe around them, and what is this feeling when I see them? Is this what you feel when you have friends? As Naruto decided to let that thought go and decided to continue keeping watch. Next day, the weirdest thing happened. The first thing they got up, they were talking to a poodle, and let's leave at that since it might be considered way rude and stupid and that he thought that he was on drugs or something, but there's also the fact that he discovered that he can talk to animals and wasn't surprised since he is the son of the goddess of hunt and wilderness. But the weirdest thing was that the poodle gave them direction to a train station which is an hour walk there, and didn't know either to be thankful or thinking that he is crazy about non-magical or summon animals talking to him. And when they found the owner of the dog, the owner was squeezing the life out of it, and strangely enough of the daimyo wife and her cat. Tora the cat from hell. But shakes it off, and the trio decided to head to train station and get on with their quest. After arriving at the train station and then paid their tickets to a train to St. Louis WH. It is about a 2-day trip and headed to the train, and their journey continues on. Train. For the next 2 days, they rode on the train, and the good thing was that they had not run into any monsters. Naruto has told them about the second Hokage named Tobirama Senju, where he was one of the greatest water user in shinobi history, where he could use his water techniques at any time, even if lacking a pre-existing water source, by instead creating considerable quantities of water, or else use the moisture in the surrounding area to follow up with other, could further manipulate water by isolating is within it and evaporating it at will. This got all three interested, since no demigods of any sea god including Poseidon and even himself can't produce water, since they need water from seas and lock. To fight, and Percy wish he can do that. They also learned that Tobirama Senju was told him that he was also one of the greatest sensor in history, where he can detect from miles away. They also learn that he created some of the most feared and powerful jutsu in shinobi history today, like Shadow Clone Jutsu, Edo Tensai, Space-Time Ninjutsu or Hiraishin no Jutsu, and half of the water jutsu Naruto uses. They also learned that he created villages, infrastructure and organizations like the Chunin exams, Anbu, ninja ranks, ninja academy, and many other things as well. And Naruto told them that he died in the First Shinobi World War, where he be a decoy and sacrifice himself against 20 of Kumo elite soldiers known as the Kinkaku Force to let his students escape, and surprised them that Danzo was one of his students. Nevertheless, they have came to admire the second Hokage and respect as a leader and also a hero. But on the way to their destination, Naruto and Percy saw some odd things. A family of centaurs riding alongside them, and one of them, the kid who looked like a second grader on a house, waved to them. While Percy looked to the adults to see if they saw, Naruto just smiled and waved. One other thing, they saw a large golden lion, but they knew lions were not in America right now. However, he and the other were dumbly looking at a newspaper article. It had a picture with the 4 of them on it. Percy had a wild look and Naruto had an emotionless face on his face. The article read, 12-year-old Percy Jackson, wanted for questioning in the Long Island disappearance of his mother 2 weeks ago, is shown here fleeing from the bus where he accosted several elderly female passengers. The bus exploded on an East New Jersey roadside shortly after Jackson fled the scene. Based on eyewitness accounts, police believe the boy may be traveling with 3 teenage accomplices. His stepfather, Gabe Giuliano, has offered a cash reward for information leading to his capture. "Oh, that is just terrific," Naruto commented sarcastically. "Don't worry," Annabeth reassured them, "mortal police could never find us." For some reason, she did not sound all that sure about it. When they tried to sleep on the train, Naruto decided to go back to sleep and relived one of his memories. Flashback. It's been a month now since Sai was assigned to join the academy as undercover to try and recruit some new blood en route. And since he was assigned with Sasuke, Uchiha is more perfect now since we might have an Uchiha here now, thought Naruto as thought of his partner getting reassigned to a different mission, as he was summoned by Danzo for a mission that was important. As he arrived at the main hall of Root and saw Danzo and headed towards and kneel in front of him. "Kitsune, I got a mission for you," said Danzo with authority. "What is this mission, my lord?" responded Naruto. "You will be assigned with to follow Sai's team to Nami no Kuni and make sure that the bridge builder is safe and protected." "Lord Danzo, is there another reason why you sending me, sir?" "Yes, there is, Kitsune," said Danzo. "All got word from Sai that he and his team encountered Zabuza Momochi W. Ho is working with Gato from Gato Company and he is there and aim to kill the bridge builder. Your mission is to assure Sai and his teammates success on completing this mission and also to assassinate Zabuza Momochi and Gato. Do you understand, Naruto?" Naruto nodded. "Good. Dismissed. Flashback and Naruto, wake up," said Annabeth as she began to shake him to wake up as Naruto began to open his eyes and saw Annabeth looking at him. "We're here, it's time to go," and Naruto nodded. As they got all their things and left the train and now has arrived in St. Louis. St. Louis Arch. E-train pulled into the Amtrak station downtown. The intercom told them they would have a 3-hour layover before departing for Denver. Grover stretched. Before he was even fully awake, he said, "Food. Come on, goat boy." Annabeth said, "Sightseeing. The Gateway Arch," she said. "This may be my only chance to ride to the top. Are you coming or not?" The boys exchanged looks. Naruto shrugged. He liked seeing new things. Percy didn't want to, but he was bored and he didn't feel like letting her go alone. Grover shrugged. "As long as there's a snack bar without monsters. Don't really care. I should pay since you guys lost your stuff back at the bus with the Furies," Naruto said, and the others shrugged. The arch was about a mile from the train station. Late in the day the lines to get in weren't that long. They threaded their way through the underground museum, looking at covered wagons and other junk from the 1800s. It wasn't all that thrilling, but Annabeth kept telling them interesting facts about how the arch was built, and Grover kept passing the two boys jelly beans, so it was not all bad. Percy kept looking around them and asked Grover, "Smell anything?" E-Goat Man took his nose out of the jelly bean bag long enough to sniff. "Underground," he said distastefully. "Underground air always smells like monsters." "Probably doesn't mean anything. I don't sense anything either." Naruto shrugged. Percy thought about it and said, "Guys, you know the gods, symbols of power." Annabeth had been in the middle of reading about the construction equipment used to build the arch, but she looked over. "Yeah, well, hey." Grover cleared his throat. "We're in a public place." "You mean, our friend downstairs?" Right," Percy said sheepishly. "Our friend way downstairs. Doesn't he have a hat like Annabeth's?" "You mean the Helm of Darkness," Annabeth said. "Yeah, that's his symbol of power. I saw it next to his seat during the Winter Solstice Council meeting." Percy asked Annabeth. "He was at the solstice?" She nodded. "It's the only time he's allowed to visit Olympus the darkest day of the year. But his helm is a lot more powerful than my invisibility hat, if what I've heard is true." "It allows him to become darkness," Grover confirmed. "He can melt into shadow or pass through walls. He can't be touched, or seen, or heard. And he can radiate F. You're so intense it can drive you insane or stop your heart." Why do you think all rational creatures fear the dark? But then, how do we know he's not here right now, watching us? Percy asked nervously. Grover and Annabeth exchanged looks before saying, we don't. Thanks, that makes me feel a lot better, Percy said sarcastically. Got any blue jelly beans left? Grover nodded and gave him some. It seemed Percy was calm until they had to get into a small car that would send them up the arch. Naruto groaned inwardly. He knew. Percy hated small spaces, but they had to use that to go up, so he pee. A reassuring hand on the younger boy's shoulder. Percy smiled a bit at that. They got shoehorned into the car with this big fat lady and her dog, a chihuahua with a rhinestone collar, and she seemed to a baby fox as well with the same collar. This lady and her pets put Naruto on edge for some odd reason. Maybe it was because none of the guards had said anything about the animals or the strange energy he felt. However, the arched elevator was not helping their stomachs at all. No parents? The fat lady asked. She had beady eyes, pointy, coffee-stained teeth, a floppy denim hat, and a denim dress that bulged so much. She looked like a blue jean blimp. There below, Annabeth told her. Scared of heights. Oh, the poor darlings. She commented. Ah, don't worry about it. Naruto said. They didn't want to spoil our fun. So they told us to go up without them. The lady just nodded to that. The chihuahua and the baby growled. The woman said, now, my darlings. Behave. The dog had beady eyes like its owner. Intelligent and vicious. The fox looked quite agile and intelligent. Cute fox. Naruto smiled and she smiled as well, but the fox growled a bit, seemed that it did not like to be called cute. At the top of the arch, the observation deck reminded them of a tin can with carpeting. Rows of tiny windows looked out over the city on one side and the river on the other. The view was okay, but it was making Percy and Naruto sick a bit. High places and closed spaces didn't mix well for them. Annabeth kept talking about structural supports, and how she would have made the windows bigger, and designed a see-through floor. She probably could have stayed up there for hours, but luckily for the boys, the park ranger announced that the observation deck would be closing in a few minutes. Percy quickly steered them to the elevator, but he and Naruto could not get in because there was already too many people there. New car, you two, the park ranger said. We'll get out, Annabeth said. We'll wait with you. See, thing was going to mess everything up. Percy shook his head and said, nah, it's okay. I'll see you guys at the bottom. Besides, if anything happens, Naruto has my back, right? More like keeping your ass in check, replied Naruto, and Percy just smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Grover and Annabeth both looked nervous, but they let the elevator door slide shut. Their car disappeared down the ramp. The only people left on the observation deck were Percy, Naruto, a little boy with his parents, the park ranger, and the fat lady with her chihuahua and the baby fox. Percy smiled at the fat lady and she smiled back with her forked tongue flickering between her teeth. They paused at that. Forked tongues were not normal. What is she, Orochimaru? Naruto thought while getting ready for anything and noticing Percy was still processing. He rolled his eyes at that. Before either of them could really do anything, the chihuahua and the fox jumped off the fat lady. The mini dog began to bark at Percy while the fox was growling at Naruto. Now, my darlings, the lady said. Does this look like a good time? We have all these nice people here. Look, a doggy and a fox. The little boy shouted while his parent pulled him back. The two animals bared their teeth at the demigod duo and the lady sighed. All right, my children, if you insist. You just call the chihuahua and the fox your children? Percy asked, and Naruto knew something was wrong with this lady. Chimera, dear, the fat lady corrected. Not a chihuahua. It's an easy mistake to make. But yes, the chimera and the fox are my children. She rolled up her denim sleeves, revealing that the skin of her arms was scaly and green. When she smiled, they saw that her teeth were fangs. The pupils of her eyes were sideways slits, like a reptile's. So this is Echidna, the mother of all monsters. Great, just fucking great. Better kill them fast since we don't have much time left. Hot Naruto as he reached for his katana and unsheathed it and getting ready to fight. The chihuahua barked louder, and with each bark, it grew. First to the size of a Doberman, then to a lion. The bark became a roar. While that was happening to the seemingly small and harmless Chihuahua, the fox's growls became louder and louder as it grew to a gigantic size, like a large bull. Its red fur became spiky as if it was on end from his anger. The fox looked like very feral and dangerous. The little boy screamed. His parents pulled him back toward the exit, straight into the park ranger, who stood, paralyzed, gaping at the monsters. The chimera was so tall its back rubbed against the roof. It had the head of a lion with a blood-caked mane, the body and hooves of a giant goat, and a serpent for a tail. A 10-foot-long diamondback growing right out of its shaggy behind. The rhinestone dog collar still hung around its neck, and the plate-sized dog tag was now easy to read. Chimera rabid, fire-breathing, poisonous if found. Please call Tartarus Ext. 954. The same could be said for the fox. It had fiery red fur that looked like it could pop a balloon, very sharp teeth that had its fill of flesh, and a long and sharp claws on each paw that did not look friendly. It also had a collar that said, Teumession Fox Feral. Dangerous, very fast, and eats children if found. Please call Tartarus Ext. 954. Why are you here? Asked Naruto. The son of Poseidon has angered Zeus and decided to send me to test you young heroes, but enough talk, shall we fight? The fox decided to attack first and aimed to strike Naruto, but he got into a stance and enhanced his katana with wind chakra. As the fox got close enough, Naruto slashed at the fox vertically and then said, Futon wind release slash of T. He dragon, as the fox was other split in half vertically and turned to gold dust and leaving a fox fur behind. Before Echidna could say anything, Naruto performed a quick hand sign and performed, ran. Ton, storm release, laser circus, as Naruto fired beams of lightning which flows like water at her, hitting her and knocking her out of the arch. Naruto then looked at Percy. Percy, you deal with the chimera and I'll finish off Echidna, okay? Said Naruto, and Percy nodded. And Naruto decided to run and jump down the arch to get to Echidna. As Naruto dive-bombed down until he reached the falling Echidna, and when he reached her, he slashed her multiple times and then used her as a landing cushions to reduce the impact and landed on the ground, creating a large crater. Naruto got and left unscratched. Eel Echidna looks like she was broken in half. Naruto decided to walk away but then sensed that she was still alive. As he turned around, he saw her getting back up like it was nothing, and she looked at him and then said, I will not be defeated by a mortal. I don't care if you're Artemis and Minato's brat, but I will kill right now, boy, said an angered Echidna as she rushed towards him out of anger and blocking all sense of reason. Naruto just sighed and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone performed a hand sign and then said, Sweetened water release, water formation wall, as Naruto blew out. Fence of water forming a large of water where it hit Echidna and trapped her in the torrent of water. As she struggled to get out of the wall due to jutsu ability. Where wall's strength and resistance change following the quantity of chakra poured down into the water, and Naruto was using a decent amount. The original Naruto formed a Rasengan on his hand and went towards Echidna and shoved the Rasengan to her head, knocking her back a good distance, and when his was clear, there was nothing left of her but gold dust and a snake skin coat behind. Naruto went up to it and sealed it in a scroll. Finally the bitch is dead, thought Naruto as he unsheathed his katana. He then saw Percy falling down from the arch and was about to try and catch, but then realized that he was falling into a river, and since he is the son of Poseidon, he would be fine, and then walked to his direction. Percy climbed out of the river onto a floating McDonald's, just saw Naruto, leaning against the wall. He was about call lecture Percy, then they heard. Mommy looked, that boy walked out of the water. That's nice dear, a mom told her child. But they are not even wet. A news lady was talking for the camera. Probably not a terrorist attack, we're told, but it's still very early in the investigation. The damage, as you can see, is very serious, especially since an underwater bomb went off, making the water reach as high as the arch, dosing out most of the flames. We're trying to get to some of the survivors, to question them about eyewitness reports of 2 people falling from the arch. At the word, survivor, Percy sighed in relief. But he wondered what they meant by underwater bomb. He was underwater and none of that happened. Ah Percy, that one was my fault. I sent a water dragon up to dose out the flames. Percy looked at his blonde friend before turning back to listen to another reporter. Two adolescent boys, another reporter was saying. Channel 5 has learned that surveillance cameras show them going wild on the observation deck, somehow setting off this freak explosion. Hard to believe, John, but that's what we're hearing. Again, no confirmed fatalities. We should get going. Naruto replied with a sweat drop. Right, Percy said as they kept their heads down. They had almost lost hope in finding their friends until they heard Grover bleat out, Percy CY. Naruto. Percy got tackled by his goat-like friend while Annabeth ran up and hugged the blonde first and then Percy when the goat boy got off. She put on an angry look and yelled, "We can't leave you two alone for 5 minutes." What the hell happened? I sort of fell. Percy shrugged nervously. Percy, 630 feet. She said exasperated. And what about you Naruto? I fought the bitch of all monsters and dived down with her and used her as a cushion landing then killing her off, Naruto said while his friend just gawked at him as he showed of the shoes. Behind them, a cop shouted, "Giveaway." The crowd parted, and a couple of paramedics hustled out, rolling a woman on a stretcher. Percy recognized her immediately as the mother of the little boy who'd been on the observation deck. She was saying, and then this huge dog. This huge fire-breathing chihuahua. Okay, ma'am, the paramedic said. Just calm down. Your family is fine. The medication is starting to kick in. I'm not crazy. She shouted to the group and then she laid eyes on Percy and pointed at him. There they are. It's the boy. Percy paled and with the help of Naruto dragged Annabeth and Grover away, not wanting to be the center of attention. What's going on? Annabeth demanded. Was she talking about the chihuahua on the elevator? Oh yeah, that was no chihuahua. That was the chimera that bit Percy, who was somehow all better. Naruto explained while looking at Percy. Water heals me. Percy guessed with a shrug. Right, Naruto said sounding skeptical. I had to fight a baby fox, who was not actually a baby. Annabeth and Grover looked at that like they were crazy, so the boys decided to explain in detail. Percy told them about the chimera, Echidna, diving towards Echidna, the water lady of the Mies. Sage and Naruto told them about killing the fox and Echidna. Before Annabeth could respond, they passed another reporter doing a news break, however they almost froze when he said, Percy Jackson. That's right, Dan. Channel 12 has learned that the boy who may have caused this explosion fits the description of a young man wanted by authorities for a serious New Jersey bus accident 3 days ago. And the boy is believed to be traveling west. For our viewers at home, here is a photo of him. They quickly ducked under the news van to get away. Let's just get the fuck out of here, okay, said Naruto, and they all nodded. Oh, by the way Naruto, here's your fox fur, said Percy handing it to Naruto, and Naruto took it, sealed it fast, and got out of the area fast to avoid attention. The next afternoon, June 14th, 7 days before the solstice, the train rolled into Denver. They haven't eaten since the night before in the dining car, somewhere in Kansas. They also haven't taken a shower since Half-Blood Hill, making them pretty noticeable to the other passengers. Let's try to contact Chiron, Annabeth said. I want to tell him about your talk with the river spirit. We can't use phones, right? Percy asked. I'm not talking about phones. Annabeth replied, getting confused looks from the two, however she didn't answer them for a while. Instead, they wandered through downtown for about half an hour. Though no one was sure what Annabeth was looking for. The air was dry and hot, which felt weird after the humidity of St. Louis. Everywhere they turned, the Rocky Mountains seemed to be staring at them. Like a tidal wave about to crash into the city. Finally they came upon an empty do-it-yourself car wash. They veered toward the stall farthest from the street, keeping their eyes open for patrol cars. They were 4 adolescents hanging out at a car wash without a car. Any cop worth his donuts would figure they were up to no good. What exactly are we doing? Percy asked, as Grover took out the spray gun. It's 75 cents, the goat man grumbled. I've only got 2 quarters left. Annabeth. Naruto sighed as he flipped a quarter to him. Here. Excellent, Grover said. We could do it with a spray bottle, of course, but the connection isn't as good, and my arm gets tired of pumping. Naruto raised an eyebrow and Percy was confused and said, What are you talking about? And Naruto nodded, seeking an answer. Grover fed in the quarters and set the knob to find mist. I'm Aang. Instant messaging. Percy asked. Iris messaging. Annabeth corrected. The Rainbee. Our goddess Iris carries messages for the gods. If you know how to ask, and she's not too busy, she'll do the same for half-bloods. Okay, that is an efficient way to contact someone, but wouldn't be easier just use a phone, Naruto thought. You summon the goddess with a spray gun? Percy asked, not believing this. Grover pointed the nozzle in the air and water hissed out in a thick white mist. Unleash. You know an easier way to make a rainbow. Sure enough, late afternoon light filtered through the vapor and broke into colors. Annabeth walked up to Percy and held out her hand. Drachma, please. Deciding to go along with it, he gave it to her. She raised the coin over her head. Oh goddess, accept our offering. She threw the drachma into the rainbow. It disappeared in a golden shimmer. Half-Blood Hill, Annabeth requested. For a moment, nothing happened. However, Naruto was surprised that the coin just disappeared in the rainbow, but all things considered, he should not be. Then they saw through the mist at Strawberry Fields, and the Long Island Sound in the distance. The image seemed to be set on the porch of the big house. Standing with his back to us at the railing was a sandy high red guy in shorts and an orange tank top. He was holding a bronze sword and seemed to be staring intently at something down in the meadow. Luke, Percy called. He turned, eyes wide. Percy. His scarred face broke into a grin. Is that Annabeth and Naruto, too? Thank the gods. Are you guys okay? Yeah, we've been through a lot of shit, but yeah, we'll cool and fine, Naruto replied. We're, fine, Annabeth stammered. She was madly straightening her dirty t-shirt, trying to comb the loose hair out of her face. We thought Chiron, he's down at the cabins. Luke's smile faded. We're having some issues with the campers. Listen, is everything cool with you? Is Grover all right? I'm right here, Grover called. He held the nozzle out to one side and stepped into Luke's line of vision. What kind of issues? Just then a big Lincoln Continental pulled into the car wash with its stereo turned to maximum hip-hop. As the car slid into the next stall, the bass from the subwoofers vibrated so much, it shook the pavement, making Naruto's eye twitch. Like we are not trying to have a conversation here with Luke through some mist. Naruto grumbled before he shook his head, realizing how crazy that sounded. Chiron had to what's that noise? Luke yelled. I'll take care of it. Annabeth yelled back, looking very relieved to have an excuse to get out of sight. Grover, come on. What? Grover said. But, give Percy the nozzle and come on. She ordered. Grover sighed as he gave Percy the hose, grumbling something under his breath as he left. Chiron had to break up a fight. Luke shouted to the duo over the music. Things are pretty tense here. Word leaked out about the Zeus-Poseidon-Hades standoff. We're still not sure how, probably the same scumbag who summoned the hellhound. Now the campers are starting to take sides. It's shaping up like the Trojan War all over again. Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo are backing Poseidon and Hades, more or less. Athena is backing Zeus. Oh great. Just what we fucking needed. A fucking war, Naruto said while putting a hand on his face. This is bad, Grover said. I know, Luke said. I never thought Clarissa's cabin would ever be on my dad's side for anything. Percy thought. Anyway, what's your status? Luke asked. Chiron will be sorry he missed you. They told him pretty much everything, including Percy's dreams. Percy felt so good to see him. To feel like he was back at camp even for a few minutes, that they didn't realize how long they had talked. I wish I could be there, Luke said. We can't help much from here, I'm afraid. But listen, it had to be Hades who took the Master Bolt. He was there at Olympus at the winter solstice. I was chaperoning a field trip and we saw him. Don't know until we find out, said Naruto. Well, whatever suits you, Naruto. Take care of yourself out there in Denver, Luke said. Goodbye. The mist was gone, and Luke's image faded to nothing. So what did Luke say before? Grover and Percy told them everything. It is bad, Annabeth said. Oh great. This iced Kiri bloodline war again, and this time I'm not even involved, said Naruto dryly. Suddenly Percy's stomach growled loudly. He blushed with embarrassment. Come on. Let's find some dinner and don't worry about money, Naruto said. Tilda few minutes later. Tilda. Take this money. Naruto gave some money to Annabeth. Go ahead, I'll meet you later, he said. Annabeth asked, where are you going? Somewhere, Naruto said. Okay, Annabeth said. As Naruto left them to get dinner, he headed to an ally to go and smoke BU. He was stopped by a group of what-to-be punks. There seemed to be about 10 of them. Hey kid, fork over all your money and you can walk out of here unharmed, said the ringleader of the gang arrogantly. Yeah, not gonna happen, Naruto said emotionlessly. I won't ask again kid, the ringleader said. Naruto just raised his hand and gestured the ringleader to come to him. Come at me, Naruto taunted. Okay brat, you asked for it, said the ringleader as he ran to Naruto hoping to hit him, but for Naruto to intercept the punch and yanked him down to the ground and sidekick him to the head, knocking some teeth out. Hey, the boss is down. Get him boys, said one of the gang members as they all walked towards Naruto and surrounded him. As one of them tried to get Naruto from behind only for him to duck down and trip him to the ground. Two tried to hit him together only for Naruto to simply duck again and got the two gang members to collide with one another and thinking they're simply idiots and drop. Kick one to the ground, which resulted both hitting the floor hard. Another one sneaked behind him and tried to hit him only for Naruto to super kicked him in the jaw, spitting out a couple of teeth out and falling backwards. Fuck this, I'm getting out of here, said one of the remaining gang members and fled out of the ally, leaving behind some of their friends. They honestly think they could take on a trained assassin, idiots. Naruto said to himself quietly and got a cigarette out and started smoking, but noticed the ringleader was getting back up and Naruto simply and ran up and blackout stomp him to the ground, knocking him out again. Better go check on Annabeth and the others, said Naruto as he took the cigarette out off his mouth and threw it away and headed back to his companions leaving behind a couple of gang members knocked out. Tilda with Percy and Tilda. Annabeth, Percy and Grover were sitting at a booth in a gleaming chrome diner. All around them, families were eating burgers and drinking malts and sodas. Finally the waitress came over. She raised her eyebrow skeptically. Well, Percy said, we, want to order dinner. You kids have money to pay for it. Before they could say anything, rumble shook the whole building. A motorcycle the size of a baby elephant had pulled up to the curb. All conversation in the diner stopped. The motorcycle's headlight glared red. Its gas tank had flames painted on it, and a shotgun holster riveted to either side, complete with shotguns. The seat was leather, but leather that looked like, well, Caucasian human skin. The guy on the bike would have made pro wrestlers run for mama. He was dressed in a red muscle shirt and black jeans and a black leather duster, with a hunting knife strapped to his thigh. He wore red wraparound shades, and he had the cruelest, a most brutal face they had ever seen, handsome, but wicked, with an oily black crew cut and cheeks that were scarred from many, many fights. The weird thing was, Percy felt like he had seen his face somewhere before. As he walked into the diner, a hot, dry wind blew through the place. All the people rose, as if they were hypnotized, but the biker waved his hand dismissively and they all sat down again. Everybody went back to their conversations. The waitress blinked, as if somebody had just pressed the rewind button on her brain. She asked us again, you kids have money to pay for it? The biker said, it's on me. He slid into their booth, which was way too small for him, and crowded Annabeth against the window. He looked up at the waitress, who was gaping at him, and said, are you still here? He pointed at her, and she stiffened. She turned as if she'd been spun around, and then marched back toward the kitchen. The biker looked at Percy. Percy couldn't see his eyes behind the red shades. But he had bad feelings. Anger, resentment, bitterness. He wanted to hit a wall. He wanted to pick a fight with somebody. He gave Percy a wicked grin. So you're old seaweed's kid, huh? Percy should have been surprised, or scared, but instead he felt like he was looking at his stepdad, Gabe. He wanted to rip this guy's head off. What's it to you? Annabeth's eyes flashed him a warning. Percy, this is... The biker raised his hand. "Soke," he said, "I don't mind a little attitude. Long as you remember who's the boss. You know who I am, little cousin." Then it struck Percy why this guy looked familiar. He had the same vicious sneer as some of the kids at Camp Half-Blood, the ones from Cabin 5. You're Clarice's dad, he said. Ares, god of war. Ares grinned and took off his shades. Where his eyes should have been, there were only fire, empty sockets glowing with miniature nuclear explosions. That's right, punk. I heard you broke Clarice's spear. She was asking for it. Probably. That's cool. I don't fight my kids' fights, you know. What I'm here for. I heard you and Minato brat were in town. Where is he? Minato? Percy asked. Grover said, he means Naruto. And Minato is Naruto dad. Well anyway, I got a little proposition for you, Ares said to Percy. The waitress came back with heaping trays of food: cheeseburgers, fries, onion rings, and chocolate shakes. Ares handed her a few gold drachmas. She looked nervously at the coins. But, these aren't. Ares pulled out his huge knife and started cleaning his fingernails. Problem, sweetheart. The waitress swallowed, then left with the gold. You can't do that, Percy said to Ares. You can't just threaten people with a knife. Ares laughed. Are you kidding? I love this country. Don't you carry a weapon, punk. You should. Dangerous world out there. This brings me to my proposition. I need you to do me a favor. What favor could I do for a god? Something a god doesn't have time to do himself. It's nothing much. I left my shield at an abandoned water park here in town. I was going on a little date with my girlfriend. We were interrupted. I left my shield behind. I want you to fetch it for me. Why don't you go back and get it yourself? The fire in his eye sockets glowed a little hotter. Why don't I turn you into a prairie dog and run you over with my Harley? Because I don't feel like it. A god is giving you an opportunity to prove yourself, Percy Jackson. Will you prove yourself a coward? He leaned forward. Or maybe you only fight when there's a river to dive into, so your daddy can protect you. Quote, Percy wanted to punch this guy, but somehow, he knew he was waiting for that. Ares's power was causing his anger. He'd love it if he attacked. He didn't want to give him the satisfaction. We're not interested, Percy said. We've already got a quest. Ares's fiery eyes made him see things he didn't want to see: blood and smoke and corpses on the battlefield. I know all about your quest, punk. When that item was first stolen, Zeus sent his best out looking for it. Apollo, Athena, Artemis, and me, naturally. If I couldn't sniff out a weapon that powerful, he licked his lips. As if the very thought of the master bolt made him hungry. Well, if I couldn't find it, you got no hope. Nevertheless, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Your dad and I go way back. After all, I'm the one who told him my suspicions about Old Corpse Breath. You told him Hades stole the bolt. Sure, framing somebody to start a war. Oldest trick in the book. I recognized it immediately. In a way, you got me to thank for your little quest. Thanks, Percy grumbled. Suddenly a familiar voice said, so do you think he actually stole it? Quote, they looked at voice direction and saw Naruto heading towards them. So you're Artemis and Minato's brat, huh? Ares said, I doubted he stole a bolt. He has been bitching about too many dead people lately. Whatever, I don't care. Naruto said and started to walk away from there. Where are you going? Don't you want to hear about your other quest? Ares said. Yeah, fuck that. It's their quest, not mine. Naruto said to Ares. Smart kid, I like him. Ares said. He turned to Percy. Just do my little job, and I'll help you on your way. I'll arrange a ride west for you and your friends. We're doing fine on our own, Percy said. Yeah, right. No clue what you're up against. Help me out, and maybe I'll tell you something you need to know. Something about your mom. My mom. Ares grinned. That got your attention. The water park is a mile west on Delancey. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. What interrupted your date? Percy asked. Something scare you off? Ares bared his teeth. Percy had seen his threatening look before on Clarice. There was something false about it, almost like he was nervous. You're lucky you met me, punk, and not one of the other Olympians. They're not as forgiving of rudeness as I am. I'll meet you back here when you're done. Don't disappoint me. After he said that, Percy blinked and he was gone. He might have thought the conversation had been a dream. But Annabeth and Grover's expressions told him otherwise. Not good, Grover said. Ares sought you out, Percy. This is not good. Percy stared out the window. The motorcycle had disappeared. Did Ares really know something about my mom, or was he just playing with me? He thought. That man liked to mess with people's emotions so bad they break. It's probably some kind of trick, he said. Forget Ares. Let's just go. We can't, Annabeth said. Look, I hate Ares as much as anybody, but you don't ignore the gods unless you want serious bad fortune. He wasn't kidding about turning you into a rodent. Interesting, Naruto said as he walked over there. He was eating steaming hot noodles. Only for you, Naruto, Percy said. He looked down at his cheeseburger, which suddenly didn't seem so appetizing. Why does he need us? Maybe it's a problem that requires brains, Annabeth said. Ares have strength. That's all he has. Even strength has to bow to wisdom sometimes. But this water park, he acted almost scared. What would make a war god run away like that? Annabeth and Grover glanced nervously at each other. Don't worry. Very soon you will find out, Naruto said. The N was sinking behind the mountains by the time they found the water park. Judging from the sign, it once had been called Waterland, but now some of the letters were smashed out, so it reads Watrad. The main gate was padlocked and topped with barbed wire. Inside, huge dry water slides and tubes and pipes curled everywhere, leading to empty pools. Old tickets and advertisements fluttered around the asphalt. With night coming on, the place looked sad and creepy. If Ares brings his girlfriend here for a date, Percy said, staring up at the barbed wire, I'd hate to see what she looks like. Percy, Annabeth warned, be more respectful. Why? I thought you hated Ares. He's still a god, and his girlfriend is very temperamental. You don't want to insult her looks, Grover added. Who is she? Echidna. I think you forgot I killed the bitch, remember, Naruto said. Yes, Percy said. She is Aphrodite, Grover said, a little dreamily. Goddess of love. I thought she was married to somebody, Percy said. Hephaestus. What's your point? Grover asked. Oh, Percy suddenly felt the need to change the subject. So how do we get in? Maya. Grover's shoes sprouted wings. He flew over the fence, did an unintended somersault in midair, and then stumbled to a landing on the opposite side. He dusted off his jeans, as if he'd planned the whole thing. You guys coming? Grover, wait up, shouted Percy, and he and the others decided to follow him. The shadows grew long as they walked through the park, checking out the attractions. Luckily for them, there were no monsters in sight, so they were safe. Nothing made the slightest noise. They found a souvenir shop that had been left open. Merchandise still lined the shelves. Snow globes, pencils, postcards, and racks of clothes, Annabeth said. Fresh clothes. Yeah, Percy said. But you can't just watch me. Annabeth snatched an entire row of stuff of the racks and disappeared into the changing room. A few minutes later, she came out in Waterland flower print shorts, a big red Waterland t-shirt, and commemorative Waterland surf shoes. A Waterland backpack was slung over her shoulder, obviously stuffed with more goodies. What the heck? Grover shrugged. Soon, all three, Annabeth, Percy and Grover, were decked out like walking advertisements for the defunct theme park. Naruto, try this, Annabeth said. But they saw Naruto wasn't with them. Where is he? She said. Over here, just checking some stuff, replied Naruto, and they continue on with their quest, and Naruto just simply accompany them. They continued searching for the tunnel of love. Percy got the feeling that the whole park was holding its breath, and while Naruto just remained quiet, don't want to get involved in their conversation. So Ares and Aphrodite, he said. To keep his mind off the growing dark, they have a thing going. That's old gossip, Percy, Annabeth said. 3,000-year-old gossip. What about Aphrodite's husband? Well, you know, she said. Hephaestus, the blacksmith. He was crippled when he was a baby, thrown off Mount Olympus by Zeus. So he isn't exactly handsome. Clever with his hands, and all, but Aphrodite isn't into brains and talent. You know, she likes bikers. Whatever. Hephaestus knows. Oh sure, Annabeth said. He caught them together once. I mean, literally caught them, in a golden net, and invited all the gods to come and laugh at them. Hephaestus is always trying to embarrass them. That's why they meet in out-of-the-way places, like, she stopped, looking straight ahead. Like that. In front of them was an empty pool. It was at least 50 yards across and shaped like a bowl. Around the rim, a dozen bronze statues of Cupid stood guard with wings spread and bows ready to fire. On the opposite side of them, a tunnel opened up, probably where the water flowed into when the pool was full. The sign above it read, "Thrill Ride O Love, this is not your parents' tunnel of love." Grover crept toward the edge. "Guys, look." Quote, marooned at the bottom of the pool was a pink and white two-seater boat with a canopy over the top and little hearts painted all over it. In the left seat, glinting in the fading light was Ares's shield, a polished circle of bronze. "This is too easy," Percy said. "So we just walk down there and get it." Annabeth ran her fingers along the base of the nearest Cupid statue. "There's a Greek letter carved here," she said. "Ada, I wonder." "Grover," Percy said, "you smell any monsters?" Grover sniffed the wind. "Nothing. Nothing like in the arch, and you didn't smell echidna nothing." Really nothing." Grover looked hurt. "I told you that we were underground." "Okay. I'm sorry." Percy took a deep breath. "I'm going down there." "I'll go with you," Grover said. But he didn't sound too enthusiastic. "No," Percy said. "I want you to stay up top with the flying shoes. You're the Red Baron, a flying ace, remember. I'll be counting on you for backup, in case something goes wrong." Grover puffed up his chest a little. "Sure, but what could go wrong?" "I don't know. Just a feeling." "Annabeth, come with me." "Are you kidding?" Annabeth looked at Percy as if he had just dropped from the moon. Her cheeks were bright red. "What's the problem now?" Percy demanded. "Me, go with you to the thrill ride of love." "How embarrassing is that? What if somebody saw me?" "Who's going to see you?" Percy said. His face was red. Leave it to a girl to make everything complicated, he thought. "Fine," Percy said. "I'll do it myself." He started down the side of the pool. Annabeth followed him, muttering about how boys always messed things up. "That's old gossip, Percy," Annabeth told him. 3,000-year-old gossip. "What about Aphrodite's husband?" Percy asked. "Well, you know," she said. "Hephaestus, the blacksmith. He was crippled when he was a baby, thrown off Mount Olympus by Zeus. So he isn't exactly handsome. Clever with his hands, and all. But Aphrodite isn't into brains and talent, you know. I am curious as to why she married him in the first place." Naruto said thoughtfully, while Annabeth and Grover shrugged. "Well, I heard she likes bikers now. So that could be why Ares is one," Annabeth suggested, making Naruto shrug his shoulders. "Whatever," Percy replied, not wanting to know any more. "Hephaestus knows." "Oh sure," Annabeth said. "He caught them together once. I mean, literally caught them, in a golden net, and invited all the gods to come and laugh at them. Hephaestus is always trying to embarrass them. Tease why they meet in out-of-the-way places, like." She stopped, looking straight ahead. Like that, in front of them was an empty pool that would have been awesome for skateboarding. It was at least 50 yards across and shaped like a bowl. Around the rim, a dozen bronze statues of Cupid stood guard with wings spread and bows ready to fire. On the opposite side from us, a tunnel opened up, probably where the water flowed into when the pool was full. The sign above it read, "Thrill Ride O Love, this is not your parents' tunnel of love." Naruto had this blank look on his face. "Okay, even I know. This is not what Ares like, and I'm the emotionless bastard." "It's not, it's Aphrodite." "Oh, that makes more sense." Grover crept toward the edge. "Guys, look, marooned at the bottom of the pool as a pink and white two-seater boat with a canopy over the top and little hearts painted all over it. In the left seat, glinting in the fading light, was Ares's shield, a polished circle of bronze. "This is too easy," Percy said. "So we just walk down there and get it. Ya know, bet it will magically start as soon you get in." Naruto sarcastically said. Annabeth ran her fingers along the base of the nearest Cupid statue. "There's a Greek letter carved here," she said. "Ada, I wonder." "Grover," Percy said, "you smell any monsters?" He sniffed the wind. "Nothing." "What about you, Naruto? You sense anything?" "Nope," Naruto replied emotionlessly. "Good, let's just hope we don't run into echidna like the arch," Percy replied, while Grover had a hurt look and Naruto didn't care. "I killed her, remember?" Percy replied Naruto. Oh right, Percy replied while taking a breath. Okay, I am going in. I'll go with you. Grover didn't sound too enthusiastic. They guessed he was just making up for what happened in St. Louis. No, I told him, I want you to stay up top with the flying shoes. You're the Red Baron, a flying ace, remember. I'll be counting on you and Blondie for backup, in case something goes wrong. Okay, said Grover. I don't know, just a feeling. Annabeth, come with me. Are you kidding? Annabeth replied while looking at the sea boy with a red face. Naruto smirking evilly in the background. What's the problem now? Percy demanded. Me, go with you to the thrill ride of love. How embarrassing is that? What if somebody saw me? Who's going to see you? Percy replied, his own face burning now. Fine, I'll do it myself. He went to leave them but he noticed she was following him anyway, mumbling under her breath. $5 say they be a couple in 3 or 4 years, Naruto whispered to Grover. Like that will ever happen. You're on, Grover whispered back and shook hands on it. They watched as Percy and Annabeth got in the boat. Percy picked up some pink scarf, which Annabeth took away. Say something about no love magic for him. Percy scowled and reached for the shield, only to pale as his other hand hit a trip wire. Wait, Annabeth said. Too late. There. Another Greek letter on the side of the boat, another Ada. This is a trap, she announced as the ride came to life and the boat drifted down the set stream. Grover yelled, guys. Naruto couldn't help but smile a bit. Him and her, alone in the tunnel of love, hope they use protection. Oh dear, Grover said with a blush. Besides, I think Luke is just a bit too older for her, don't you think? Naruto replied with a smirk. Grover sighed. I can see that happening. What? And they don't have a clue and I'm the emotionless Anbu. Who? Annabeth and Percy. Like that will ever happen. So, wanna watch them? How? I got this portable TV from a guy back at that gift shop. I think he's a minor god or something but anyway let's watch the lovebirds shall we? Naruto said as he flipping through the channels. Percy was pulling Annabeth out of the water. Apparently she freaked out thanks to some spiders. Then a countdown started as the screen brightened up. A voice announced the Hephaestus show to all of Olympus. After watching for a few minutes and saw that they were in trouble. Grover, I think we should head to the exit, said Naruto. Agreed, replied Grover and they both headed towards the gate exit. Tilda with Percy and Annabeth few moments ago. Tilda. The Cupids. Heads popped open. Out came video cameras. Spotlights rose up all around the pool, blinding us with illumination, and a loudspeaker voice boomed. Live to Olympus in 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58. Hephaestus. Annabeth screamed. I'm so stupid. Ada is H. He made this trap to catch his wife with Ares. Now we're going to be broadcast live to Olympus and look like absolute fools. They had almost made it to the rim when the row of mirrors opened like hatches and thousands of tiny metallic things poured out. Annabeth screamed. It was an army of wind-up creepy crawlies. Bronze gear bodies, spindly legs, and little pincer mouths, all scuttling toward them in a wave of clacking, whirring metal. It was an army of wind-up creepy crawlies. Bronze gear bodies, spindly legs, little pincer mouths, all scuttling toward us in a wave of clacking, whirring metal. Spiders, Annabeth said. SPSP ah. As the spiders crawled over Annabeth and screamed her lungs out, one after the other. Percy grabbed her and pulled her up, and she clung to him, too afraid to care that she was holding Percy. He pulled her to the boat and they sat down. And Percy started kicking them as they drew near. Fear blanked out my mind, blocking out every rational thought. I think I heard myself screaming, and I distantly felt Percy's warm body beside mine. Pressed against me in small seat. She screamed again and again. Then something horrible occurred. The spiders, they started splitting cables at them and Annabeth thrashed around, breaking them. Her eyes widened as a spider crawled up her leg, and I froze, and stuttered, PPP Percy. Percy concentrated and then water bursted out of the pipes, drowning all of the spiders. Even though it nearly capsized us, relief flooded through me. Percy tugged me farther back into my seat, and then did my seatbelt. Then gate blocked our exit, and we were going to crash. Unfasten your seatbelt, Percy yelled. Are you crazy? Unless you want to get smashed to death, he yelled, attaching Ares' shield to himself. We're going to have to jump for it. She knew Iz was crazy, but what else was there to do, and she nodded. On my mark, he told me. No, on my mark. What? Simple physics. I explain. Force times the trajectory angle. Fine. On your mark. W. Both Percy and Annabeth jumped and thought they were about to die, only for them to saw Naruto and Grover at the entrance and was ready to catch them. Naruto caught Annabeth while Grover caught Percy in midair. Then slowly put them down on the ground. Annabeth gave Naruto a hug. Thanks, Naruto. You're welcome, said Naruto as she let go of Naruto and then saw a bunch of cupids still filming them. The statues had swiveled so that their cameras were trained straight on them, the spotlights in their faces. Show's over, Percy yelled. Thank you. Good night. And with that, all the cupids left with the cameras and production tools. Well, on the bright side, at least you guys got Ares' shield, said Naruto, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, but come on, there were spiders there, Annabeth cried out, acting a bit like a little girl. Okay, what do you think, Percy? Percy asked Naruto as he and the others turned to him and saw that Percy's eye was twitching. Guys, we need to have a little talk with Ares. The war god was waiting for them in the diner parking lot, leaning on his motorcycle. Well, he said. You didn't get yourself killed. Percy glared at him. You knew it was a trap. Ares cracked a wicked smirk. Bet that crippled blacksmith was surprised when he netted a couple of stupid kids. You looked good on TV, but I gotta say, the ending was hilarious. He then gave a thumbs up to Naruto, who just smiled. Percy growled and shoved the shield in Ares' hands. You're a jerk. Annabeth and Grover caught their breath. Ares grabbed the shield and spun it in the air like pizza dough. It changed form, melting into a bulletproof vest. He slung it across his back. See that truck over there? He pointed to an 18-wheeler parked across the street from the diner. That's your ride. Take you straight to LA. With one stop in Vegas. The demigod trio took one look at the truck and was able to read it because of the fact that it was in big black and white letters that were reversed. Hey, a good combination for people with dyslexia. It said, Kindness International, Humane Zoo Transport. Warning. Live wild animals. Percy gave Ares a deadpan look. You have got to be kidding me. Ares snapped his fingers. The back door of the truck unlatched. Free ride west, punk. Stop complaining. And here's a little something for doing the job. He slung a blue nylon backpack off his handlebars and tossed it to him. Inside were fresh clothes for all of them, $20 in cash, a pouch full of golden drachmas, and a bag of double-stuffed Oreos. Naruto smirked. No, more looking like walking advertisements. Sweet. I don't want your lousy. Percy growled out before Grover got behind him and covered the boy's mouth. Thank you, Lord Ares, Grover interrupted, giving Percy his best red alert warning look. Thanks a lot. Percy gritted his teeth, feeling the oppressive aura that Ares was giving off. Making him remember at the bullying he had to deal with. In life, it was not comforting in the least. He still could not understand how Naruto could just shrug it off. He turned his head back to the diner and saw the waitress from before. He was nervously looking at Ares. Like he was going to hurt them or something. Oh, and Naruto. Ares called to Naruto and he faced Ares, looking him in the face. I know that you are as strong as us Olympians, but the question, how strong are you? I want to test that in a fight in full strength. Anytime, anywhere, but not now, Naruto replied in a bored tone. Which shocked Grover and Annabeth, thinking that he was crazy to be accepting a fight with Ares in full strength. But then again, Ares did say that Naruto was at Olympian level, but one thing for sure is that their fight is gonna be epic. Ares grinned and licked his lips. Now that's what I want to hear. I am looking forward to our fight in the future, said Ares as he was about to walk away. You owe me one more thing, Percy said as he turned back to Ares and trying to keep his voice in check. By now, Grover had let go of his friend but stayed close, just in case. You promised me information about my mother. You sure you can handle the news? He kick-started his motorcycle. She's not dead. Percy took a shell-shocked look on his face. What do you mean? I mean she was taken away from the Minotaur before she could die. She was turned into a shower of gold, right? That's metamorphosis, not death. She's being kept. Why? You need to study war, punk. Hostages. You take somebody to control somebody else. Nobody's controlling me. Whatever. I am going now. Good luck you brats. That was it for Percy's patience with the god of war's aura. You're pretty smug, Lord Ares, for a guy who runs from Cupid's statues. Behind Ares' sunglasses, fire glowed. We'll meet again, Percy Jackson. Next time you're in a fight, watch your back. Ares revved his Harley, then roared off down Delancey Street. Annabeth said, that was not smart, Percy. I don't care. You don't want a god as your enemy. Especially not that god, warned Annabeth. Percy, I applaud you for having balls and say that to a god, but there is a time and place and we do not any more shit in our quest, so if you want to put a great roadblock on our way, just know this, Percy. If we fall this quest, Percy, millions of innocent lives will die because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. So tell me, am I wrong, Percy? Naruto asked Percy. Percy wanted to say something to defend himself but knows that Naruto was telling the truth, so just lowered his head down and remained silenced. That's what I thought, Percy. Look, I know you're angry and all, but now it's not the time. We have to finish this quest first, then we can do something about your okay. Okay, Percy said and nodded. Good, now come on, let's go, said Naruto, and with that, they all got in the truck. On the truck. As they got the truck with a bunch of animals in cages with them, and Grover kind of looked distressed about it. As they sat down and Naruto decided to go to sleep and go through another experience in the past. Flashback. As Naruto arrived in Nami no Kuni, or known as the Lad of the Waves, YCH is currently being controlled by Gato. As he found the house with Sai and them, he found out that they encountered Zabuza Momochi and attacked them, and Kakashi the copy ninja and Sai managed to defeat him, but before they could kill him, Akiri Hunter Nin came, threw a Senbon to the back of his neck, and Zabuza fell dead and decided to take the body with the Hunter Nin. That's strange, I thou. GHT that Hunter Nins were supposed to beheaded them and burn the bodies, so that means that Zabuza is alive and that the Hunter Nin is an accomplice of Zabuza, thought Naruto, but also Sai and Kakashi had the same idea. Naruto decided to camp outside since he doesn't want to deal with a pink banshee and an arrogant Uchiha, but also the bridge builder's grandson. Naruto decided to train for a bit, and a few hours later, he decided to take a break, got out of his Anbu gear, sealed in a scroll and changed to civilian clothes and sat down against a tree to take a nap, but heard someone whistling a song and decided to check it out. What he saw, a girl around the same age as him with black hair that went to her mid-back and has brown eyes, wearing a light pink sleeveless kimono with a sash on her waist holding it up. And there were spiral designs all over it for decoration. Hello. What are you doing out here, laying down here by yourself? She asked with a small smile on her face as she knelt in front of him. I was just resting from a hard day of work. Oh, so you must be a ninja, right? Yes, how do you know? A civilian doesn't usually carry a kunai pouch on them with actual kunai on them. Naruto's eyes narrowed a bit and thought, how does she knows about his pouch unless she was a ninja herself? So you know what I've been doing, but what are you doing out here, miss? Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Haku, and you? Naruto. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Same to you, Haku-san. I can't help but notice you're picking herbs. What are they for? Oh, these things are to help Eel, my friend that got injured about a week ago. They're supposed to be medicinal herbs and help the healing process along. I see. Do you need some help collecting some? Sure, why not? With that, they started to collect the herbs that were scattered around the field they were in. While they were doing this, they talked some more. So how'd your friend get hurt, Haku-san? Well, he was walking on the dock and slipped on some water and fell over the side and scraped his side pretty badly. I see. She hesitated there for a second. Was she lying to me? But why would she need to lie to me? So what are you training for, Naruto-san? Quote, just was sent here as a backup for a couple of Konoha shinobi here. How's that working out? Sorry, but it's classified shinobi business, Haku. Oh, do you live around her, Haku-san? Because I can escort you back home, that way nothing happens to you. She visibly stiffened. No, that's all right. I'm sure I can get home by myself. A chakra spike. Shish. He has more than a normal civilian should have for chakra. Who are you? On the inside Naruto was alert, but on the outside he showed no signs of it. Are you sure? There's a man named Gato around here. And I heard he has some thugs and bandits that work for him wandering around. I'd feel safer if I made sure you got home safe. No, that's okay, I'll be fine. She reassured him far too quickly. If you say so, Haku-san. There was another awkward silence where neither spoke. Can you tell me why you fight? Haku asked all of a sudden. What kind of question is that? Why do you fight? I know you're a ninja and that's your job. But why do you fight? Do you have to prove something? I'm not really sure really. I always ask myself that question on why do I fight? Why do I do these things? I always ask myself that. I see. Haku smiled at that. So you have some people that are precious to you. I'm not sure really. Well, I hope you do, Naruto, because I believed that when person protects someone, their true power comes out and they become stronger than ever. Do you know what I'm talking about? He nodded his head to her. I think I do. She smiled again before standing up. I must go and get these to my friend now. It was nice talking to you, Naruto-san. I hope we meet again. Yeah, me too. With that, she left, carry the herbs with her, and has a strangle feeling that he is gonna see her soon, but really thought on what she said. Precious people, huh? Does it really make you stronger for protecting your precious people? Naruto thought deeply and decided to head back before Tting back on his Anbu gear and went back as Kitsune to Sai and the others. Flashback and as Naruto was suddenly waken up by a big uproar, and when he looked up, he saw all the animals in the truck out of their cage and who like escaping, and saw that Percy, Annabeth and Grover were releasing the animals from their cages. Okay, what the fuck did they do now, thought Naruto. And before Naruto can say anything, the back door of the truck suddenly opened, revealing the two truck driver who were in shock. Hey, what the foo? But the truck driver was interrupted by Naruto, who quickly super kicked and quickly elbow smashed the other guy before he could react, also knocking him out. And then Naruto looked at his friends who were looking at him in shock, and also noticed the animals were kind of cheering him on, or in this case, roaring him on for knocking out their kidnappers. Okay, please explain to me what the hell happened, asked Naruto, as Annabeth explained that Grover is furious over the harsh conditions the animals are kept in. He decided to set them free, and Percy and her helped, and that Grover gives the animals the wild blessing which will protect them until they're at their protected zone. Naruto just sighed and said, even though you guys did was stupid, but I'll give you credit since this what I think you guys would say, the right thing to do. Wait, you're not mad, said Percy in shocked. Two reason wrong with that. One, I can't feel emotion including anger, and two, it's already too late now, what's done is done. Now come on you animals, get the hell out of here. And with that, all the animals burst out of the truck and ran off in the streets of Las Vegas, and could hear scream and shouts of terror from the people just walking by while simply ignoring it, since no one will get hurt and the animals would be fine. Okay, get out of the truck while I put these guys in the cages, explained Naruto as all three nodded and got off the truck while Naruto does the dirty work of taking care of these guys. He created a shadow clone to carry one guy while he carries the other one. He and the clone locked the two guys up in the cage, and the clone dispelled, and Naruto looked at the two men locked up. Even though I don't feel anything, I do know for a fact that these two deserve to be locked here instead of those animals. Why the hell did I say that? Is this disgusted? Am I feeling disgusted? Thought Naruto, and just simply ignored that thought and got off the truck. Are you sure it's fine to leave those two there? Asked Annabeth. Someone will found them, Reapel. I.e.d. Naruto not really caring and the others accepting that answer. In the street of Las Vegas, past the Monte Carlo and the MGM. They passed the miniature pyramids, a pirate ship, and the miniature version of the Statue of Liberty. Each time they went past a casino they had to drag Annabeth away as she was admiring and gossiping about its architecture. Naruto also wanted to head inside and do bit of gambling to earn some more money to buy a home, or his case a base of operation with a couple of weapons in this world and modify them to chakra and demigod uses. He could have just told he would use his transformation technique, but he thought best not to argue. As time went by, the group eventually found themselves lost and found themselves at the far end of Vegas. Great, where have we ended up? Percy asked. "Your guess is as good as mine," Naruto said as leaned against a nearby wall. "We could go over there and ask for direction. Maybe a cab too since we need to find some way to get to LA. Annabeth said as she pointed to a building behind them. The boy all looked in the direction she was pointing in and the first thing they saw was the giant flashing letters on entrance of the building with what looked like giant flashing lotus above it. The Lotus Hotel. Lotus Hotel. However, as soon as they entered the casino, Naruto figured they made the right choice, as Percy, Nna Beth and Grover stood there gaping at the inside and interior of the hotel and casino. The whole lobby was a giant game room with just about every generation of game over the years that could be imagined. There was an indoor waterslide snaking around the multiple glass elevators, which went straight up at least 40 floors. There was a climbing wall on the side of one building, and an indoor bungee jumping bridge. There were virtual reality suits with working laser guns, and hundreds of video games, each one with a large widescreen TV. Naruto figured that any fun thing you could think of, this place most likely had it. There were a few other kids playing, but not that many. No waiting for any of the games. There were waitresses and snack bars all around, serving every kind of food you can imagine. "Whoa," said the three still staring at it. "I'm guessing you guy like it," a bellhop said, as he walked over to them grinning at the amazed looks that were on their faces. He wore a WHITE and yellow Hawaiian shirt with lotus designs, shorts, and flip-flops. "Welcome to the Lotus Casino. Here's your room key," he said, handing over 4 room keys to the 4. "But we didn't even hire a room," Naruto said a little skeptically. "Don't worry about that, we knew you were coming and prepared your rooms already. The bill's taken care of. No extra charges, no tips. Just go on up to the top floor, room 4001. If you need anything, like extra bubbles for the hot tub, or skeet targets for the shooting range, or whatever, just call the front desk. Here are your Lotus cash cards." They were in the restaurants and on all the games and rides. He handed them all 4 green plastic credit cards that all had the Lotus symbol on it. Out of curiosity, how much credit is on this?" Grover asked, getting nods of agreement. "Well, since it's all paid for, it's unlimited," he said, never losing his giant smile. "Whoa," was all they could say again, as they stared at the card. Before Naruto could say anything, the 3 already left and do whatever they want. Naruto just couldn't give a rat's ass anymore and decided to explore and taking a break and maybe find a casino to gamble. As Naruto found a restaurant and decided to get something to eat before heading to a casino to earn some money since he had a lot of luck in him. As he noticed a young boy approaching his table, who must have been about 10 years old, had scraggy black hair with olive skin tone. His eyes were dark brown and he was wearing a dark green shirt with faded blue jeans and a brown scarf that was wrapped around his neck. "Excuse me, mister, but I'm lost," asked the boy. "Where are your parents?" asked Naruto. "I don't have any. Do you have any brothers or sisters?" "Well, I have a sister, but I LKED away for a couple of minutes and next thing I know, she's gone." "Well, why don't you stay here with me for a few minutes until she finds you," said Naruto. "Really? Thanks, mister," said the boy cheerfully. "What's your name, kid?" "I'm Nico D'Angelo. You want to see my mythomagic cards?" he asked with a hopeful expression which confused Naruto a little. Sure, why not? What are they exactly?" he asked with a fake smile on his face. "It's a card game, though I just kind of like to collect the cards and the little figurines," he said as he pulled out a few figurines from his other pocket. "They are based of Greek mythology," he said. He then explained the rules to Naruto and how it is played and whatnot, but then Naruto noticed something powerful about the kid and is an aura that is dark and feels kind of dead. Thinking he might be a demigod, a powerful one in fact, but just ignored it. Naruto decided to buy lunch for him, to whom it got him happy and thankful towards. "Naruto, Nico D'Angelo," a voice shouted out through the room, catching both Naruto and Nico's attention while they were still eating. When Nico saw who it was, he paled a little on who the voice belonged to. Marching over toward Naruto and Nico was a girl a few years older than Nico but had very similar feature to him. She had long black hair with the top being covered by a rather large faded green hat and had olive-toned skin. She was wearing a black tank top with faded blue jean and wore black boots that looked a little too large for her. Naruto could only guess that this girl must be related to Nico somehow, and also that powerful aura. Nico, I have been looking for you for the past half an hour. You just ran off without telling me, she said in an annoyed tone, getting a sorry look from Nico. Before she turned to Naruto and has small blush made its way onto her face. Hi, she stuttered out. I'm Bianca D'Angelo, and Nico's big sister. Hi, I'm Naruto. It's nice to meet you, he said politely and shaking Bianca's hand. I'm sorry if my brother has been a bit of a nuisance. I hope he didn't bother you. No, not at all, Naruto said, shaking his head. Nico has been good company and showed me his mythomagic cards, he said, getting a groan from Bianca. Nico, not everyone is obsessed with those cards as you are, she said sternly, getting a whine from Nico. But sis, Naruto does not mind. He even treated me to lunch, he said, surprising Bianca. Naruto, you didn't have to do that, she said, but Naruto just waved his hand. It's fine, really, said Naruto, waving it off. Well, anyway, Nico, it's time to go, said Bianca, looking at Nico. What, really now? Nico pouted at that. What, are you guys leaving the hotel today? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Yeah, today was our last day here and we really have to go now, said Bianca. Okay, Nico replied and looked at Naruto and went up to him and hugged him, which surprised Naruto. Thanks for looking after me, Naruto, and treating me to lunch, Nico said, and Naruto patted him on the back and Nico let go off Naruto and rushed off again. Nico, Bianca screamed at the running Nico and turned back to Naruto and smiled at him. Naruto, thank you again for looking after him and taking care of him. I hope we meet again soon, said Bianca with a kind smile. Yeah, me too, said Naruto, and with that Bianca went to chase Nico and then get checked off and leave the hotel. What a good bunch of kids, hope I meet them again soon, Naruto thought. Well, time to gamble and earn some cash. And with that Naruto headed towards a bathroom, hence into a disguise, and headed towards the casino to play poker. Couple of minutes later, Percy notices people from all different time periods that he realizes that he is being affected by the hotel. Quickly snaps out of it and went to grab Annabeth and Grover from whatever temptation they were in, and is looking for Naruto and saw him across where he was standing with a briefcase on him. Naruto, Percy screamed, and Naruto looked at Percy with a strange look. What? We have to get out of here. Why? Just come on. And with that they left the hotel and were standing in front of the entrance of the Lotus Hotel. Annabeth and Grover were talking to Percy on what is going on while noticed a newspaper on the floor and read it and was shocked on what he found out. Naruto showed Percy the newspaper and pointed at the date, which reads 12th of June. The others gasped and held their heads in realization. We were in there for 5 days. That means, Percy started before Beth interrupted him and looked at them gravely. Tomorrow is the summer solstice. We have 1 day left. If we don't make it, then the gods will be at war. Great. Just great. Come on, let's just get a cab and get to LA, said Naruto as he put one hand on his face while still carrying his briefcase. By the way, Naruto, what's with the briefcase? Asked Annabeth curiously. Oh, this, I won $10 million in a game of poker, Naruto said simply, which got all three to stare at him in shock. What? They all screamed. The group decided to get a cab to LA, but more specifically, the Underworld's Intran CE, which is located at DOA Recording Studios. After a few hours of driving, they arrived at their destination, which is a building in front of them with gold letters etched in black marble, DOA Recording Studios. Underneath, stenciled on the glass doors, were the words, "No solicitors, no loitering, no living." How cheery. They all thought before they walked inside. It was almost midnight when they arrived and the sun had set hours ago. The lobby was full of people who were both queuing up and who were standing by the walls to the sides looking very miserable. Then again they would be, since they were dead. Well, here we are, Percy said. You guys ready to whoop some underworld butt? He said, which no one didn't even responded. While Annabeth and Grover looked a little uneasy but nodded anyway. Percy, if we die, I'm blaming you for my death, replied Naruto emotionlessly and just went ahead. Hey, wait for us, as all three yelled at him and rushed to him. And when they caught up to Naruto, they got a good look at the place. It had steel gray carpet and walls. Pencil cactuses grew in the corners like skeleton hands. The furniture was black leather, and every seat was taken. There were people sitting on couches, people standing up, people staring out the windows or waiting for the elevator. No one spoke, and the only sound that could be heard was the lobby music and the sound of their walking. When they got to the security guard desk, there was a tall, elegant-looking man with chocolate-colored skin and with bleached blonde hair that was shaved military style. He wore tortoise shades and a silk Italian suit that matched his hair. A black rose was pinned to his lapel under a silver name tag. "Your name is Chiron," Percy said, that immediately caused the others to sigh in a annoyance while the man looked at Percy a little annoyed. And with that, Naruto, Annabeth and Grover just agreed mentally that Percy was the most clueless demigod around or the biggest idiot they have ever met. "Do I look like a centaur to you?" he asked Percy, who quickly shook his head. "Can you read this, mate? It says Charon. Say it with me, Charon." Sorry," Percy said, avoiding the monk's stare. "I hate being confused with that old horse," he grumbled. "We need to go to the underworld," Annabeth said, speaking up, making Charon roll his eyes. "Well, that's new," he said sarcastically. "I doubt you're here for a holiday." "No, but it's either here or Yomi I'm going to when I die, unless there is like a super hell or something," Naruto thought. Straightforward and honest. No screaming. "No, there must be a mistake, Mr. Charon." He looked them over. "How did you die, then?" Percy nudged Grover. "Oh," he said. Drowned. In the bathtub." "All of you?" he asked skeptically. "Well, they did, but now I was a different story," Naruto said. "I got tortured, then got beat up, then tortured again, and I blacked, and now, here I am," he said, finishing the story. All four just looked at him in amazement. Even Charon was a little awestruck. "Okay, you're good. Now that's a lie, but did it have to be that dark?" the others thought. Charon eyed them curiously before sighing. "Do you have payment?" he asked as Percy dug into the backpack and got out a small bag full of golden drachmas. "Well, now it's been a while since I have seen real drachmas," Charon said, while greedily eyeing the bag before he smelled the air around them. "Hey, wait a minute. You guys are alive. Get out or get in line," he said, about to grab the bag of drachmas before Naruto quickly snatched it away. "If you get us to the underworld, the bag is all yours." "Along with interest," Percy said, getting a nod from Naruto, who juggling the bag in his hands. "Do you think I can be bought, godlings? Just out of curiosity, how much have you got there?" "A lot," Percy said. "I bet Hades doesn't pay you well enough for such hard work. We could mention a pay raise while we are talking to Hades." Charon sighed. "The boat's almost full, anyway. I might as well add you 3 and be off." He stood and took the money from Naruto's hand along with some added drachmas Percy handed to him, and said, "Come along." The group pushed through the crowd of waiting spirits, who started grabbing at our clothes like the wind, their voices whispering things they couldn't make out. Charon shoved them out of the way, grumbling, "Freeloaders." They all stood inside an elevator as they felt themselves going down. Then they all felt a little dizzy, and before long felt themselves going forward instead of down. They all noticed Hat Charon's clothes had now changed to long black robes. "I think I'm getting seasick," Grover mumbled as he held his hand in front of his mouth. They all blinked and then found that the elevator they were in was now a wooden barge, and they were sailing in some kind of oily-looking river. "This is the river Styx," Annabeth said, looking over the side. "It looks so polluted," Percy whispered. Charon looked at them and let a creepy smile from on his face as the others looked at his completed black and lifeless-looking eyes. "Well, children, here we are. Welcome to the underworld, where you go when you die." "What about Yomi and heaven?" asked Naruto. "Only if you're Shinto, but it's not my taste. Heaven too peaceful and no fun, while Yomi is even worse than here. Hell, Yomi is even worse than Tartar. And I fell sorry for whatever bastard goes to that hellhole," replied Charon with a shiver, and the others including Naruto but shiver as hell from that description on Yomi. Mist curled off the filthy water. Above them, almost lost in the gloom, was a ceiling of stalactites. Ahead, the far shore glimmered with greenish light, the color of poison. Naruto noticed that Percy's eyes widened in a End of pure panic, and he could tell what the boy was thinking. He, however, smiled. When a nervous Annabeth grabbed the water boy's hand, and that seemed to calm the two of them down. He looked to Grove. And noticed the goat boy was silently freaking out. "Guys, I'm going to sleep for a bit, wake me up when we're there," said Naruto, and they nodded, but with a scared expression on their faces. Flashback. As the team was there to guard Tazuna, the bridge builder. And while he was constructing the bridge, a large mist came towards them and knew that Zabuza was coming. "Shit, Sasuke, Sakura, you guard Tazuna now," Kakashi yelled. "What? I am an Uchiha and I should fight alongside you and the Anbu there," yelled Sasuke with arrogance. "Sasuke, this is not for debate, now follow orders or you will be suspended as a shinobi." Sasuke glared at Kakashi but did what he was told, as it revealed Zabuza and a hunter nin across the bridge. "Well, look what we have here. Kakashi the copy ninja and the Kitsune of Konoha. Well, I'm honored to have the man that killed 3 of my former comrades," Zabuza said with excitement. "Kitsune, I'll handle the Zabuza while you handle the hunter nin," said Kakashi, and Naruto nodded. They rushed to their battles, Kakashi versing Zabuza while Naruto fight the hunter nin. They clashed and dodged which of their opponent attack, and the hunter nin took some steps back and performed a one-hand sign, shocking both Naruto and Kakashi. Hand sign with a single hand, I never seen that before, both Naruto and Kakashi thought. Hyoten ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. As multiple ice mirrors began to surround Naruto and the hunter nin, in shocking Naruto even more. An Hyoten user. I thought Yagura could rid off them all, one must have survived, thought. Naruto, as the hunter nin was moving from mirrors to mirrors in an incredible speed, and when he was behind Naruto and ready to strike him, Naruto quickly turned around and punched in the face hard, destroying his mask, and to reveal that it wasn't a he but a she, and that she was Haku. Flashback ended. As Naruto suddenly woke up and saw that they arrived destination. As Naruto handed the bag to Karen and he bid them farewell, and Naruto decided to lead the way. They followed him. They were expecting pearly gates, or a big black portcullis, or something. But the entrance to the underworld looked like a cross between airport security and the Jersey Turnpike. There were 3 separate entrances under one huge black archway that said you are now entering Erebus. Each entrance had a pass-through metal detector with security cameras mounted on top. Beyond this were toll booths manned by black-robed ghouls like Karen. The howling of the hungry animal was really loud now, but they couldn't see where it was coming from. The 3-headed dog, Cerberus, who was supposed to guard Hades's door, was nowhere to be seen. The dead queued up in the 3 lines, 2 marked attendant on duty, and 1 marked EZ death. The EZ death line was moving right along. The other 2 were crawling. "The fast line is straight to the Asphodel Fields," Naruto said to them. "No contest. They don't want to risk judgment from the court, because it might go against them." Percy asked, "There's a court for dead people?" "Yeah, 3 judges. They switch around who sits on the bench. King Minos, Thomas Jefferson, and Shakespeare, people like that. Sometimes they look at a life and decide that person needs a special reward, the Fields of Elysium. Sometimes they decide on punishment. But most people, well, they just lived. Nothing special, good or bad, so they go to the Asphodel Fields," Annabeth answered his question. "And do what?" Grover said. "Imagine standing in a wheat field in Kansas. Forever." "Harsh," Percy said. "Not as harsh as that," Grover muttered. "Look." A couple of black-robed ghouls had pulled aside one spirit and were frisking him at the security desk. The face of the dead man looked vaguely familiar. "He's that preacher who made the news, remember?" Grover asked. "Oh, yeah." Percy had remembered now. "Come on, let's go." As they walked forward and were about to go even further, air path was blocked by Cerberus, the guard of the underworld, and Naruto was about to take it down until Annabeth got a ball house somewhere and tempted Cerberus with it, and it looked like it was gonna obey Annabeth like pet owner, and got Annabeth to get control of him and let Cerberus play with the play, while it is distracted, the 4 of them head on. Who knew Annabeth had that in her? Thought Naruto, and who seemed to be impressed. They pushed through the metal detector and raced into the underworld and saw the fields of Asphodel, where it has black grass had been trampled by eons of dead feet. A warm, moist wind blew, like the breath of a swamp. Black trees Grover told them they were poplars grew in clumps here and there. The cavern ceiling was so high above them it might have been a bank of storm clouds, except for the stalactites, which glowed faint gray and looked wickedly pointed. Percy tried not to imagine they'd fall on them at any moment, but dotted around the fields were several had fallen and impaled themselves in the black grass. Annabeth, Grover, Naruto and Percy tried to blend into the crowd. Percy couldn't help looking for familiar faces among the spirits of Asphodel, but the dead are hard to look at. Their face shimmer. They all looked slightly angry or confused. They will come up to you and speak, but their voices sound like chatter, like bats twittering. Once they realize you can't understand them, they frown and move away. The dead aren't scary, they're just sad. They crept along, after the line of new arrivals that snaked from the main gates toward a CK tented pavilion with a banner that read, "Judgments for Elysium and Eternal Damnation. Welcome, newly deceased." Out the back of the tent came two smaller lines. To the left, spirits flanked by security. Thai ghouls were marched down a rocky path toward the fields of punishment, which glowed and smoked in the distance, a vast, cracked wasteland with rivers of lava and minefields and miles of barbed wire separating the different torture areas. Even from far away, they could see people being chased by hellhound, burned at the stake, forced to run naked through cactus patches or listen to opera music. They could just make out a tiny hill, with the ant-sized figure of Sisyphus struggling to move his boulder to the top. And they saw worse tortures, two things they don't want to describe. The line "Ing" from the right side of the Judgment Pavilion was much better. This one led down to a small valley surrounded by walls, a gated community, which seemed to be the only happy part of the underworld. Beyond the security gate were neighborhoods of beautiful houses from every time period in history, Roman villas and medieval castles and Victorian mansions. Silver and gold flowers bloomed on the lawns. The grass rippled in rainbow colors. They could hear laughter and smell barbecue cooking. Elysium. In the middle of that valley was a glittering blue lake, with 3 small islands like a vacation resort in the Bahamas. The Isles of the Blessed, for people who had chosen to be reborn 3 times, and 3 times achieved Elysium. Annabeth said, "That's the place for heroes." Percy thought of how few people there were in Elysium. How tiny it was compared to the fields of Asphodel or even the fields of punishment. So few people did good in their lives. It was depressing. They left the Judgment Pavilion and moved deeper into the Asphodel fields. It got darker. The colors faded from their clothes. The crowds of chattering spirits began to thin. After a few miles of walking, they began to hear a familiar screech in the distance. Looming on the horizon was a palace of glittering black obsidian. Above the parapets swirled 3 dark bats-like creatures, the Furies. "They are waiting for us," Annabeth said. "I will handle them," Naruto said. "I went easy last time and I try to rip them to shed this time." "Maybe we should search some of the other places first," Grover suggested. "Like Elysium, for instance." "Come on, Goat Boy." Annabeth grabbed his arm. Grover yelped. His sneakers sprouted wings and his legs shot forward, pulling him away from Annabeth. He landed flat on his back in the grass. "Grover," Annabeth chided, "stop messing around." "And what I told you, don't do anything stupid," Naruto said. "But I didn't," he yelped again. His shoes were flapping like crazy now. They levitated off the ground and started dragging him away from them. "Maya," he yelled, but the magic word seemed to have no effect. "Maya, already, 911, help." Percy got over being stunned and made a grab for Grover's hand. But too late. He was picking up speed, skidding downhill like a bobsled. He and Annabeth ran after him. Annabeth shouted, "Untie the shoes." Grover tried to sit up, but he couldn't get close to the laces. They kept after him, trying to keep him in sight as he ripped between the legs of spirits who chattered at him in annoyance. "Idiot," Naruto thought, who was watching the whole scene. First he thought Grover was going to barrel straight through the gates of Hades's palace, but his shoes veered sharply to the right and dragged him in the opposite direction. He saw Annabeth. Percy and Grover entered some kind of a side tunnel. He sensed negative emotions coming out of the tunnel. What the hell was wrong with those shoes, thought Naruto deeply. Grover was sliding straight toward the edge. "Come on, Percy," Annabeth yelled, tugging at his wrist. Percy said, "But that's I know, she shouted. The place you described in your dream. But Grover's going to fall if we don't catch him. She was right, of course. Grover's predicament got him moving again. He was yelling, clawing at the ground, but the winged shoes kept dragging him toward the pit, and T didn't look like they could possibly get to him in time. The goat boy was 10 feet away from the giant hole in the ground, when Naruto suddenly appeared and caught the boy's arms. He pulled Grover back over the slope and away from the hole. The winged shoes tried to pull Grover back in the hole, but Naruto's grip was too strong for them. Annabeth and Percy came toward them. Thank God. You were safe, Grover, Annabeth panted. Naruto said, untie his shoes. After removing Grover's shoes, Naruto threw them in the hole. Grover was scratched up pretty bad. His hands were bleeding. His eyes had gone slit-pupilled, goat style. The way they did whenever he was terrified. I don't know how, he panted. I didn't. Wait, listen, Percy said, getting back up, even though his legs felt like lead and his backpack felt like someone had put a bunch of rocks in it. The boy heard something, a deep whisper in the darkness. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he began to hear it as well. We have to get out of here, Naruto said. That's the entrance to Tartarus. Percy shouted. What? The sound was getting louder, a muttering, evil voice from far, far below us. Coming from the pit. Grover sat up. What's that noise? Annabeth heard it too, now. They could see it as her eyes widened. Let's get going. Better not stay here, Naruto said and headed back to the top of the tunnel, where the cavern widened out into the fields of Asphodel. As the wail of outrage echoed from deep in the tunnel and was not happy they had gotten away. What was that? Grover asked. One of Hades's pets. No, let's keep going. Grover, can you still walk? Asked Naruto. Grover swallowed. Yeah, sure. I never liked those shoes, anyway. He tried to sound brave about it, but he was trembling as badly as Annabeth and Percy were. Naruto looked back at the tunnel and then they headed toward the palace of Hades. They walked up the steps of the palace, between black columns, through a black marble portico, and into the house of Hades. The entry hall had a polished bronze floor, which seemed to boil in the reflected torchlight. There was no ceiling, just the cavern roof, far above. Every side doorway was guarded by a skeleton in military gear. Some wore Greek armor, some British redcoats uniforms, some camouflage with tattered American flags on the shoulders. They carried spears or muskets or M16s. None of them bothered us. But their hollow eye sockets followed us as we walked down the hall, toward the big set of doors at the opposite end. 2 U.S. Marine skeletons guarded the doors. They grinned down at them. Rocket-propelled grenade launchers held across their chests. You know, Grover mumbled, I bet Hades doesn't have trouble with door-to-door salesmen. Naruto noticed Percy's discomfort. Are you all right, Percy? Is something bothering you? Nothing. Percy lied to him. He wanted to see what had made his backpack feel like someone had put a bowling ball in it, but now was not the time. Why is something with high-energy signature is in that bag? Find out. Later. Naruto though, and he narrowed his eyes at Percy's backpack. Well, guys, Percy said. I suppose we should knock. A hot wind blew down the corridor, and the doors swung open. The guards stepped aside. Well, let's meet the god of the underworld, shall we? Naruto said, and they all nodded, preparing to meet Hades. Hades throne room. As they entered the room, they saw the room inside looked just like in his dream, except this time the throne of Hades was occupied. He was the third god he had met, but the first who really struck him as godlike. He was at least 10 feet tall, for one thing, and dressed in black silk robes and a crown of braided gold. His skin was albino, white, his hair shoulder length and jet black. He wasn't bulked up like Ares, but he radiated power. He lounged on his throne of fused human bones, looking lithe, graceful, and dangerous as a panther. He had the same kind of mesmerizing, evil charisma. Percy immediately felt like Hades should be giving the orders. He should be his master. Snap out of it, he thought. Hades' aura was affecting him, just as Ares's had. Hades looked at Naruto with soft expression and kindness. Welcome to the underworld, Naruto, he said in a slightly happy voice. Then he looked at the others and narrowed his eyes at Percy. Not that I'm being disrespectful, but why are you happy to see me? Naruto asked. I'm happy to see you because I wanted to meet you a long time ago and since me and Minato were really close friends, Hades said. Wait, you knew my dad? Asked Naruto, and it surprised the other three in the room. Yes, he and I were close friends and he didn't judge me or discriminated me. He respected me and I respected him. I was sad that his soul was sealed within the Shinigami, but he did as honorable men and I consider him one of the greatest heroes. No greatest man there was, and I have seen your life and no child deserved that, even you, said Hades. Thank you Lord Hades for telling that, replied Naruto. Naruto, just call me Uncle Hades. Me and your father were like brothers than blood than my two other brothers were, said Hades. With a smile, and Naruto nodded. He then looked at Percy with a different expression on his face. You were brave to come here, son of Poseidon, he said in an oily voice. After what you have done to me, very brave indeed. Or perhaps you are simply very foolish. Lord and uncle, Percy said. He was clearly affected by Hades' aura. I come with 2 requests. Hades raised an eyebrow. When he sat forward in his throne, shadowy faces appeared in the folds of his black robes, faces of torment, as if the garment were stitched of trapped souls from the fields of punishment, trying to get out. The ADHD part of Percy wondered, off task, whether the rest of his clothes were made the same way. Only 2 requests, Hades said. Arrogant child, as if you have not already taken enough. Speak, then. It amuses me not to strike you dead yet. Percy swallowed. This was going about as well as he had feared. He glanced at the empty, smaller throne next to Hades. It was shaped like a black flower, gilded with gold. I wished Queen Persephone was here, Percy thought. He recalled something in the myths about how she could calm her husband's moods. But it was summer. Of course, Persephone would be above in the world of light with her mother, the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. Her visits, not the tilt of the planet, create the seasons. Annabeth cleared her throat. Her finger prodded him in the back. Lord Hades, Percy said. Look, sir, there can't be a war among the gods. It would be bad. Really bad, Grover added helpfully. Return Zeus' master bolt to me, Percy said. Please, sir, let me carry it to Olympus. Naruto sweat dropped their choice of words. They really don't know how to negotiate and even talk. Even Genin can do better than that. He looked at his uncle's face. Well, they're boned. Hades' eyes grew dangerously bright. You dare keep up this pretense, after what you have done? Percy glanced back at Annabeth and Grover. They looked as confused as he was. Uncle, Percy said. You keep saying, after what you've done. What exactly have I done? The throne room shook with a tremor so strong, they probably felt it upstairs in Los Angeles. Debris fell from the cavern ceiling. Doors burst open all along the walls, and skeletal warriors marched in, hundreds of them, from every time period and nation in Western civilization. They lined the perimeter of the room, blocking the exits. Hades bellowed, Do you think I want war, Godling? Percy wanted to say, well, these guys don't look like peace activists. But he thought that might be a dangerous answer. You are the Lord of the Dead, Percy said carefully. A war would expand your kingdom, right? A typical thing for my brothers to say. Do you think I need more subjects? Did you not see the sprawl of the asphodel fields? Well, have you any idea how much my kingdom has swollen in this past century alone, how many subdivisions have had to open? Percy opened my mouth to respond, but Hades was on a roll now. More security ghouls, he moaned. Traffic problems at the Judgment Pavilion. Double overtime for the staff. I used to be a rich god, Percy Jackson. I control all the precious metals under the earth. But my expenses. Karen wants a pay raise, Percy blurted, just remembering the fact. Idiot, Naruto thought as he slapped his hand on his face. Don't get me started on Karen. Hades yelled. Quote, He's been impossible ever since he discovered Italian suits. Problems everywhere and I've got to handle all of them personally. The commute time alone from the palace to the gates is enough to drive me insane. And the dead just keep arriving. No, Godling, I need no help getting subjects. I did not ask for this war. But you took the Zeus, Master Bolt. Lies. More rumbling. Hades rose from his throne, towering to the height of a football goalpost. Your father may fool Zeus, boy, but I am not so stupid. I see his plan. What is stolen from you? Naruto asked suddenly. Hades looked at his nephew and said, my helm of darkness. You think he stole it, uncle? Naruto said. I'm absolutely sure about it, Hades said. Percy said, but, shut up. You were the thief on the winter solstice, he said. Your father thought to keep you his little secret. He directed you into the throne room on Olympus. You took the master bolt and my helm. Had I not sent my fury to discover you at Yancy Academy, Poseidon might have succeeded in hiding his scheme to start a war. But now you have been forced into the open. You will be exposed as Poseidon's thief, and I will have my helm back. But, Annabeth spoke. Percy could tell her mind was going a million miles an hour. Lord Hades, do not play innocent with me, girl. You and the satyr have been helping this hero coming here to threaten me in Poseidon's name. No doubt to bring me an ultimatum. Does Poseidon think I can be blackmailed into supporting him? Hades looked at Naruto. And you came here with my son so you could get here. No, Percy said. Poseidon didn't. I didn't. I have said nothing of the helm's disappearance, Hades snarled. Because I had no illusions that anyone on Olympus would offer me the slightest justice, the slightest help. I can ill afford for word to get out that my most powerful weapon of fear is missing. So I searched for you myself, and when it was clear you were coming to me to deliver your threat, I did not try to stop you. You didn't try to stop us. But, return my helm now, or I will stop death, Hades threatened. That is my counter-proposal. I will open the earth and have the dead pour back into the world. I will make your lands a nightmare. And you, Percy Jackson, your skeleton will lead my army out of Hades. The skeletal soldiers all took one step forward, making their weapons ready. Now, Percy was angry because he was being accused of something he hadn't done. He had a lot of experience with that. You're as bad as Zeus, Percy said. You think I stole from you. That's why you sent the Furies after me. Of course, Hades said. And the other monsters. Hades curled his lip. I had nothing to do with them. I wanted no quick death for you. I wanted you brought before me alive so you might face every torture in the fields of punishment. Why do you think I let you enter my kingdom so easily? Easily. Yes, easily. Did you think a bunch of weak demigods can enter here safely and the only one would have off-made was Naruto there? Hades pointed at Naruto. Now return my property. But I don't have your helm. I came for the Master Bolt, which you already possess. Hades shouted. You came here with it, little fool, thinking you could threaten me. But I didn't. Open your pack, then. A horrible feeling struck Percy. He slung backpack off his shoulder and unzipped it. Inside was a 2-foot-long metal cylinder, spiked on both ends, humming with energy. Master Bolt. So that was the strange energy I sensed earlier. Naruto thought. Someone must be trying to frame us. Percy. Annabeth said. How? I don't know. I don't understand. You heroes are always the same, Hades said. Your pride makes you foolish, thinking you could bring such a weapon before me. I did not ask for Zeus's Master Bolt, but since it is here, you will yield it to me. I am sure it will make an excellent bargaining tool. Percy was speechless. He had no idea how Master Bolt had gotten into his backpack. He wanted to think Hades was pulling some kind of trick. I don't think it is a good idea, Naruto spoke suddenly in between them. Hades asked, what do you mean? If you killed him, your brother, Poseidon will not be happy about, Naruto said. Hades scoffed at this. Also someone is framing him. This is not his backpack. This is, Lord Hades, wait, Percy yelled suddenly. This is all a mistake. What the fuck, Percy? I had this under control, thought Naruto. Hades forgot his son's words. A mistake, he roared angrily. The skeletons aimed their weapons at Percy, Annabeth and Grover. From high above, there was a fluttering of leathery wings, and the three Furies swooped down to perch on the back of their master's throne. The one with Mrs. DDS's face grinned at Percy eagerly and flicked her whip. Damn, who knew furries can regenerate last, Naruto said, which got all three furries glaring at him. We still have a bone pick with you, Uzumaki. We will not kill you, but we try and beat you in a fight, said Electo. Anytime, anywhere, Naruto simply replied. Enough, you two. Now it's not the time, Hades said, getting in between Electo and Naruto. Fight on your time. Fine, but I want a round two, me and you only, Electo said pointing her finger at Naruto. Like I said, anytime anywhere. Anyway, Jackson there is no mistake, Hades said. I know why you have come, I know the real reason you brought the bolt. You came to bargain for her. Hades loosed a ball of gold fire from his palm. It exploded on the steps in front of him. Percy saw his mother, frozen in a shower of gold, just as she was at the moment when the Minotaur began to squeeze her to death. He reached out to touch her, but the light was as hot as a bonfire. Yes, Hades said with satisfaction. I took her. I knew, Percy Jackson, that you would come to bargain with me eventually. Return my helm, and perhaps I will let her go. She is not dead, you know. Not yet, but if you displease me, that will change. He thought about the pearls in his pocket. Maybe they could get me out of this. If I could just get my mom free. Ah, the pearls, Hades said, and Percy's blood froze. Yes, my brother and his little tricks. Bring them forth, Percy Jackson. Percy's hand moved against his will and brought out the pearls. Only 3, Hades said. What a shame. You do realize each only protects a single person. I know for a fact Minato's son doesn't need them. Try to take your mother, then, little Godling. And which of your friends will you leave behind to spend eternity with me? Go on, choose, or give me the backpack and accept my terms. Percy looked at Annabeth and Grover. Their faces were grim. Then he looked at Naruto, who was standing beside Hades, who displayed no emotion. We were tricked, Percy told them. Set up. Yes, but why? Annabeth asked. I don't know, Percy said. Decide, boy, Hades yelled. Wait uncle, let me explain. Naruto got in between Percy and Hades before anything could happen. Naruto, what are you doing? But Naruto decided to interrupt Percy. Shut up, Percy. You don't get to talk right now. I can understand why you're angry, but now it's not the fucking time. Naruto yelled at Percy. But right now I'm handling this and I will not let that fucking mouth of yours get millions of innocent lives killed because your selfishness of wanting mother back. So shut up and let me handle this. Naruto yelled at Percy, and it would be the first time expressing anger or an outburst for the first time. Percy was shocked at what Naruto just said and just stayed quiet and decided to remain quiet. Hades had an impressive look on his face at what his nephew did and was kind of glad that he is beginning to show emotion, but now wants to hear what Naruto has to say. That didn't belong to us, it was given to us by Ares, Naruto said, shocking Hades. Not that I believe you, Naruto, but can prove this to me, Hades asked. ISWEAR on the river of Styx that I was telling the truth. Naruto swore and could hear a bang from the direction where the river was, and nothing happened to Naruto. Very well, I'll let you leave, but in 2 conditions, Hades said. And what are they, uncle? Naruto asked. 1, you will have to retrieve my helm of darkness from Ares, and if you do that then I'll let Sally Jackson go, Hades said, surprising Percy. And the 2nd condition, if you were to fight Ares, you Naruto cannot interfere in the fight, Hades responded, shocking the room. Can I ask why? It's because the sea spawn has angered me, and if you were involved, I know this would be too easy for them as well, since I know for a fact that you're as powerful as us Olympians, so those are the conditions for you to leave. Do you accept these terms? Naruto just looked around to see any alternative, but there was none, and he just sighed. Uncle, I accept to these terms, and I'll prove by swearing to the Styx again, Naruto said, and then another boom was heard. Very well, then you may leave, Hades said, gesture to all his minions to stand down. Come on, let's go, Naruto said, and the others walked out with him, but Hades stopped him. Wait, Naruto, can you stay for a moment? Asked Hades. Sure, you guys wait for me outside, Naruto said to them, and they nodded and headed out of the throne room. I want you to give you this. Hades took out a small glass container with a colorful golden liquid in it. This elixir will allow you to bring someone back to life, either they are a soul or recently died. Consider this a gift from me and for owing to Minato. Thanks, uncle. You're welcome, and I hope you court my daughter, Hades said with a smile. Your daughter? Naruto asked. Yes, you met her in the Lotus Hotel. Her name was Bianca d'Anglio, since I would only trust you with her, Hades answered, which surprised Naruto. So that's why Bianca and Nico were powerful. They were the children of Hades, Naruto thought eply, but blushed on what his uncle meant, and before he could reply Hades then said. You should get going, Naruto. Your friends are waiting, Hades said, and Naruto nodded and headed towards his friends. As Hades was looking at the leaving form of Naruto, he couldn't help but smile. Your son is like you, Minato, and if you see him now, you would have been proud of him, Hades thought. Underworld. As Naruto walked out of his uncle's throne room and saw his companions waiting for him. So what did Ares want to talk about? Asked a curious Annabeth. It's not important, but what is important that if you're ready for the task? Naruto asked. I don't know if I can take on Ares. Replied Percy. You have no choice, Percy. Humanity is in your hands now. Naruto said quietly. Percy and Naruto looked at him. Why did you say that? Why did you agree to that? Percy said in outrage. Do you want the fucking god of the underworld on your ass too? We don't need more problems as it is in. That mouth of yours nearly got us killed, Naruto answered simply, and Percy was about to protest, but Naruto didn't give him the chance as he continued on. Percy, I had it under control, but you let your selfishness and stupidity ruined it. If I didn't interfere, you would be dead, and Annabeth and Grover would as well. Did you really want their blood on your hands, Percy? Percy really wanted to deny it, but in reality he knew it was true, and his mouth nearly got them killed in front of the god of the underworld and couldn't help but look down. Just be thankful that Uncle Hades gave us an opportunity to go save your mum. But the problem is, we don't know where Ares is. Maybe I can help. As the group turned around and saw Hades in front of them and were scared shitless except for Naruto. Relax, Godling. I am not here to fight you but to take you where the god of war is. I sense he is at a nearby location, Hades said. And where is De? Percy tried to ask Hades, but he just snapped his finger, teleporting them to where Ares is. Keep an eye on them, Hades ordered the furries who were behind him. Yes, my lord, said all three as they teleported to keep an eye on the demigods. Beach. As they were teleported, they landed on a beach and wonder why they were here until they realized that Ares is here somewhere and began to look for him. Percy felt as if he had just come back from the dead, which they did. He felt his backpack was heavy with Zeus's master bolt, and his heart was even heavier from seeing his mother. I don't believe it, Annabeth said. We went all that way. It was a trick, Percy said. A strategy worthy of Athena. Hey, she warned. You get it, don't you? She dropped her eyes, her anger fading. Yeah, I get it. Well, I don't, Grover complained. Would somebody? Percy, Annabeth said. I'm sorry about your mother. I'm so sorry, Percy said. It's okay. Naruto managed to get Hades to agree to release my mum if I can get back the Helm of Darkness. Yeah, but I can't help you, Percy, since I cannot interfere in this, Naruto replied. It's okay. You gave me a chance to save my mother, Naruto, but the prophecy was right, Percy said. You shall go west and face the god who has turned. But it wasn't Hades. Hades didn't want war among the big three. Someone else pulled off the theft. Someone stole Zeus's master bolt, and Hades' helm, and framed me because I'm Poseidon's kid. Poseidon will get blamed by both sides. By sundown today, there will be a three-way war. And all have caused it. Rather it is your fault or not, Percy. You can fix all this and save millions. Naruto said, and Percy nodded. Grover then shook his head, mystified. But who would be that sneaky? Who would want war that bad? Percy stopped in his tracks, looking down the beach. Gee, let me think. Then they saw Ares waiting for them, in his black leather duster and his sunglasses, an aluminum baseball bat propped on his shoulder. His motorcycle rumbled beside him, its headlight turning the sand red. Hey, kids, he said, seeming genuinely pleased to see Percy. You were supposed to die well except for Uzumaki over there, Ares pointed at Naruto. You tricked me, Percy said. You stole the helm and the master bolt. Ares grinned. Well, now, I didn't steal them personally. Gods taking each other's symbols of power, that's a big no-no. But you're not the only hero in the world who can run errands. Quote, who did you use? Clarice. She was there at the winter solstice. The idea seemed to amuse Ares. Doesn't matter. The point is, kid, you're impeding the war effort. See, you've got to die in the underworld. Then old Seaweed will be mad at Hades for killing you. Corpse Breath will have the Zeus's master bolt, so Zeus will be mad at him. And Hades is still looking for this From his pocket he took out a ski cap, the kind bank robbers wear, and placed it between the handlebars of his bike. Immediately, the cap transformed into an elaborate bronze war helmet. The Helm of Darkness. Grover gasped. Exactly, Ares said. Now where was I? Oh yeah, Hades will be mad at both Zeus and Poseidon, because he doesn't know who took this. Pretty soon, we got a nice little three-way slugfest going. But they're your family, Annabeth protested. Ares shrugged. Best kind of war. Always the bloodiest. Nothing like watching your relatives' fights, I always say. You gave me the backpack in Denver. Percy said. The master bolt was in there whole time. Ares's face cleared. I didn't want the trouble. Better to have you caught red-handed, holding the thing. You're lying, Percy said. Sending the bolt to the underworld wasn't your idea, was it? Of course it was. Smoke drifted up from his sunglasses, as if they were about to catch fire. You didn't order the theft, Percy guessed. Someone else sent a hero to steal the two items. Then, when Zeus sent you to hunt him down, you caught the thief. But you didn't turn him over to Zeus. Something convinced you to let him go. You kept the items until another hero could come along and complete the delivery. That thing in the pit is ordering you around. I am the god of war. I take orders from no one. Ares shouted. Then he somehow calmed down. Let's get back to the problem at hand, kid. You're alive. I can't have you taking that bolt to Olympus. You just might get those hard-headed idiots to listen to you. So I've got to kill you. He snapped his fingers. The sand exploded at his feet and out charged a wild boar, even larger and uglier than the one whose head hung above the door of cabin 7 at Camp Half-Blood. The beast pawed the sand, glaring at Percy with beady eyes as it lowered its razor-sharp tusks and waited for the command to kill. Percy stepped into the surf. Fight me yourself, Ares. Ares laughed. You've only got one talent, kid, running away. You ran from the Chimera. You ran from the underworld. You don't have what it takes, but what about you, Uzumaki? I can't interfere. Naruto finally spoke and responded. Ares just glared at Naruto. And why not? Because Hades made me swore not to interfere and let Percy handle this. Ares just stared at him for a bit and then laughed. Either Death Breath really want to see the sea spawn dead or to test the sea spawn, but either way I gonna fight you after I deal with the sea spawn here, and the oath will not affect you after he is dead. Looking forward to it, but I'll be in the sidelines watching this, Naruto said as he approached Percy first. Percy, Ares will not take you seriously, he will be using about less than 10% of his powers. But you can use that to your advantage since he will not take you seriously, and I think he doesn't know how powerful you are. But remember, don't drop your guard. Stay full alert. Do not get distracted for a single moment, or you're dead. And that goes to the rest of you. Got it? Naruto said, looking at Percy but to Annabeth and Grover as well, and they nodded. Good. Good luck, Percy. You gonna need it, Naruto said as he walked to the sideline. Enough talk. Are you ready? Ares shouted. I am, but are you? You scared? In your adolescent dreams. But his sunglasses were starting to melt from the heat of his eyes. No direct involvement. Sorry, kid, you're not at my level. Annabeth said. Percy, run. Percy ignored her. The giant boar charged at him. No more, he thought. As the boar rushed Percy, he uncapped his pen and sidestepped. Riptide appeared in his hands. He slashed up. The boar's severed right tusk fell at his feet, while the disoriented animal charged into the sea. Percy shouted, "Wave!" Immediately, a wave surged up from nowhere and engulfed the boar, wrapping around it like a blanket. The beast squealed once in terror. Then it was gone, swallowed by the sea. Scared? Fucking idiot, thought Naruto. In your adolescent dreams. But his sunglasses were starting to melt from the heat of his eyes. No direct involvement. Sorry, kid, you're not at my level. Annabeth said. Percy, run. Percy ignored her. The giant boar charged at him. No more, he thought. As the boar rushed Percy, he uncapped his pen and sidestepped. Riptide appeared in his hands. He slashed up. The boar's severed right tusk fell at his feet, while the disoriented animal charged into the sea. Percy shouted, "Wave!" Immediately, a wave surged up from nowhere and engulfed the boar, wrapping around it like a blanket. The beast squealed once in terror. Then it was gone, swallowed by the sea. Percy turned back to Ares. Are you going to fight me now? He asked. Or are you going to hide behind another pet? Ares's face was purple with rage. Watch it, kid. I could turn you into a cockroach, Percy said. Or a tapeworm. Yeah, I'm sure. That'd save you from getting your godly hide whips. Wouldn't it? One day, that mouth of yours, Percy, will really get us killed, as Naruto thought, putting his hand on his face. Flames danced along the top of his glasses. Oh, man, you were really asking to be smashed into a grease spot. If I lose, turn me into anything you want. Take the bolt. If I win, the helm and the bolt are mine and you have to go away. Percy, Annabeth said. Don't do this. He's a god. He's a coward, Percy said. She swallowed. Wear this, at least. For luck. She took off her necklace, with her 5 years' worth of camp beads and the ring from her father, and tied it around his neck. Reconciliation, she said. Athena and Poseidon together. Percy said with a small blush. Thanks. And take this, Grover said. He handed him a flattened tin can that he'd probably been saving in his pocket for 1,000 miles. The satyrs stand behind you. Grover. I don't know what to say. Percy stuffed the tin can in his back pocket. You all did say goodbye. Ares came to Percy, his black leather duster trailing behind him, his sword glinting like fire in the sunrise. I've been fighting for eternity, kid. My strength is unlimited and I cannot die. What have you got? A smaller ego, Percy thought. He kept his feet in the surf, backing into the water up to his ankles. He remembered Annabeth had said at the Denver diner, Ares has strength. That's all he has. Even strength has to how to wisdom sometimes. Percy, Annabeth yelled. Cops. Percy was breathing heavily, but he managed to get to his feet. He couldn't look away from Ares for fear he'd slice him in half, but out of the corner of my eye he saw red lights flashing on the shoreline boulevard. The car doors were slamming. There, officer, somebody yelled. See, a gruff cop voice. Looks like that kid on TV. What the heck? That guy's armed, another cop said. Call for backup. Hey, what is this? They noticed black feathers that seemed to be like crow's feathers started to fall from the sky. Someone said, I feel, and he dropped on the ground. One by one all cop began to fall on the ground. Naruto, Annabeth and Grover were surprised at this. What's going on? Annabeth asked. I don't know. Grover answered and equally confused. However, Naruto was in a deep thought. This is definitely a genjutsu, but I'm the only chakra user in this world and black feathers of crows. There's only one person that can do that, Naruto thought, but decided to focus back on the fight. Percy ran for his sword, scooped it up, and launched a swipe at Ares's face, only to find his blade deflected again. He stepped back toward the surf, forcing him to follow. Admit it, kid, Ares said. You got no hope. I'm just toying with you. Suddenly, Percy felt weird, like his senses were working overtime. He was wide awake, noticing every little detail. He could see where Ares was tensing. He could tell which way he would strike. At the same time, he was aware of Annabeth and Grover, 30 feet to his left. Ares roared with laughter. Now, little hero, let's you add to the barbecue. He slashed. Percy deflected his blade and got close enough to strike, tried to fake him out with a feint. But his blow was knocked aside. The waves were hitting him in the back now. Ares was up to his thighs, wading in after him. Percy felt the rhythm of the sea, the waves growing larger as the tide rolled in. And suddenly he had an idea. Little waves, he thought. And the water behind his seemed to recede. Ares came toward him, grinning confidently. Percy lowered his blade. Just little bit longer. Ares raised his sword. Now, a 6-foot wall of water smashed Ares full in the face, leaving him cursing and sputtering with a mouthful of seaweed. Percy took that chance. A ND landed behind him with a splash and feinted toward his head, as he had done before. Ares turned in time to raise his sword, but this time he was disoriented. He didn't anticipate the trick. Percy changed direction, lunged to the side, and stabbed Riptide straight down into the water, sending the point through the god's heel. Ares roared angrily. The very sea was blasted back from him, leaving a wet circle of sand 50 feet wide. Ichor, the golden blood of the gods, flowed from a gash in the war god's boot. You, Ares roared angrily. The expression on his face was beyond hatred. It was pain, shock, complete disbelief that he'd been wounded. Playtime is over. Percy Jackson. Before Ares could do anything, he was in a deep thought and was like having a conversation someone with someone. In his mind, and he lowered his weapon thinking Ares was showing them mercy, but Naruto again thought differently. There's something wrong with him. It's like he was being controlled or something. It could be him, but there's something else inside his mind. Is he being controlled? Naruto observed Ares, seeing from his point of view. Was it that thing in Tartarus? Ares lowered his sword and glared at Percy. You have made a powerful enemy today, Godeling, he told them. You have sealed your fate. Every time you raise your blade in battle, every time you hope for success, you will feel my curse. Beware, Perseus Jackson, beware. Ares' body began to glow. Percy, Naruto, Annabeth shouted. Don't watch. They turned away except for Naruto, who was still looking as the god Ares revealed his true immortal form. They somehow knew that if they looked, they would disintegrate into ashes, but however, Naruto didn't and the light died. When they looked back, the body was Ares was gone. They had owned, for now. How's that possible? You should be dead by just looking at Ares, asked a shocked Annabeth. My mum explained that certain shinobi with either special abilities or shinobi that are S-ranked can survive gods, titans and primordial's true form, Naruto answered, shocking everyone. Naruto then saw TJE Tide rolled out to reveal Hades's bronze helm of darkness. Naruto decided to pick it up as they made their way back to shore to meet with their friends. But before they got there, they heard the flapping of leathery wings. The three Furies with lace hats and fiery whips drifted down from the sky and landed in front of Naruto. Alecto stepped forward. Her fangs were bared, but for once she didn't look threatening. She looked more disappointed, as if she'd been planning to have Percy for supper, but had decided he might give her indigestion. We saw the whole thing, she hissed. So, it truly was not you. What do you think we have been trying to prove? Naruto said as he tossed the helm to her, which she caught in surprise. Return that to Lord Hades, Percy said. Tell him the truth. Tell him to call off the war. She hesitated, then ran a forked tongue over her green, leathery lips. Live well, Percy Jackson. Become a true hero. Because if you do not, if you ever come into my clutches again, she cackled before turning to Naruto and bowed. But then she looked at Naruto. We have nothing against you since Lord Hades welcome you anytime, and we know it was out of self-defense, but I want one thing. Me and sisters want a rematch, Uzumaki, Alecto said, pointing at Naruto. Looking forward to it, Naruto replied, and Alecto and her sister smirked before she and her sisters rose on their bat's wings, fluttered into the smoke-filled sky, and disappeared. Grover said, that was so incredibly terrifying, said Annabeth. Cool, Grover corrected. Percy smiled, but he was dog-tired and he didn't feel scared at all. Did you guys feel that, whatever it was? They both nodded uneasily. Must have been the Furies overhead, Grover said. Well, whatever it was, it saved your asses off, Naruto commented emotionlessly. Percy reclaimed his backpack from Grover and looked inside. The Master Bolt was still there. Such a small thing to almost cause World War III. As if reading his thoughts, Naruto commented, like it said before, it is Zeus' toy of mass destruction. A stupid war over a fucking weapon. Now we just need to get back to New York by tonight, Percy amended. That's impossible, Annabeth said, unless we fly. Deadpanned Percy. She stared at them. Fly, like, in an airplane, which you were warned never to do lest Zeus strike you out of the sky, and carrying a weapon that has more destructive power than a nuclear bomb. Ah, but that is the point. Naruto cut in. He wouldn't do that since we have the bolt and wouldn't risk destroying the world. Yeah, what Naruto said. Percy replied, pretty much exactly like that. Come on, here's the money. Naruto handing them money to buy the tickets. You guys go on ahead, there's something I need to do, said Naruto. Are you sure? We don't want to leave you behind, asked Percy. Yeah, go on ahead. I about to meet the other child of the moon, so this doesn't involve you. Okay, good, get going, Naruto said, and they all nodded and headed towards a nearby taxi to take them to the airport. Naruto saw his friends left and was now alone, or was he? Oh right, I know you're there. Come on out, Naruto called out to the genjutsu user. Then suddenly, a bunch of crows flew out of nowhere and way down from the sky into one spot, forming a person. He is a young man who was 18 years old with onyx eyes, and jet black hair that was pulled back with a red elastic in a low ponytail which extended to his shoulder blades. He is wearing a black shirt with a high collar and in black cargo pants, had a ninja pouch on his side and a single scroll under his pouch. So it's you. Yes it is, Itachi. Uchiha, former Anbu of Konoha and former member of the Akatsuki, but also the son of Tsukuyomi, the Shinto god of the moon and night, and descendant of Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, home, and family, Itachi said, as Naruto was looking at the man in front of him in shock. Not only was just any man, this was Itachi Uchiha, one of the last Uchiha in the world, but this Uchiha was a man who slaughtered his entire clan and was the second youngest shinobi to be listed as AS rank in the bingo book in the age of 13 before him, since he was listed in the bingo book at the age of 11 as the Kitsune Uchi, son of Tsukuyomi, the Shinto god of the moon and night, and descendant of Vesta, the Roman goddess of the hearth, home, and family. Naruto learned about the gods that is two forms, one is Greek other is Roman, and he has met Diana, and to his surprise, she still treats like a son but more militaristic, and that's how he knows about the Roman aspect. As the two former Konoha shinobi were standing there still staring eye to one another for few minutes, and Naruto decided to be the first person to say something. "How are you here, Uchiha?" asked Naruto, who couldn't help but getting ready to unseal his katana in the scroll. "I tell you, but not here. Come, just go somewhere where we talk." "And why am I here?" Itachi simply explained, and Naruto nodded and gestured Itachi to lead on where He walked on the streets for minutes until Itachi led them to a cafe where they both got a table outside and both took a seat in opposite direction. A young waitress came to their table with a blue shish on her face, looking at two handsome young men, and asked for their orders, and Itachi ordered tea while Naruto just ordered a cappuccino, and the waitress left to get their order. "While she's getting our orders, Naruto, ask what you need to ask," said Itachi. "Okay, first question. How did you got here in this world?" asked Naruto, wanting to find out how the Uchiha got here. "Before I answer that, did you about my mission when I went missing, Nin?" asked Itachi, and Naruto nodded, since Danzo had told them all to be cautious around Itachi Uchiha, since he is a spy for Akatsuki by orders of the Sandaime Hokage and Danzo. "Okay, well, when I was still a spy, the leader discovered that I was spy, and so I fled, and when I was encounter what to be my dead father, who I found out was Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and discovered that my mother was a demigod, and when he explained everything to me, he sent me here, and I have been here for a month now." Naruto nodded but then realized something. "Are you saying that Fugaku Uchiha was Tsukuyomi, but it was confirmed that he was born and was raised in Konoha as a child, so why would a Shinto god wanted to be born, raised as a mortal, and die like one?" Naruto asked. "Well, that's simple. He told me after Amaterasu left him, he became more insufferable and more dark, as you say, over the years, to the point where the other gods do not tolerate him anymore, that Amaterasu decided to banish him from heaven as a mortal and will be welcome back in heaven, or at least he learned his lesson." Itachi sighed on his explanation and rested for a couple of seconds before continuing. "You, that is Fugaku Uchiha, he was arrogant and foolish, but he began to change around my mother Makoto Uchiha, who is the daughter of Vesta, not Hesita, but I think you already know that the gods have two personality." "Yeah, my mother told me that the gods have a Greek and Roman aspect, or a split personality." "Yeah, I know about that in the Roman camp in California, so continue." Naruto said a ND gesture for Itachi to continue, and he nodded. "So anyway, he began to change around my mother, but that wasn't enough for him to do the Uchiha coup d'etat to overthrow Konoha, and we both know that was going to lead to war. Since you were en route, I guess that you already know about it, where I was tasked with eliminating the Uchihas," Itachi explained, and Naruto nodded and gestured him to continue. "However, during that night, I was confronted by the man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. He took glee in the fact that the ones who betrayed him were dying, so he killed of the clan while I did the their half, including my parents, who understood why I was doing this. I could not kill my little brother. I loved him too much, and after that I was placed as a spy for the Akatsuki by order of Danzo and the Third. Yes, I already know that. Well, everybody en route know that, but explain to me what happened to Fugaku after he died." Naruto asked. Yes, well, after I killed him, he turned back to Tsukuyomi and was welcomed back to heaven and was changed to a different man, and 1 month ago when I left the Akatsuki and during my run, my father came to me and sent me here to this world and cared me of my illness. I have been with the Romans for a month now and now I'm here. Itachi finished explaining his story how he arrived here. Okay, then so what happened to Makoto Uchiha? Is she dead or alive? Well, she was dead, but then my father revived her and turned her immortal. Not a god but immortal and living with him in heaven right now. Itachi explained about what happened to his mother to Naruto. Any more question Naruto? Quote, yes, what is my status in the Element Nation right now? Naruto asked, curious on what his status is right now. He was already in the bingo book as Kitsune, but Danzo probably revealed his identity to the world right now. Itachi reached into his back pouch and getting out a black book which he knows is the bingo book and threw it to Naruto, who caught it with ease. Turn to page 201 and find out about your status. As Naruto went to page 201 and finally found his page with a photo of him in Anbu uniform without the mask and then looked at his bingo book page. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Alias: Kitsune, the Strom Striker, the Lone Wolf, Konoha's Lapdog. Gender: male. Origin: Konohagakure. Rank: SS. Affiliation: Namikaze Clan, Uzumaki Clan. Adapted Konoha. Nature: affinities: Fuden, Raiden. Sweden: Keki Genkai. Ranton: rapid healing due to being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Classification: missing nin, sensor, Jinchuriki skill list. Taijutsu: 5, Ninjutsu: 4.5, Genjutsu: 1, Kenjutsu: 5, Intelligence: 4, Strength: 4.5, Speed: 4.5, Stamina: 5, Hand Seals: 4, Technical: 5 overall, 42.5, 50. Abilities and skill: known to have massive reserve of chakra. Has a sensing abilities within a 500 meters radius. Has good control of the 3 elements and Ranton as well. Kenjutsu abilities are off a master and silent assassin. Hand-to-hand combat is very physical and dangerous, and be warned. Do not give him the chance to stomp on you on the head or you're done. Physical description: stands at 154 centimeters and weighs 40.4 kilogram. Golden blonde hair with auburn streaks and sapphire blue eyes. Tanned skin and has a root Anbu tattoo on his right arm. Known family: Minato Namikaze. Decreased. Other information: known to kill Genie Akebino, Kushimaru, Kurarare, Jinpachi Munashi, Bakuden no Gari, Rokusho Aoi, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan and the Oto 4. Known to have defeated Hyoden no Haku Yuki, Gaara of the desert. Hasn't been defeated once and every mission was a success. Bounty: Kono, Ha. 75 million Ryo alive Iowa. 70 million Ryo dead or alive Kiri. 70 million Ryo dead or alive Oto. 50 million Ryo alive. Amegakure. 75 million Ryo alive. Warning: do not engage alone no matter what, and you can only confront him when you rank OR. Above. As Naruto has finished reading this, he looked at Itachi and began to ask a few things. Okay, I can understand the first 4 putting a bounty on my head. But why Amegakure and why that much value? Asked Naruto, who was confused. The village hidden in the rain is after his head. Well, you see, that is where the Akatsuki leader is and he is the leader of Amegakure. Itachi simply replied. So Hanzo the Salamander is the leader of the Akatsuki? No, but it was the man who killed him, a man who possessed the Rinnegan. Wait, are you saying that the leader of the Akatsuki possessed the legendary dojutsu? Naruto said in surprise and realized that the legendary eyes of the Raikudo Sennin. Yes, it does, but he is not the real leader, Itachi said as he goes to more details about the Akatsuki. What do you mean? The current leader of the Akatsuki is like a mere puppet to the true leader. He is an Uchiha behind an orange mask, Itachi simply answered Naruto's question, and as he looked at Naruto's face for a moment and saw that Naruto was sure who the man was but seemed like he didn't want to say it. And judging by your expression, I think you know who it was, am I right? Yes, but only rumors, Itachi. There's no way in hell he can be alive, Naruto answered, denying who Itachi was talking about. Then say his name then. I can't because he is dead. Naruto, rather you deny it or not, but you I both know who we are talking about. So now Naruto, say his name. Naruto just looked at Itachi for a moment and then sighed and say the name of the man. Madara Uchiha. Yes Naruto. Madara Uchiha. Are you saying that co-founder of Konoha and the legendary Uchiha who is dead for around a century now is still alive? Yes. How can you be sure? During the Uchiha massacre, he approached me to invite me to Akatsuki and I agreed to join under that he helped me if the massacre and he did, Itachi giving his answer to Naruto about Madara Uchiha. And to top it off, the Kyuubi attack on Konoha 13 years ago, he was there controlling the Kyuubi, and you and I know that he was the only Uchiha that could have controlled the fox. Naruto just stared at Itachi in shock that not only the Akatsuki leader was Madara Uchiha but he was responsible for the Kyuubi attack 13 years ago. Kyuubi, is it true? You were controlled by Madara Uchiha 13 years ago? Naruto mentally asked the Kyuubi in his mind. Yeah, it's true. I was being controlled 13 years ago, but I think it wasn't him. Kyuubi replied. What do you mean? The man who controlled me a different chakra signature than Madara. It is definitely an imposter. Okay then, thanks Kyuubi. Kuruma. The Kyuubi simply replied in his mind. Pardon? Asked Naruto. Kuruma. That's my name. You have earned my respect long enough to call me by my name, replied the named Kuruma. Okay then. Thanks Kuruma. Naruto thanked Kuruma again, and before Kuruma could reply, Itachi had interrupted them. Naruto, you okay? You spaced out for a minute, Itachi asked as he got Naruto attention back. Yeah, Kuruma explained to me that guy who is Madara Uchiha is an imposter, answered Naruto. What do you mean? And who is Kuruma? Itachi asked in confusion. Oh right. Naruto forgot to say that Kuruma was the Kyuubi. Kuruma is the Kyuubi, and he explained to me that the guy is posing as Madara Uchiha had a different chakra signature and clarified that isn't Madara. I see, so he was an imposter. Itachi nodded and felt angered inside that he was fooled to believe that he was Madara Uchiha. So what do we refer to him name? Call him Tobi. That was the name he was using as a disguise. Tobi, huh? Yeah, Tobi. Not many of the Akatsuki members know that he was Madara Uchiha, and only a select few knew his true identity, and that bastard had upgraded my bingo book page, said Itachi with anger. How is it different? I'm a SS rank now, updated that I have the Manjiko Sharingan and blush. E-Release and Omegaker has put a bounty on me. But you can probably look at it in the bingo book. Before any of them said anything, the waitress came back with their order and she gave the tea to Ida Kai and the cappuccino to Naruto, and both thanked the waitress, who blushed and left. As they drank the drink in silence, and when Naruto decided to ask question. What is Konoha's status now? Asked Naru, to wanting to know what happened to his birthplace when his mother has taken him from Konoha to this world. Well, it really changed drastically, Itachi replied calmly. What did you mean? It's no longer in alliance with Suna anymore, but now is allied with Oto. In other words, Konoha is allied with Orochimaru. But Konoha is now in martial law, and if anyone disobey them, then you're instantly killed. Itachi replied calmly, but deep down he was angered that the village he loved has turned to a nightmare. Okay, how did the people and shinobi react to this? Asked Naruto, curious on how the people in Konoha are reacting to this. Well, let's just say it's similar to Kiri, where half of the shinobi forces are hiding underground and forming a resistance. Who's leading this resistance? Last I heard, it was being led by Jiraiya and Suand of the Sennin, and also Kakashi Hatake. Itachi answered Naruto question, and Naruto in response nodded. Any more question, Naruto? Yeah, just one more. Naruto simply asked. Why are here exactly, Itachi? I can answer that for Uzumaki-sama. It's because I sent him here, said a pleasant calm voice, and as both looked at the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful Japanese woman in a summer white dress who had blue eyes and smiling. Not I am being disrespectful or anything, but who are you? Naruto asked. The woman giggled a bit but then smiled at Naruto. I'm sorry, where are my manners? I am Izanami, the Shinto progenitor of creation and death, she explained, and Naruto's eyes go wide and he hurries into a bow only to be stopped by her. Please do not bow to me. I don't really like it, but after all we are family. Oh right, sorry. Please my lady, why don't you have a seat? Naruto asked politely. Oh why not? What a nice boy you are, Naruto, Izan. Amy said with a smile, and as she got a chair and sat in between Naruto and Itachi while still smiling at them. So you were saying, my lady, about you sending Itachi to me, Naruto asked Izanami. Oh right. As I was saying, you will play a key role in the next few years in both worlds and to the Greeks, Roman and even the Shintos. But however, in your current state you will not be able to succeed in Hat role in your current state of power, so that's why I send Itachi here to get you so he can train you and teach you for 2 years. What do you say, Naruto? Izanami asked Naruto. I don't know, Lady Izanami. I want to, but for some reason I feeling that I don't want to leave the people I got to know for 2 years, and I don't know why that's stopping me, Naruto replied in confusion on why he is feeling bad too, got to training and leaving behind the people he got to know. Oh, I see now. You don't want to leave your friends. What do you mean? In the last 2 months, Naruto, you bonded with a lot of people in this world and you feeling regret right now if you leave them, am I right, Naruto? She asked Naruto. He just sat there in silence for a few moments and then decided to nod. Well, don't worry about it, I have talked to Creon and Dionysus and they understood and will inform your friends about this. What about Thalia, Lady Izanami? Oh, being the Shinto progenitor of death allows me to enter Limbo, and I informed her on the situation. Well, how did she take it? I don't know. I just left immediately after I told her, but I saw her expression where it showed sadness but also acceptance. I see then, Naruto nodded. Oh right, I go and be trained by Itachi, but when are we going? Right now, Izanami simply said with a smile. Okay then, just let me pay for our drinks, Naruto said, and Izanami nodded. As Naruto called the waitress for the bill and she arrived with it, and Naruto paid for their drink and tipped her really generously, where it was $100 tip, and then the waitress proceeded to hug Naruto and say thank you over and over for the big tip. As she got off Naruto and returned back to work, Naruto, Itachi and Izanami looked to an alleyway so no one will spot them teleporting. So where are you taking me and Itachi to train? Naruto asked, and Itachi nodded, hoping to find out where they train. Izanami just looked at them and smiled kindly to the both them. You find out when we get there, she simply said, and as a bright light enveloped them and as the bright light disappeared, they were gone. Camp Half-Blood. As Percy and the gang arrived back to Camp Half-Blood AF. Chair returning the Master Bolt to Zeus and meeting his father and hoping to find that Naruto is back yet. As they walked past Thalia's tree, they were confronted by Creon and Dionysus. Hey Creon, Mr. D. We're back from our quest, Percy said, and look around if Naruto has arrived. Hey, has Naruto arrived yet? As Creon and Mr. D look at one another and the both nodded and then looked back to the group. Well, you see, Perry, Mr. D said, which irritated Percy. Naruto isn't back and won't be for 2 years. What do you mean by that? Shouted a confused Annabeth, and Percy and Grover nodded as well, eagerly wanting to find out. Creon then decided to explain the situation of Naruto to them. Well, see, Izanami came to us and told us that Naruto is gonna get trained by a son of Tsukuyomi for 2 years, since she told us that Naruto has a key role in the future, so we understand the situation and let Naruto be trained. But what about Lady Artemis? Wouldn't she be against this? Annabeth outburst again. From what I heard, she didn't take it well and it took the entire hunt to calm her down and stop from talking to Naruto, but she eventually regrettably accept Naruto be trained for 2 years. But do you know where Naruto is gonna be training at? We are not sure, but I think it is at the land of the whirlpool in the prophecy, so I think that's where Naruto is gonna be trained. But what about Thalia? She has the right to know. Don't worry about that. Izanami has entered Limbo and explained the situation to her, and she told us that Thalia was saddened by it but accepted. As Annabeth was about to speak again, obviously doesn't like the fact that Naruto is gonna be gone for 2 years, but Mr. D stopped her and then said, "Look child, whether you like it or not, Naruto needs to do this since this will benefit him and it could help Naruto regain his humanity." As Mr. D looked at Annabeth and saw that she sighed and looked down, obviously agreeing with him but didn't like the fact that she won't see one of her friends for 2 years. Well, enough talk. Let's head to Mass Hall so I can explain the situation to the campers and celebrate your complete quest, Creon sighed. D as the gang nodded and headed to the Mass Hall, and Creon saw that Mr. D isn't moving yet. You coming, Mr. D? Yeah, I'm coming, but it's gonna be boring without Minato brat for 2 years. We'll see him in 2 years, Mr. D. I know, but still. Forget it. Let's just go to the mass hall so we can explain the situation to those brats. Mr. D set his head towards the mass hall and Korean chuckle a bit before heading there as well. Limbo. After Thalia was informed by the Shinto primordial Izanami on Naruto, she was saddened that Naruto won't visit her or talk to her for 2 years. In 2 years, Thalia said sadly that she won't be able to see Naruto for a long time, but then formed a smile on her face. Well, I hope you get stronger in 2 years, Naruto. I'm looking forward to it. Uzushio. As Naruto, Itachi and Izanami arrived at their destination, Naruto looked around and found a village that is in ruins and is now a wasteland, and as he turned around to the opposite direction, he saw the ocean with many whirlpools surrounding the land they are at, and realize where he is standing right now. We are in Uzushio, aren't we, Lady Izanami? Naruto said as he looked at Izanami, who nodded. Yes, Naruto. Welcome to Uzushio. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but why here in Uzushio? Well, you see, Naruto, Uzushio is Shinto territory. What you mean? Well, this once beautiful Yaj was the Shinigami territory, and all Uzumaki are descendant from him, Izanami answered. So does that make Kushina-sama? Yes, that would make her a legacy of the Shinigami, Izanami simply said, and Naruto nodded in understanding. But anyway, Naruto, I have one request. What is that, my lady? Please hand over your katana and Anbu armor, Izanami simply asked. Why? Naruto asked Izanami on why she wants him to surrender his katana and armor he has been using for years now. Well, your katana and Anbu armor is the last thing that represents you in root, and if you get rid of them, then nothing of the kitsune will be left in you. Izanami simply said. Now will you please hand them over? Naruto just nodded and took his Anbu armor off, and then unstrapped his katana and handed over his katana and armor to Izanami, who then proceeded to incinerate them and leaving nothing but ashes. Good, now it's gone, but Naruto, don't worry, Naruto. Your grandfather Susanoo created a new katana especially for you and asked me to give it to you. Siad Izanami as snapped her finger and a katana appeared in Naruto's hand. As Naruto inspect the katana, where it has a guard is oval and bronze, the suka ito or handle seems to be braided from white and black material. And the saya is black but has a blue dragon on both sides of it, and the cap is a golden metallic piece on the cap of the saya with a C. Elver Sagio, where the cord used to tie the katana to the waist. As Naruto unsheathed it, he saw that the blade is black steel and also has a blue dragon of both of its side, can saw that it is a magnificent piece of work. He then swing it a little, feels lightweight but can tell it can dish out heavy damage and very sharp as well. Naruto, that katana right now you're holding is a very powerful katana. It is magnificent but really deadly at the same time. It will allow you to create a portal so you can travel from place to place or travel from the Greek world to the element nation, but be warned it has some limits to distance where you can create the portals too. It was unique other unique's powers, but I think it's best that you learned them from yourself. Do you understand, Naruto? Izanami asked. Naruto nodded without taking his eyes off the katana. Izanami then looked at Itachi. Can you take it from here? She asked, and Itachi nodded. Well, I'll be going then. Good luck you too, then s. He proceeded to leave, and Itachi turned to Naruto, who was still staring at his weapon. Fine piece of work, isn't it, Kuruma? Naruto mentally asked Kuruma. Yes, it is, but really powerful as well, Kuruma replied back. Yeah, it is. You ready for the next 2 years, partner? Yeah, I am. It seems you now a purpose now. What do you mean, Kuruma? I mean that you're doing this training so you can get stronger in order to protect Precious to you, like that girl in Nami once said. And as Naruto was thinking back to what Haku once told back at his mission in Nami. Flashback. Haku, is that you? Naruto as Kitsune asked. Yes, but who are you? Haku asked back, and the Kitsune removed his mask to reveal who it was, and to Haku it was shocking that the Kitsune of Konoha was none other than Naruto. Naruto, is that you? Haku asked, and as he put back on his mask, and Naruto nodded. You're the Kitsune, aren't you? She asked again and received another nod. Are you here for Zabuza-sama? Yes, it is my mission to take him out and assassinate him. Well, I will not yet you. as she rushed towards Naruto, who just punched her to gut, which caused all the ice mirror to fall apart. But then Naruto saw that Kakashi was about to finish Zabuza with Reikiri, but then saw an army of men on the other side of the bridge and rushed towards Kakashi and stopped before he could finish him off. "Why did you stop Kitsune?" Kakashi asked. And before Naruto could reply, Zabuza interrupted them. "Did you kill her? Did you kill Haku?" Zabuza shouted at Kitsune, but before he could respond, Haku appeared beside Zabuza. "I'm here, Zabuza-sama," Haku said. "Thank Kami-sama you're alive, Haku-chan. I would never forgive myself if you died," he said to himself quietly. Unfortunately for him, Haku woke up at that time and smiled kindly up at him. She gurgled a little water before spitting it out and said quietly, "Thanks you, Zabuza-sama." Zabuza himself was surprised she was awake and smiled lightly at her. "No problem, kid. And call me Zabuza-san or just Zabuza, please," in an equally quiet voice as before she replied, "Hi Zabuza." And before anyone could say anything, they heard clapping and Naruto made the mistake of forgetting about the army in the other side of the bridge and revealing Gato and his army. Well, look what we have here." The demon got his ass whipped. The short man with the cane said way too smugly. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you doing here, Gato? This wasn't part of the deal we made," he said in an angry voice. The now identified Gato smirked. "Deal? If I remember right, our deal was for you to kill the old man. You have yet to do so, Zabuza-kun." Zabuza growled at him. Seeing this just made Gato grin even more, showing how evil he truly was. "Since you haven't kept your part of the deal, then I was forced to use some other methods to make sure the old man will die." Taking a breath, he continued. "You see, Zabuza-kun," said man growled even more, "you rather expensive, and once done with you, it's hard to get rid of you. I can't just go around and kill ninja from villages because then they would be after my head. So I just hired an army of thugs and samurai to finish you off. They are loyal and do what I ask. They may be more expensive, but they are worth it to see you die." By the end of his little speech, Zabuza was ready to go in and kill him. The only thing stopping him was Haku that still had a hold of his pant leg. "Haku, let me go. I'm going to kill that flea bag," he said in an angry voice directed at Gato, not Haku. She still didn't let go. He would have yelled at her to let go if Kitsune didn't step forward and start to talk. "I suggest you leave now, Gato. You won't be able to defeat high-level shinobi," he said in a calm but cold voice that sent a chill down the genin present in Gato's spine but stayed strong. "We'll see. Boys kill them and the women to us," he said as his army charged into the ninjas. As Kakashi, Zabu, Za and Haku were about to attack but were stopped by Kitsune. "I've got this, step back," Kitsune said, and they took a step back and finished his hand sign. Sweetened water release, swirling wave, as Kitsune blew out high-pressured water from his mouth and moved vertically towards them. As the water hit them, it sliced all of them in half, killing every single one of them, and was a really bloodbath. And there was only one survivor, and that's Gato. Every single person is now in awe but in fear that the man in front of them just killed around 200 guys in 10 seconds. And then he looked at Zabuza. "Do you want to kill him or I will?" Kitsune asked, and Zabuza gestured him to go around, and he nodded and walked towards Gato, who was stepping backwards. "Please spare me. I give anything, I give you." But Gato didn't have the chance to finish as Kitsune violently decapitated Gato's head with his katana. And as he walked back to the group and decided to ask Haku something. "Haku, is Zabuza your precious people, and are you willing to die for him?" "Yes. I'm ready to die for him because you gave me a purpose and I can repay with my life." Kitsune then looked at Zabuza. "What about you? Are you willing to die for her?" Zabuza nodded. "I am, and if you're going to kill me then please spare her." Naruto just looked at the two for a moment before sighing and unsheathed his katana. "Both off you go then." "What? Go before I changed my mind." They both were in shock but thankful that Kitsune was letting them live. And Haku decided to speak. "Thank you, and we'll never forget this." And they both left and the Konoha went back to their duties, but Sai came up to Naruto. "Why did you let them live?" "Don't know really. Are you gonna tell Lord Danzo about this?" "No, I'll just say they got away." "Thank you, now let's get back to work." Flashback and Guess Haku was right after all, you do have a meaning when you protect someone that is precious to you. I guess what really makes you stronger is. Thought Naruto was remembering his mission at Nami. Itachi then looked at Naruto, who seemed to be in deep thought while still holding his new katana. So Naruto have decided to give a name for your new katana? Itachi asked, since it is important in their culture to name a blade magnificent as the Naruto is holding. Naruto then unstethed the katana as he looked at it, where it is black with a blue dragon on both sides of the blade. Yamato, that's what I gonna call new blade. Interesting name, Naruto, but let's see how you handle it. Are you ready? Asked Itachi. Got a kunai Tien in a defensive stance, but also already activated his Sharingan. As Naruto took his eye of his katana and then looked at Itachi, he then got into a sword stance and about ready to strike Itachi's. How the eyes of determination as he ready to get his training started. Ready, Naruto simply sword, not taking his eyes of Itachi. Then show me what you got. As they both run towards each other and both lifted their weapons up, and the two weapons collided with one another, creating some sparks. But in the distance, as Izanami was watching both Naruto and Itachi sparring against one another. Naruto Uzumaki, in the years to come, you shall be greatest of them all among legends, Izanami said, and then as she ascended back to heaven. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.